be good today, right point?
I think so, yeah. As that tide starts to come in, that mid-tide, there'd definitely be a few waves there as we see Dylan Wilcoxon in the green getting a nice two-turner there and completing that one too. So
that should be a good score. Linked those turns together well and finished off nicely.
And then here we go, Xavier Huxtable, the man on fire at the moment and in form, clicking that first backhand turn. And then not much on offer for the inside section, so we'll kick back out.
That'll still be a scorer because he linked those turns together well, and both turns were critical in the section. I think he busted the fins out on the first one, so he's going to use his power and put it out there. So good two-turn combination there for both surfers, Wilcoxon and Huxtable. We're just waiting for our scores to come in. We can't see them yet, so we've got 16 minutes, plenty of time. As soon as those scores come in, we'll have a better idea. Flynn's Reef would be good today as well.
Flynn's Reef, yeah.
On the higher tide?
On the higher tide, the right-handed break on the island. Works better when that wind goes more southeasterly. Tiny bit of west in it today, so you might be pushing, if you're happy going left, yeah, right point probably would be the pick of it over on that side of the island. And yeah, Xavier Huxtable showing form. He's been absolutely on fire. We know he performed really well for Torquay Board Riders at the World Board Riders event up on the Gold Coast.
Now, is it true they won?
Yeah, have you heard about it?
So they are the number one board riding club in the world.
In the world.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. And
that is.
The performance they put together in the final, starting off with a pair of nines, Troy Brooks and Xavier Huxtable really leading strong for the club.
Wow. And they had Tully Wiley in their team?
No Tully Wiley. So it was, Troy Brooks, Xavier Huxtable, Willis Droomer, who's coming up in the heats later today.
Yep.
And then Ali Harrison.
Okay, so that they condensed the team down to that and they took home the world title. Well, pleased to hear. Torquay lads they'll celebrate that for the next few months, that's for sure.
Yeah. Keep that one in the back pocket to bring up just about every conversation you have with someone from Torquay. It's still waiting for these scores to lock through. And then Green kicking out there.
So did they win money for being the number one club in the world?
Yeah, I think there was a fair prize pool up for all the clubs that went through. I'm not sure how much they won.
Okay.
But yeah, you may have seen a post with Xavier Huxtable and Willis Droomer holding a wad of cash at this post-event celebratory.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. We got 13 minutes remaining, 13 and a half.
Okay. And a three-turn combo there. So I think that was our surfer in red.
Yes, yeah, Xavier Huxtable.
Save, yep.
Tiny bit caught on that first section, but cleaned it up for the last two, and linking turns and finding waves with multiple sections will give you some decent scores. We're still waiting on them to lock in on our screen, but
yeah, we have no idea what the situation is without the scores, but I got a feeling Zave's doing well.
Yep.
He's managed to link together multiple turns on a few of the waves I've seen. That last wave, he linked together 3 top-to-bottom turns and finished off nicely. So doing that in these conditions is challenging. So I'm confident Zave's in the lead, but who knows? We may have missed some waves as well. But as soon as we get the scores, it'll be a lot easier to work out what's going on in the heat.
Yeah, definitely. And it looks like the Japanese surfer Yuji Nishi in the blue, holding on to priority, looking for one decent sized set wave as he's trying to reposition out of the rip there.
So this event at Phillip Island, oh, here's a nice wave. Is this Will Coxon?
Yep.
From Indonesia. And just the one manoeuvre from what I saw. And yeah, we have Indonesian and Japanese surfers here, and we also have a number of Indian surfers here, which has been great to see. That's because this event is dual sanctioned across the Asia and Australia region. It's part of the qualifying tour, so we have an international field, mainly Australians, New Zealanders, Indonesians, Japanese, and this year, for the first time, a number of Indian surfers, and some of them were really good surfers, so that was good to see. That Asia region is emerging really fast, and yeah, this is one of the few dual sanctioned events that the World Surf League run, and we'll see more of these next year, and you'll see a lot more surfers from China also entering these events. China's emerging incredibly fast. We ran a World Surf League QS event in China a couple of months ago, and I was lucky enough to go there, and along with all the staff that were there, we could not believe how fast China is producing really legitimate competitive surfers. A young Chinese girl won the Pro Junior, defeated the best Pro Juniors out of Japan, women, and that's a big statement because they've got some fantastic surfers, and that whole Asia region is emerging quick. Countries like China, Japan obviously, the Philippines, Indonesia, and now we've got Indian surfers on the scene as well. So these dual sanctioned events, yeah, the whole region, the Australasia region is booming. We still don't have scores, so we don't know what's going on out here. But again, from what I've seen, we're back. We're back, yes. So waiting on scores, but yep, we've still got plenty of time, just on 9 minutes remaining.
Yeah, final stages here. Plenty of opportunity for any surfer to get one decent big section and get a good number, and that's blue there. Japanese surfer Yuji Nishi, so clicking a big section. And yeah, to your point, Robbo, the international field growing and growing speaks to how well this event's progressed throughout the years, starting off as a QS 1000 and progressing through now QS 3000 and starting to draw surfers from those key Asia Pacific regions.
And yeah, we're confident it's going to keep growing as well because yeah, there's a big turn.
Xavier Huxtable.
There we go. That's what we're talking about. Xavier Huxtable, vertical in the pocket. He will not hold back. Such a powerful unit. So now I'm more confident. Do you want us to tell? Oh, we're back online. We're online again. So, yeah, well, we saw that last wave of Zave, and that's the best wave I've seen on the screen for this heat, that's for sure.
Yeah, Zave demonstrating that power that we talked about at the opening stages of this heat, getting right in the pocket, using that body torque and really whipping the board around.
Now, Zave was a good AFL footballer, had a career laid out for him at AFL playing AFL football, but chose to ditch that one and focus on surfing. I think that's a good idea, both for his longevity of body health and his ability as a surfer. He can get there. And there's a big turn. And rides out of it.
So there you go. Zave Huxtable, right on cue.
That's what we expected. It's, these are hard conditions to ride out of those turns, but it's a guy with Zave's strength, power, that he just makes it happen. He overpowers the wave and makes sure he stays on his board through those big sections.
Yeah, he's a phenomenal athlete, Xavier.
I just wish we had scores.
Yeah, the scores would help know the situation a lot.
But I'm very confident he's way out in front now. Hopefully no egg on my face. So we just heard the beach commentary, and the last rider read, that was that one big manoeuvre. Now that posted a 7. That's a good score in these conditions. I feel like one of his earlier waves where he linked 2 big turns together would have been in that range as well. So I'm very confident Zave's progressing through, and he's sending a message to his fellow competitors that in these conditions, look out. He's going to be a very hard man to beat again this year.
Yeah, just in form. Xavier carrying it right through. He's on that edge of Challenger and QS qualification, and he's also, knocking on the door if everything went super right for him, qualifying for the CT. So
he can do it. He's got his most important event of his career coming up next week in Newcastle, and he needs a massive result. So there's the mosque in the background at Woolamai there, so just on the headland.
Yeah, very culturally rich area here.
Yeah, just around the Mutton Bird Rookery.
Yep. If you're visiting here, you've probably driven past that one. You might have missed it.
Okay, now we've got scores. Look at that. Huxtable out in the lead, has a 7 and a 5.75. So he's out in the lead, but he's not that far ahead as I thought. Joe Van Dyke. So the Victorians are dominating this heat. Joe has a 6.35. 6.41. And here we go. Will Coxon in the green from Indonesia. Takes it to the air. Rides out of it. So, interesting.
Yeah, that's going to make it.
I don't know what he's going to score on that.
We'll
I haven't seen too many aerial moves today. Needs a 6.85 to get to second. I think that's the first air that's been thrown down today. In these conditions, I'm not sure he's going to get the 6.85, but maybe.
Maybe. See how the judges stack that one up against Zave's big slamming of the big oncoming section at 7.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see what Joey Van Dyke got done for the 6.35 and the 5.25. I imagine it's a similar type of surfing to Xavier. Joe, another big, well-rounded athlete.
Yeah, no, for sure. So, we await these scores to come in. You can see the scoreboard there. It tells you just about everything. Shows the surfers' highest scoring ride, shows their second scoring ride. They're judged on their 2 top scores. And then it shows the surfer in second place. What he needs to get to first is on the right-hand side of the score box. Here we go. So they have rewarded Will Coxon with a 7.15. So he has gone to second position. So high reward for that aerial manoeuvre, that's for sure. And Will Coxon goes to second. Joey Van Dyke now needs a 5.56. Very achievable. He has second priority. He's in third position. So the locals will be a bit on edge now, hoping that Joe can find that 5.65.
Yeah, he's definitely got the ability in him. It's just got to be a matter of picking the right wave that gives him that opportunity.
Still has 2 minutes, which is good. our Japanese surfer, he's struggling. A 7.65 is his requirement. He's going to have to go really big. Here we go.
And this is the Japanese surfer, Yuji Nishi.
Okay, so now, Joey Van Dyke. And is that Zave?
Yeah, that's Zave, just throwing the air rev and then slamming the section shut. So that'll probably stamp his authority on the heat you would expect.
Yep, and he's going to milk this through to the shore break. 1.5 minutes remaining. We saw him pull that aerial. He probably heard how Will Coxon got rewarded, and he said, well, I can do that as well. Took it to the air, pulled it off, and we'll finish that nicely on the shore break, as he always does. So, I'd say Huxtable's safe. Second position, absolutely up for grabs. Will Coxon from Indonesia holding on to it at the moment. And Joey Van Dyke, with priority, chasing a 5.56, has a minute to do it.
Yeah, so second priority green, we'll be looking to sell Joe on one, or just stay busy on the inside and try and improve on that 4.75 to push out the requirement for white.
It's a good opening move, but not much after that, so I don't think he's going to improve on his second score. So Joey Van Dyke has about 40 seconds to find this wave.
And he knows what surfing he needs to get done. Somewhere in between his 6.35 and his 5.25 will do it.
Here we go. So this is a big wave for Joey. He's in and out. Saw no potential there. Still has 30 seconds. He's probably in the lineup in his area by himself, so he can get the wave. Time's going to be the enemy now for Joe.
Yeah, 15 seconds remaining. Just needs one big section. He's got a massive arsenal of manoeuvres he can go to.
And there's the score for Huxtable's last, 6.4, so he improved on his score. And Joe, will he get up in time? No, I don't think he has. I think the siren's just beaten him. And that was a good turn. And another solid carve in the pocket. And again, he would have got the score.
He would have got the score.
He would have got the score. He's a second or two short of getting through that heat. He wouldn't have just got the score. He would have got a really good score.
Yep.
Oh, dear.
And it looks like we just saw Dylan Will Coxon showing how he's got that decent score, the 7.15, that aerial game.
Well, I think Will Coxon can thank himself lucky. Okay, we're going to go to a break. We will be back shortly.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
And it is a pretty crazy day of conditions here at the Phillip Island Pro 2026, but we've got some incredible surfers out there into heat number 4 of the men's round of 32. Willem Watson out there in the green, Dom Thomas in the white, Mitchell Peterson out there in the blue, and Ben Spence in the red. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth with James Wilson Brown. Good morning.
Thank you, True. Amazing morning, classic Victorian conditions.
Yes.
Wild, windy woolies is what's on offer, and those big sections are what is getting it done for the surfers at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like that commitment to, finding, of course, those completions is super important out there on days like today. But we were expecting this swell to come today, and, it well and truly did. It showed up this morning. Even before we started, there was a pretty solid set that came through, and I was like, oh, that's a big one. That's the biggest we've seen throughout the event so far. But it's nice to have these challenging conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to see that. That competitive aspect coming through, not just relying on the quality of waves, but how you pick them out of the lineup and then how you surf them as well. And case in point was probably the performance Xavier Huxtable put on that last heat.
I feel like Xavier out here is such a, I don't know, he's just so confident. He's such a staple out here at Wollomite. Obviously, him and Tully had that final here last year as well, which is pretty iconic and I guess really special between the two of them as well. And both of them then qualifying for the Challenger Series off the back of that was next level.
Yeah, that was a special day for both the boys. The sparring partners making it all the way through to the final. And Willem Watson should know a fair bit about this lineup. Spent a lot of time in Victoria as younger. I think he's moved up the coast now, but he definitely has put a few junior events in his time out here.
It's kind of amazing how a lot of the younger junior competitors from Victoria, they all have this really great connection with this place and the waves and, the raw kind of authentic power that it really brings, particularly here at Phillip Island. It's raw, it's crazy. There's a lot going on, there's a lot moving, but they just seem to navigate it really, really well.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a skill in itself that can set you apart, and especially in this event when you're up against some of the premier surfers in the QS. Speaks to why Xavier and Tully did so well last year.
Yeah, absolutely. They just, that skill that you mentioned, James, is 100% spot on. They just know exactly what needs to be done out there. It's pretty amazing. I mean, yesterday and the day before we had some pretty small conditions, and we ended up running the Pro Juniors and had Pro Junior surfers champions crowned as well. And that was a big turn there for Dom Thomas, just laying into that one. I'm sure there's some bigger sections out there as well, but it's kind of nice to just get the confidence up a little bit there.
Yeah, get your heat going. You've seen what gets it done in the heat before. You've had the contrast, Zave smashing the big sections, riding out with clinical precision versus Dylan Wilcoxon, who took to the air on some smaller waves, but making them look pretty damn impressive the way he launches to the sky like that.
They make it look easy. It's just like, oh yeah, cool, we're just going to go jump up into the sky, get that. I mean, even the height that they get on those pretty crazy, scary sections is, so committed and confident. This is Ben Spence from WA. Oh, big connection there for Ben Spence. That's a bigger looking section as well. So I feel like today the judges are really rewarding that commitment, particularly on those bigger sections.
Yeah, definitely. You want to be finding waves with those sections, and then when they appear, you really got to hit them hard.
Mitchell Peterson from the Sunshine Coast doing just that, finding two connections, really fighting to get the finish, which he does. So Mitchie P doing really well. A couple more turns here. This is Willem Watson, some more waves being ridden. Nice opening carve for Willem, and then floats it to get that second one to complete and jumps out right in front of his fellow competitor as well. So lots going on, lots of waves being ridden, but some nice exchanges between the four men.
Yeah, great exchange there. We'll see where that one sits with the panel as to who gets the nod. You'd probably think that big section here from Ben Spence, here's the replay here, times it well and then tags it riding out nice and clean. Then we had Mitchie P here with the two-turn combo. And this last section here, some frothy whitewater here, and does really well to ride out of that one and hold on.
Wow, that was tough. Willem Watson as well, doing so well. He is navigating those whitewashy, foamy sections incredibly. It's tricky to do that, especially when I guess there's so much power coming through. And even the last few days, or the days when the QS surfers got to have their first few heats, it feels like it's a complete change in equipment as well today. You are looking for those bigger boards, you're looking for the bigger leg ropes, and that adds a lot to the the preheat routine and the preheat process.
Yeah, for sure. And Phillip Island, one of those locations where you're going to need a wide range of equipment and be prepared for things to change really quickly with those raw open ocean swells coming through.
Did you grow up on the island?
I did, yeah.
Oh, okay. Little bit of local knowledge then.
Little bit of local knowledge for sure. I didn't start surfing till I was, much older in the piece, but you grew up hearing the successes of the Van Dyke, specifically Nicky. And yeah, not too sure what else to say there, but Ben Spence up and riding.
Bang! Belts it for that second turn as well. He just seems to be really comfortable out there in these wild and woolly conditions. Maybe it's cleaning up a little bit throughout the morning and getting a little bit more manageable. I did speak to Tommy Carvalho before, and he was like, true, it was so hard out there. And he was like, it was fun, and there was some really good ones when they come through. It's great. But he goes, at one point I thought I was going to pass out because there was so much paddling. And I was like, oh, okay, noted. But I guess, it's part of the process.
Yeah, for sure. And on days like this, there are those amazing waves and amazing sections. But if you don't have that skill of picking out the lineup, knowing where you need to be and adjusting constantly, you're going to find yourself in no man's land paddling for the majority of your session.
Yeah, it's so tough as well with that rip and, with the changing conditions and the ocean just moving rapidly. There's so much that goes into it. It's Dom Thomas. He's trying to find the best opportunity out there right now. Or just ditches the fins. You could see him really push off that back foot, and he was able to just direct it around a little bit. So Dom doing well there. Willem Watson as well. Oh, doesn't get the second turn, but nice first one. I think, I don't know, it's so tricky to tell whether you want to kick out on those turns or just stay with it. But this last one for Dom was really nice.
Yeah, pushing really hard here. Dom, I think he's been throwing some pretty decent heat totals all event long. And showing why, really pushing hard on the tail there. Standing tall on the ride out. 15 minutes remaining. A few scores still to lock through for us and then give us the heat picture. But a pretty close one. All surfers getting waves. Plenty of opportunity out there as that tide starting to fill in.
It's a funny kind of condition out there right now. I mean, we've seen the 6.25 lock in for Ben Spence and the 5.85. Few scores to come through for Dom Thomas. Mitchell Peterson's first was a 6. So lots going on, lots of good scores coming through, but no one's really in this heat broken into that excellent range. And when you do that on a day like today, it's like, oh, cool, I'm sweet. I think if you're getting a 6 anyway, you're half the way there. Let's see what Ben Spence can do. He's already got the heat lead right now. Lots of speed. Belts it for that first turn. Finds one of those inside little medium ones, and they look really fun. They kind of don't have those scary end sections, but he's going to try and stick with it. To take this one through to the inside, it kind of fattens out though, and you could see he's like, yeah, I'm going to save myself a fair bit of time in the paddle back out. But it's, particularly with those bigger ones, we saw Willem Watson do one nice turn and then kick out for the second. It's a real bargain whether you want to be hitting that turn or pulling off.
Yeah, absolutely. If you go the second one and there's not many points on offer, the paddle out really is not going to be worth the risk-reward ratio there. And then, Ben Spence with that 6.25, having a higher score earlier stages of the heat really frees you up to be a bit more selective and not as pressured when you're selecting waves out here. We saw Zave Huxtable, once he had his 7, he sort of just seemed like he was cruising, then picked the eyes out of it, got a couple backups really quickly while the other guys were being a bit more selective. So definitely pays dividends to get one big number here to open up your heat.
Yeah, I feel like as well, this Victorian surfers here in this event, they always just seem to be really shining through, and I think that's an amazing thing as well. So I don't know, is there anyone that you have your eyes set on to kind of take out this event in the Victorian clan that's still in it? In the Victorian clan that's still in it, definitely the man that just walked past in front of us, Xavier Huxtable. He's been absolutely in form, and he's firing, ready to go, knocking on the the door of CT qualification if he has a big result at Newcastle coming up
Yeah, he's just been surfing unbelievably well, Zave, and that performance he put on at Pipe did all Victorians extremely proud for sure.
Oh, absolutely. It was pretty amazing to see that. And I think as well, Zave is one of those surfers, even from memory from last year at Bells Beach, him having a great run. We'll get back to that though. This is live action. Ben Spence, nice first connection. This is a bigger section ahead of him. He doesn't even tag it too hard. He just times it really well, and you can see the power flowing through as well. Timing is everything in conditions like this, and that was a big turn for Dom Thomas. Really projects out off the end of that one too. So big turns going down for the men in this heat. Halfway through the men's round of 32, then we'll go women's round of 16, and then the men's round of 16 a little bit later as well, which is exciting. But Zave, I feel like the guys like Zave and Tully, and even the younger Victorians, Will and Watson in this heat as well, they do have that little bit of an edge, I think, in this event here at Phillip Island. They've come here a lot for Grom comps. It changes, it moves, and maybe they're just a little bit more in tune than, the other competitors from around Australia and also from Asia as well.
Yeah, getting used to those raw rip banks and then how quickly they can change, knowing when and how they're going to change as the conditions progress throughout the day. Really key local knowledge. You saw Joey Van Dyke, the local boy, utilising that well, but maybe 2 or 3 seconds late in that earlier heat. Unfortunate, but you got to be able to put yourself in the right positions, and then also, you need Mother Nature to give that opportunity to you as well.
For sure. It's we had the women had the opportunity yesterday to kind of decide if they wanted to surf in those smaller conditions for the women's QS in the round of 16, and they were like, you know what, there is waves out there for sure, but it's just a little bit too inconsistent and lully, and they were like, let's see how we go today. And I'm excited to see it. Oh, Dom Thomas takes to the sky. He's usually got those on lock, maybe just kind of pushing it away mid-air, but I remember him doing some huge airs in Japan last year. We had a QS 6000 over there, and then also in Cloud 9 as well. It was really cool to see Dom do that. Willem Watson right now, back to live action, goes left, opts for the backhand, carves for that first turn, and then tags it for the second one. Does really well to find that ride out. You could see the wobble in the waves, navigated the ocean really well to get that second turn completed.
Yeah, nice little exchange there. And to your point, Dom Thomas, I feel like last year in this event he was throwing some of the crazy punts and getting some of the biggest single wave scores. And a day like today really lends itself to that onshore wind helping out those big sections. Be good to see him throw and land a big one in this one. 9 minutes remaining. Ben Spence sitting pretty with a 6.75 and a 6.25 out in front. Yeah,
he's just been on lock right now. Like I said before, it feels like he hasn't really done anything absolutely insane, but his timing and just the turn placement on the sections have really helped him out so much as well. I've seen Ben do bigger turns than what we've seen today, so I do think like that timing from him has been where he's really been able to set himself aside, and he's been getting sixes for basically one turners as well, which is huge.
Yeah, and then really going to set yourself up to push even harder and harder. We had Dom Thomas with that one big turn. Looks like it came in at a 5.05, but a pretty big number needed to go up into first, a 7.95. So he'll probably be looking to take to the air to get that score, knowing Dom. And then Mitchell Peterson holding on to priority, 6-point ride, good one to have in the pocket, only chasing a 4.05 for second. And 8 minutes to do so.
Plenty of time. But then also not so much time as well when you're needing big scores like that. And I think it's within those 10 minutes that you're thinking, okay, I maybe got 1 or 2 more opportunities. It's, there's a lot of paddling. It's hard to get back out. So you've got to be really on with that wave selection out there right now. That really is so key in these, deciding moments of heats.
Yeah, for sure. So 7.5 minutes. If you're picking it well, getting a few turns in, kicking out well, you've probably got a chance for 2, 3, maybe 4 waves if you're lucky. But if you pick the wrong one, get stuck on the inside, you could be spending majority of that 7 minutes remaining paddling, watching your competitors get the scores that you needed.
Yeah. That's the worst thing as well, to be seeing your competitors out there just getting the good ones and doing, you know, really good surfing on that and extending their lead or getting the scores, and you're thinking, oh gosh, you know, how was I not there? You know, I had that priority, or I was in the position and took the wrong wave, and there's just so much that comes into it that you're really thinking like, oh, okay, you know, it's a lot about, you know, being in the spot, having the best opportunity to get the best waves, and just making the most of what you've got as well. This is what Willem Watson is going to try and do, needing a 5.8. Big first turn. You can see he just digs the nose in a little bit there, unfortunately for Willem. Almost felt like he was on his way to that 5.8.
Yeah, as you were watching, you're thinking, yeah, this is the wave and the opportunity to get that score. And if he hadn't dug the nose in, he was well on his way there, looking, you know, pretty quick out of the top of the lip there.
Absolutely. That was almost felt like that wave just cleaned up a little bit as well on the face, but yeah, these things happen. It's so frustrating when you take off and you're like, yes, I'm on the wave, and maybe he was a turn ahead of where he actually was on the wave. It's so tricky to remain present and composed when, you know, the time is ticking down. Ben Spence, he's just having fun out there. Beautiful placement, goes vertical for that first turn, gets that second carve in, finding his feet through to the inside. That board looking really sharp and smooth. Gets the finish, and that's almost like, okay, I might just hang out in here. I probably don't need to go all the way back out, but he's a competitor at heart, and he's not going to give anyone else an opportunity to get the jump on him. So this is a well-served wave for Ben.
Yeah, doing well here. He's got the pocket sixes, and you can see that pressure really lifting, and he's just a bit more freed up in his surfing as he links this smaller one through all the way to the inside, and then up, and then climbing up for the finish. And then he'll jump back on the Willamite treadmill and paddle back out into the lineup. But yeah, he's looking pretty safe for 7.95 needed for Dom in the wide in second to jump up to first. So once you've got those bigger scores and you're a bit more freed up, Willamite really becomes into a much bigger playground.
Yeah, there's so much space for everyone to, you know, either find their own peak or hang out by themselves, and you just see everyone, you know, hanging together, which I think is good. This is the best opportunity that they'll find out there today so far. But the last few days, we saw a lot of separation as well from the competitors. Some were surfing on this bank, some were a little bit, you know, more in front of the judges, some were a little bit further down the beach. There was so much separation that it was hard to really identify what bank was better. You know, because if you're out there by yourself, then you get the opportunity to choose the best wave. Whereas with other people, you have to fight in that priority rotation.
Yeah, and you can be out there by yourself, and if you're in the wrong spot, you're looking left and right down the beach, seeing opportunity pop up, and then the classic, you'll paddle down to the left, and then the opportunity will pop up on the right, and then vice versa.
Yeah. The amount of heats I've had out here with that happening is just heartbreaking. You're like, no, I did not want this to happen. Here we go. Mitchell Peterson, big connection there. Gets the ride out.
Yeah, Mitchell Peterson. So not a big score required. We teleported away with a little bit during that turn, but that should make things pretty interesting here.
Only needs a 4.05 as well. Not a big score.
Not a big score.
Mitchell, he's from the Sunshine Coast. He got to the quarterfinals of the Pro Junior, which was run 2 days ago. He's in the QS as well. He's still quite young, but he's got a bright future. He's a really, really dedicated surfer, and he's, you know, excited and happy to just, you know, keep getting better and progressing, which I think is, you know, how you need to be at this level, particularly when you're just sort of entering that QS phase.
Yep. Yeah, no, that's really good to hear. You've still got that excitement, and it's not turned into pressure and expectation, and that in itself is going to lead to progression and development of your skills.
Absolutely. And I think, you know, a lot of the competitors at this like stage now, or at this level, they're just happy to keep trying and doing things that are different and pushing their limits and pushing the limits of their fellow competitors, particularly this younger generation that's also coming through with the likes of Dom, Willem and Mitchell. You know, they're all in that level of, oh, you can do this, watch me do that better. You know, I think that's really cool.
Yeah, for sure. And great to see so many of them on the junior side doing really well in the men's QS as well.
Yeah, it's awesome. That feels like a new way for both the men's and the women's. It's great. Even a lot of the female pro junior athletes are still in the QS as well. It's just awesome to see the young guns just taking it.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, this is our stage now.
Yeah, that's it. The future looking bright.
Yeah, absolutely.
Shoving the old dogs over to the side. And Mitch Peterson on that last wave, situation change. The 5.6 got the score he needed.
Wow, that's huge off the back of that one turn. So he's like, help me out. I need to know the situation. They're not obviously, you can't quite tell on the screen, but they are sitting quite far out to sea. So listening to those scores is really important, getting that clear kind of understanding of where you're at. But a 5.6 for one turn, huge. Dom Thomas needs a 6.55 now, and Willem Watson looking for that 7.35 with just on 1 minute to do it. They've got opportunities. They just need to capitalize. Ben Spence doesn't even need this wave, but he's like, I want it. This is a good one. Deep off the bottom, big, strong first turn, and absolutely disappears. Unfortunately, just gets a little bit eaten by that whitewash, but that was a really beautiful wave. Mitchell Peterson looking to defend here. Looks like he's going to try and find that air section. Goes to the air, gets, wow, the ride out as well. Looks like he might have got a little grab there, but couldn't quite tell. And then Dom Thomas, he needs a decent score, 6.55 to jump up into second. If Mitchell Peterson doesn't extend, let's see what happens on the inside here for Dom. With 10 seconds to go in this heat, this is going to be his last chance to really get that 6.55 that he's looking for. Finds a finish. I'm not too convinced that that's going to be the score. What do you think?
Yeah, it's hovering right around it. That 6.55. Mitchell Peterson had that 2 big turns, only got a 5.6. So was that wave big enough? Did it have the sections for Dom Thomas? Who knows? He linked together those first 2 really nicely.
Yeah, he did. It's going to be a tricky score to kind of lock in for the judges. It feels like Ben Spence is safe. A 6.75 and a 6.25. He's in the lead. Mitchell Peterson, he's currently sitting in second. Dom Thomas waiting on that last score of his to lock in. Unfortunately, Willem Watson he didn't get the opportunity to find that 7.35 in the back part of that heat.
Yeah, and the wave that probably would have offered that score was the one Ben Spence was on, and Ben fell off. No harm, no foul for him. He's still going to progress, you'd think. Waiting on this score to lock in.
Judges really considering it. It's an important score for Dom Thomas. Mitchell Peterson is thinking, it's an important score for me too. I need to know. 6 and a 5.6 for Mitchell Peterson. It looks like Dom Thomas, don't think he got the score in that last heat. So we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with heat number 5 right after this.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
It's been a crazy morning already of surfing and up and riding straight away. Jarvis Earl on his backhand. Strong whippy connection there for Jarvie. Finds a completion as well. So strong surfing from Jarvis. He'll be taking on Kutut Agus, Ben Lorenzen and Taj Stokes. I'm True Styling. Join in the booth with Finn Murphy. Good morning.
Good morning, True. How are you?
So good. So good. It's nice to be on the mic with you again.
Yeah, it's awesome. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming.
Super excited to be back on the island. I was saying to Rob, I haven't really been here for a little while, so it's nice to be back. I love this part of the world.
Yeah, it's pretty beautiful. I actually haven't been here for a fair few years now. I think the last event was maybe a QS. It could have been before that. So it's nice to be back and experiencing it. It's got that really great, authentic kind of environment and characteristics. It's so cool.
Oh, the Bass Coast Shire is such an awesome place. Like for events, fishing. If you like the go-karts, you can come down here. They used to do the MotoGP here. It's such an awesome place. There's so much to do around here. And if you go down the coast to Sandy Point and places like that, you're going to find some awesome waves.
I even got the chance to go to the Penguins the other night.
Oh, how was it?
I loved it. There was so many that came through. It was so special. I was like, oh my God, all these penguins. And when the one starts and then it's like talks to all of his friends to come in as well, I just thought it was the cutest thing ever.
Yeah, it's awesome. I've been there. Went there a couple of years ago, and every time I come back, I want to go and check it out even more. Like,
yeah,
it's so awesome coming to watch them come in, and you can literally watch them go from the ocean to their doorstep. It's
literally
sick.
It's so cool. Well, we had scores lock in a 5.75 for Jarvis Earl. Taj Stokes locked in a 4.5 for his first wave, and just a small score for Kutut Agus. He also came to the Penguins the other night. Kutut did as well. He was like, I want to take one back to Bali. I was like, yeah, let's do it. I'll help you.
Adopt a penguin.
Yeah, which you actually can adopt a little penguin.
Really?
There. Yeah.
Oh,
I don't
that's
think you
sick.
can take them, but
yeah, but you can support their
support their
you
journey.
can pay for their dinner and stuff.
Yeah.
Buy them lunch.
Exactly. This is a pretty big heat as well for Taj Stokes and Ben Lorenzen. They're pretty much family. Taj and Gia Lorenzen have been dating for a couple of years. I know she's watching online as well. She was very nervous this morning because Gia's brother is also in this heat. So crazy heat for the two of them, particularly with this last event of the year. It's an important QS 4000, particularly for those Challenger Series points as well.
Yeah, a lot of points in this one. There's a lot on the line, like you said, True. It's a big event. It's the last one of the season, and yeah, there's going to be some a lot of nerves out in the water, I reckon.
Yeah, I agree. There's going to be nerves. There's going to be big upsets. Hopefully, big wins as well. I mean, it's a little bit of victory out at sea out there today. It's challenging, it's tricky, but I do think that it really gives a lot of the competitors the opportunity to showcase their best surfing.
Oh, 100%. Some of those sections that have been standing up for these surfers have been pretty psycho, and it's going to be awesome watching these boys just go full tilt. I can't wait.
Yeah, absolutely. There's some big sections in that last heat. Ben Spence kind of had it in the first maybe 5 or 10 minutes. He just got 2 good sixes and just kept bettering, so that was really cool to see. Mitchell Peterson got it in the last minute. This is Kutut Agus just finding a bit of a straight one there, unfortunately, just running off the bank. So Kutut kicks out from Indonesia. He took out the Sheung Korea Open last year, which was awesome to see for Kutut. He ended up having a really good year. He actually qualified for the Challenger Series a couple of years ago, but before the first event, he broke his ankle.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, and was out for the whole year. And it was really, really devastating.
That's heartbreaking. Yeah.
Yeah, he was like, what do you mean? What do you mean this is happening? I think he even did it it was when the Challenger Series was at Snapper.
Oh,
A
yeah.
couple of years ago, and Mikey Madonna won, and yeah, he broke his ankle not too long before that. It was pretty hectic.
Man, that event was so good to watch.
Yeah, it was amazing. You can see the rankings here. Katut sitting at 4th, so that yellow line is the cutoff line for Challenger Series qualification. Bronson Mady and Kei Kobayashi didn't make it to this event. They've gone, you know what, we're quite far ahead. We're gonna just chill out. Dylan Wilcoxon, he's still in the event, as well as Katut and Riaru. So hoping that they can continue to keep climbing up that leaderboard and solidify that Challenger Series campaign.
Oh, 100%. Watching boys go from the QS to the Challenger is pretty awesome, and it's awesome to see them surf against those Challenger servers. They might not have come across them as much because it's quite like kind of an age gap in the Challenger. You got some older guys and some real young crew. So it's awesome to see those guys that have never surfed a Challenger heat before go on to that league, and sometimes they even just dominate straight away, which is awesome.
Yeah, it's really cool to see that. I mean, even thinking in the women's, Tia Zabrowski's 14 or 15 and she's just qualified.
Nuts. I can remember a couple of years ago when she won the Grom Search, or maybe runner-up in the International Grom Search, and now I'm watching her in the Challenger and it's like, I can't believe it.
Yeah.
Like,
she's amazing.
so young.
She's so young, and she just has that incredibly mature approach so early on. I'm almost thinking how, the more that she grows and gets older and has more experience in competing, she's going to be unbeatable.
You can only just imagine. Like, she's so young. She's still got 10 years before she's kind of like... Well, the median age of a pro surfer is probably like 25-ish. She's, 15, 16? So give her another 10 years. She's probably going to be the next Kelly Slater, winning 11 world titles.
Imagine. That would be awesome, actually. That would be so cool. I mean, I'm really looking forward to seeing her at Bells this year. It's obviously the first CT, which is super exciting, Finn.
Yeah, I can't wait. I'm looking forward to Bells. I love it. It's obviously like I'm from there, so it's awesome to watch all the pros come into town and see them surf my home beaches and see how they approach it. And you think the guys in the local lineup, like, you go, oh, that guy rips. He surfs it so well. And then you watch Jack Robbo come and you're like, whoa. The level of surfing is just insane. And I think a lot of people that don't get to come down to even QS events or CT events, it just doesn't come across as good, you know?
Absolutely. I think as well, you see that and it really excites you and it inspires the local young surfers. Oh, big connection there for Benny Lorenzen. That was a strong turn. His backhand is just so lethal. I get so excited watching him competing. He got one of his best results last year at NIAS, making it to the quarterfinals. Jarvis Earl, he's been out of the Rashi for a little while. Feels like this one is, a little bit of a warm-up for the Newcastle Challenger Series. Unfortunately, Jarvis had a bit of a knee injury also in that South Korea event as well. But he's coming back, and we're excited.
Yeah, we were talking about that this morning, injuries, and nothing worse than watching all your mates going around the world surfing these awesome spots and you just stuck at home kind of watching, twiddling your thumbs. Yeah. But I reckon he's been training, hitting the gym hard. He's that replay of Ben's one, just kind of lit that one up. It's nice to see that full commitment. It's kind of tricky out there this morning. You can get those medium ones and try and get 3 to 4 turns, or just go hard or go home on the larger ones.
Yeah, they're two very different approaches. I think, from the heats that I've seen, the judges are loving that commitment and that, as you said, go hard or go home approach. And those smaller ones that do kind of allow 4 to 5 turns, I just think that they lack that moment and that real impact 100%. That you would get.
Yeah, because even I was down on the beach before, and the vibe on the beach is you watch someone do a massive hammer on his closeout section, everyone's like, whoa, like crazy. Like, that's what we want to see. We come down here to see that commitment and to see them just going absolutely crazy. So we see Katut up and riding, just losing the raft there. Or yeah, we can get those 4 to 5 turns and they kind of just cut back, roundhouse. Nothing too exciting, but I mean, as long as you're getting your scores on the board, that's all that matters, really.
Yeah, absolutely. It's some heats you are just progressing through with doing
Yeah.
4 turns on waves, and other heats
Kind of
it's-
going through the motions.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, we saw a 5-7-5 lock in for Jarvis's first wave. That was that one big moment, a 4 on his last one. So, you know, it feels like it's starting to get, I don't know, maybe I'm being too optimistic, but maybe a little bit more manageable out there right now.
I think it is, definitely. I got down here real early this morning. I was kind of hoping to go for a surf, but I had a look and I was like, nah, it's not for me. But watching it, people free surf this morning compared to now, it's definitely more manageable. It was kind of all over the joint this morning. Didn't even really know, well, personally, I didn't even know where the bank was. I was like, oh, it could be anywhere in a 100-metre radius. But these guys have found the spot, and yeah, it definitely looks like it's easier to find some nicer ones.
Yeah, it feels like they've identified it early. Big first turn there for Taj Stokes. He just pulls square, missing that second. That's when, you know, I was talking with James actually about it in that last heat. And you look at moments like that and you're thinking, oh, you know, do I go for that second big connection, or do I forgo it to just have that completion and
Yeah.
stick with it? You know, it's a really tricky decision to make, and it's one that's either going to work or it's not.
Especially depending on where you're sitting in the heat. If you're third and you need a 5 or a 6, it's kind of like, oh, do I kind of play it safe, or do I try get that extra turn, maybe get an extra 1.5 and move into second or first? So tricky out there.
Yeah.
And I could imagine it's blowing fairly onshore. It's going to be hard for these competitors to hear what's actually going on.
Absolutely. That makes it so tough as well. You know, you want to be knowing the scores and what's going on, but I think that's also a good opportunity for them to self-reflect and be like, oh, okay, I think it was a 4.
Yeah.
You know, or if you think it's a 5, maybe, you know, bring it down a little bit for a moment so that you can kind of guess where you're sitting at in the leaderboard and with the scores and things like that. And it's tough for 25-minute heats. They go so quickly as well.
Yeah, 100%. Us watching it's like 25 minutes is like, feels like they have enough time, but once you paddle out, get 2 waves, paddle them back out, it's like bang, there's 10 minutes.
Yeah.
You're like, wow, where does the time go?
Yeah, it's insane. Even that's also what I was saying to James in that last heat. It feels like it really means that you've got to be way more on with your wave selection. You know,
Yeah,
really switched on.
Kind of
with
got to
that.
be pretty picky.
Yeah, so picky, but then also not too selective so that you're not giving yourself enough time to get back out.
Yeah.
Because I know that my arms would be probably struggling to get myself back
Yeah.
out there, but yeah, you just gotta. They're all athletes here, and they train hard for conditions like this, and you got to be prepared for anything.
Yeah, especially coming down to Victoria, you kind of have to be prepared for these kind of waves, as we see Taj taking off. Nice first turn, or just gets that one. That's not bad at all. We'll see if that betters his 3.65.
It's an important event here for Taj Stokes. Last year, he was at this event, missed out on qualification by 1 spot for the Challenger Series. So it's a really, really important heat for him here for Taj Stokes. Wants to keep progressing to re-qualify or to actually qualify for his maiden year. Big turn. Really, you could see the energy and the, you know, passion
See
that he had.
the emotion.
Yeah. I love that. I love when you can quite easily identify how much it means to a surfer just on how they're surfing and approaching these waves.
Oh, awesome. When you see someone come down to the beach and they're all fired up, paddling out to the heat, and yeah, you can just see they're surfing with raw emotion. They want to get this heat. They want to make it through, and it's just awesome to see the passion that these surfers have. And you look on the World Tour, you look at people like Italo Ferreira, and how they just have so much passion and they love the sport, and it's just awesome to see these surfers really show us that.
Yeah.
You have some surfers that kind of nonchalant, just go out there, get it done, don't give us much, but when you can see that these surfers are really fighting out there, if you want to say that, it's awesome to see.
Absolutely. It's the last event of the year. It's an important one. You know, the surfers need to bring their A game. Katut unfortunately found another kind of straight one there, flying down the line. It's tricky, you know. Ketut, he's from Indonesia, surfs and has been surfing his whole life in boardies. He's never really had to put wetties on too much, and that would, you know, come into play a lot.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he'd probably be in a 4-3 and just trying to paddle back out. You know, surfing in winter here, you have to be in a 4-3, booties, and sometimes it feels like you're paddling in a straight jacket.
That's
So it's tough.
I don't know how you do it.
Oh, it's tough. I try not to sometimes. If you have a good 3-2, you can get away with it.
Yeah, wow.
Make sure it's good though.
It's going to be warm.
Yeah,
Sealed.
warm, not a single leak, and you got to take care of them. You got to take care of your wetties down here.
Yeah, wow. I was saying to Ty and a couple of others the other day, I was like, I haven't actually put a wetsuit on in a very long time. Jarvis looks comfortable out there though. Good first turn, and he just goes, yep, that's enough for me. He's so whippy, and looks like he hasn't even missed a beat since that injury.
Oh, I know. It's like he's been surfing all year. Like, he comes back straight away. He's found the groove. I guess for him, though, it's probably just like riding a bike, eh?
Absolutely. He's been doing it for so long, and just, you know, getting back out there, just this muscle memory.
Yeah. You saying you haven't put on a wetsuit
Oh,
for a while?
yeah. I haven't put a wetsuit on in probably since Bell's last year.
Wow.
Yep.
I'm jealous. Well, to be fair, though, I haven't really been wearing my wetty. The water's been warmer, and I've been getting away with a wetty top for the past couple months. But I've packed the 3-2 down here just in case I want to go for a surf. I reckon it's going to be a bit colder.
Yep. I've heard it's a bit fresh out there.
Yeah.
For sure.
As long as you stay moving, though, that's the aim of the game. Keep
Yeah.
moving around.
See, I'd
Try and stay warm.
I'd be a steamer in the morning, a short arm in the heat like Jarvis.
Yeah.
Gives you a little bit more freedom to do things like that. Jarvis Earl.
Sick.
So much speed and power with his surfing. He's just looking so switched on out there and comfortable in these conditions. He's like, yep, I'm good. I did 2 pretty strong turns. I feel like that's definitely going to go into the top 2 as well. Jarv just getting back into that rip to try and make it easier for him to get back out. Priority is with Ben Lorenzen, though. He has that one wave of 4.75, needs a 4.81 at this stage to move up into second. But we're waiting on scores for Taj and also Jarvis to lock in as well. So that could change the situation for Ben and Ketut.
That one from Jarvis was sick.
Huge.
Perfect wave there. And he'd be pretty stoked to find a nice left. Here's that replay. See him taking off. That first section, super critical, and just absolutely lights it up. Lays back into that other section. I thought we might see something else. He does a little bit of a cheeky foam climb there and then reforms and, like I said, jumps into that rip. Gets the escalator back out to the lineup.
It's pretty smart to just stay with that wave. and
Super
just gonna
smart. Super smart.
Make it easier. Here we go, live action. Ben Lorenzen on his backhand, the Sunny Coast Surfer. Oh, big belt, but
Oh, it doesn't
unfortunately
make it.
goes, wow, that was so unlucky for Benny. He just went down. He's got 7 minutes. Needs a 4.81. I mean, still really strong surfing here, Finn.
Yeah, opens it up with a bit of a hook under the lip, and then this is where he just goes bang on this end section here. Would expect some pretty psycho scores if we saw him right out of that. It's a nice 3-piece combo. I love watching backhand surfing. I reckon, as a goofy footy myself, I reckon it's just awesome watching these guys go 12 o'clock on these huge sections is like kind of a favourite for me.
Do you have a favourite goofy footer?
Oh, favourite goofy footer. I don't know. It's kind of hard because, to be honest, I don't really watch heaps of goofy foot surfing. I'm a big Taj Burrow fan, so I watch a lot of him.
Ooh.
But favourite goofy, hard to say. I really like Rye Craig from WA, which is kind of a random one.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I love his style of surfing, and all those guys from the 90s, early 2000s. I love watching all their edits and stuff. So probably Rye. Yeah, he's sick.
That's awesome. Anyone in this event that you're thinking is a standout for you, like just on paper, names-wise?
Oh, well, Harley Walters, I've heard he's been absolutely ripping, and he's like, I always tune into his heats as much as I can. Willis Droomer, he always does pretty well down here on the island. He's been coming over here for years, so I'll be keen to see his heat. I think he's up next, actually.
Yeah.
And Zave as well, we saw him win his heat. He's just been on fire this year. It's so good to see.
It's been awesome.
We haven't really had heaps of Vicos do super well on the Challenger Series, so it's been awesome to see him, his campaign, especially at Pipe, and I'll be keen to see him at Newcastle.
Yeah, for sure. I'm excited for that too. Even Tully's coming up in the next heat
Yeah.
as well. He's a big, powerful, goofy footer. Yesterday he was like, I want to surf tomorrow. Put us on tomorrow.
Oh, Tully would be so keen. These conditions really suit him. I think his big backhand surfing, he needs those larger faces to really open up, and I think these conditions are really going to be in his favour.
Yeah, absolutely. It's yeah, they're pretty important moments. And I think, you know, when you have that power and that it's just that behind you, being able to be strong and really confident out there in conditions like this, it just sets you so far ahead. And for someone like Tully, and also for Zave, and even for Benny Lorenzen right now, wow, that was a big connection there for Benny. You can see he really shines with that confidence, and you see that personality shine through when he gets more and more confident in heats.
Yeah, there's a lot of, talking about Taj Barrow, he's a big confidence-based surfer, so it can be tricky if you have two first waves and you don't really feel like they went that well. You can get in your head and start kind of freaking out almost, but if you're putting it together and feeling really good, then that's where some surfers just absolutely shine.
Yeah, there's a lot of different tactics. Some people like to keep it humble. I think Ethan Ewing, in that, you know, he doesn't really, very rarely see him claim. You very rarely see him, you know, put himself in conditions or positions where he's, you know, has to really show that personality in heats. And then you see someone, you know, like a Felipe Toledo or an Italo Ferreira, and you see that quite quickly. It's cool to see the different approaches and who these surfers are.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes, like, what are your thoughts on the claims and being nonchalant and stuff like that? Sometimes it's like can be a bit of a grey area with a claim. If you think, like, as a surfer, you might think it's a lot better than it actually was, than it looked on the beach. But I don't know, personally, I liked it. I like to see someone throw their hands up and look up at the judges' tower. Because, they're giving us that emotion that everyone wants to see.
Agreed. I don't mind a no claim every now and then. I think they're cool. It's like, I know that it was good and so do you. I don't have to, like, reiterate that. I kind of love it. But then when you see people get so excited just from that pure feeling of, I just got one of the best waves I've had in a really long time. When you see that, I'm like, this is... You can see how much it means to them.
Yeah, it's awesome to see that. Like... They might do a sick air or even get a little bit of a head dip, and they're like, yeah, come on, like, how good was that? Look at that.
Give me an 8. It's quite funny. I love it. I think, you know, I used to be super against it, but now that I'm seeing it more and more, I'm like, wait, I actually love the passion.
Yeah, it used to be kind of a rarer thing, especially in these QS events.
Oh, wow. Taj.
It's a big drop.
He just got absolutely eaten on that end section. That was crazy. He needed a score as well. A 5.21 Taj needed to move up into second, because that last wave of Benny Lorenzen was a 5.5. So, wow, it's Jarvis Earl and Benny Lorenzen moving on through to that next heat. We have heat number 6 coming right up. James Wilson-Brown is going to come in the booth with Finn Murphy. Don't go anywhere.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Alrighty, we're back into the heat number 6 of the round of 32. Finn Murphy here with James Wilson-Brown. James, how are you, mate?
Yeah, very well, Finn. Honoured to commentate beside you. And who have we got? We've got Willis Droomer in the red in this one, J. Okalupo in the blue, Tully Wiley finalled last year in the green, and then Rico Haybiddle in the white. Should be another cracking heat.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking excited for this one. A couple of boys from Torquay, current world champions, you could call them, just off a fresh win at the Usher Cup for the world's team title. So I'm sure those boys were pretty chuffed up there after winning that one. And this is Rico Haybiddle from Burleigh Heads, starting his campaign. 2 really nice turns there and finds a finish. Great start to his heat. We saw Willis Droomer get one really early on, a 4.75. He wasted no time whatsoever. What do you think of that last one, James?
Yeah, that's a great start to your heat, Rico in the white there. And that's what you want to be doing here in Woolies. It's really going to take the pressure off as we've got Willis's replay up and riding here. You mentioned Willis surfing really well for Torquay board riders at the Usher Cup, getting them that 10K. And Willis was dropping decent scores all event long. But here's Rico's wave, Finn.
Yeah, this thing was sick. Really well put together. Read this thing like an absolute book and finds a finish. Rides out as cool as a cucumber.
Yeah, there you go. So we saw Willis's wave. That came in at a 4.75 for that one section. The nice 2-turn link and the finish. Definitely going to get the nod there from the panel, and it has, yes. So that one coming through as a 6. And here goes Tully Wiley. We know what he's going to do out here.
Bang!
One big section and absolutely slams it on that powerful backhand.
It's pretty cool to see Tully surfing out here. I know he's got a broken finger, so I was coming into this event, I was like, I don't know if Tully's going to be in it or not. I wasn't sure, but must have got the sports tape out, wrapped it up, and here he is on the backhand, just crashing that section, and that's what he does best, is just going full tilt and throwing everything into a section. It's awesome to see.
Yeah, and we know that is what's going to get you the scores out here today. And then case on point, that Tully Wiley is 7.25. So in the driver's seat now, J. Okalupo with priority. We'll be looking to get a wave with a couple big sections there. Yeah, early stages though, 20.5 minutes remaining. And last year's finalist, Tully Wiley, great start there, 7.25.
Yeah, awesome start to the heat. 20 minutes remaining and locking in a 7.25 he'd be really comfortable, I'm sure. So I reckon he's going to camp out the back for a little bit in this heat and just kind of watch the waves come through, see what's going on, and I'm keen to see what else he's got for us.
Yeah, 6s and 7s really are getting you through at the moment. I know you love that number combo there, Finn.
It's not bad.
So, yeah, Jarvis L taking out the last heat with a 12.25. Tully will be feeling pretty confident with that 7.25 locked in already. Still plenty of opportunities coming through the lineup. Got the tide coming up throughout the day, so should get better and better. And then right in this midsection, we'll get some really good opportunity. Hopefully this bank cooperates for the competitors.
Yeah, there's always flurries of waves coming through, which is awesome. And James, you're a local to Phillip Island, mate. We were talking about the penguins. You've obviously spent a bit of time down there, but what's kind of your favourite thing about this Bass Coast region?
Oh, it definitely is the variety of waves and the opportunities you can get if you're willing to go and hunt for them. If you're dedicated, you can go and get a bank all to yourself. Was talking to Jav Sinanis, a local board rider member here who has a few secret spots up the coast where he says he can ride his e-bike up and down and pick banks all to himself. And he's almost getting lonely, getting a few barrels on the beaches alone. So
that sounds terrible, doesn't it?
Yeah, not what you want, but definitely a very special area in terms of waves and nature itself. You mentioned the penguins. the Phillip Island Nature Parks look after this surfing reserve here where we are currently sitting on Cape Woolamai. And you can't see it, but down to the left, really picturesque cliffs here with the pinnacles. Screensaver worthy stuff here.
Oh,
so
100%.
A beautiful part of the world.
Every time I come here, I love it. Been coming here for years and years and years, and I could not recommend it enough to anyone. It's such an awesome place. Even if you're not surfing, and like I was saying, true fishing, so much stuff to do down here. And yeah, like you said, James, you can just get so many waves by yourself. It's awesome.
Yeah, and then lots of beaches in different, facing different ways, so all sorts of conditions can lend yourself to a surf. You don't have to wait for that one set of conditions like a lot of other places are locked into, which, is a real blessing of this part of the world for sure. And we've seen blue 4.65, so we've got the order set out here, and then it's Tully Wiley looking strong out in front with that 7.25. You imagine he'll be waiting for another one of those big sections to crack.
Oh, 100%. He'd be waiting for those larger waves to come through. You know, Charlie Wiley's one of those surfers where he sees a big wave come through and he goes, yeah, mate, I'm on this thing. I'm going to absolutely tear this thing apart. Here's Willis Dreamer by the looks of it. We're keen to see a replay on that one. So Willis and Tully, those guys shared heaps of heats together from state rounds to just local board riders. So this is pretty familiar. I wonder if that's a good feeling for those guys surfing together in a heat, or it's kind of bittersweet because, you know, it's a kind of a dog eat dog series, the qualifying series. It's kind of every man for themselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you'd wonder how they'd have a look at each other. You'd imagine they'd probably just see the coloured rashi.
Yeah, I reckon.
Right now, Tully Wiley definitely going to be seeing red regardless. Priority and a 7.25. He'll be looking to really put the clamps on the rest of the heat here as you see Willis pushing that progression and then just going incomplete there. We know that that's sort of his wheelhouse there. Expecting to see some big airs from Willis with this onshore wind.
Yeah, Willis loves taking it to the air. That last one was a bit chop-hop-like, but it's nice to see that he's going for it, you know. We saw an air from, I can't remember who it was a couple heats ago, but I think there's definitely going to be plenty of opportunity for these guys to show what's going on up in the sky.
Yeah, that's it. And Dylan Wilcoxon earlier on in the day threw down that nice alley-oop, decent 7-point ride, and ended up just edging out the local boy Joey Van Dyke. And then heartbreaking to see poor Joey get the wave he needed and put the surfing to it about 2 seconds after the hoot had gone. So unlucky there for Joe. Another local boy coming up in the draw, Harry DeRoth. We'll be seeing him in the next heat. But eyes on the two current Victorians, Tully and Willis, out in the water.
Yeah, these boys, Tully and Willis, we keep yarping on about them. Just because, you know, they're such good surfers and they can surf Phillip Island to a T. They've been coming here for years, whether it's stuff to do with board riders. The board riders battle is always over here for Victoria. State rounds, junior rounds, and, you know, Aussie titles as well even. So these boys are always familiar here. Willis Drumar, he's got some family over in San Remo, so he's always popping his head in.
Yeah, that's it. And family playing a big role, and I'm sure Jay Okalupo gets a lot of surf support from his family with his lineage. So Phillip Island, no stranger to competing, and then the Okalupos, no stranger to professional surfing. And yeah, Jay with a 4.65 at the moment, currently sitting in last place, but it's really anyone's game. Only the one keeper score so far for each surfer. Tully with the best of it. Rico, really decent start there with a 6, the surfer out in New Zealand. And yeah, Tully with priority, Rico second priority. So hopefully those guys will be looking to go 1 and 2 on the decent set waves once those opportunities come through. But we've seen earlier that once those surfers have got a couple of 6s, they've really been freed up to go and explore the lineup, and they've really built the house, so to speak, and put the pressure on the rest of the heat.
Yeah, like you were saying, Jimmy, there's kind of anyone's game at the moment. There's still 13 and a half minutes, and like watching the screen right now, we can see that wave there. I probably would have gone that, but I guess that's why I'm sitting in here and not out there, you know.
Yeah, he had a decent scratch at it, so you're guessing Rico probably wanted that one, as he's going to lose second priority and drop down in the order. And who's going to be stepping up? So that's Jay. Yeah, Jay really needing a score here. With that 4.65, he'll be looking to match something around Tully's number.
Willis looks like he's having a bit of a suss of this one. So here's Willie D from Torquay on the backhand and just decides, nah, don't want anything to do with that. So decides to kick out. He'll make his way back to the lineup, but Tully's sticking fat with priority. He's in a really good spot here with that 7.25.
Yeah, Willie D from Torquay, that's got a nice ring to it. But probably a nicer ring would be knowing you have a 7.25 in your heat total. 12.5 minutes remaining. Bit of a slower heat this one, not as much opportunity coming through the lineup. So Tully staying selective, stoic out the back. And yeah, we'll be looking to back that one up.
Yeah, it's exciting seeing these guys go full tilt on these bigger sections. Like you said, there hasn't been heaps of opportunity. But James, going back to you, mate, local Phillip Islander, have you been surfing around here much?
Yeah, I've been surfing quite a bit, really lucky too. And again, it's not about me, it's about the area. It's so beautiful down here. There's so many different waves and opportunities on each side of the coast. If you know where to go and hunt, and on days like this when the swell's up here at Woolamai and the wind's gone southerly, that other side of the Phillip Island out towards where the Penguin Parade is, there's some great opportunities to go and get some clean waves.
Yeah, being on an island, like you said, there's literally a spot to surf every single day. And that's why I love coming down here, because I know I'm going to get waves. There's great people, great food. It's just a great community down here on the island.
Yeah, it's a, in winter it's a slow, sleepy pace, really small, tight-knit community, but we have big events just like this one, which really transform the island. You've got the Grand Prix and the Formula Ones that come down, and the island goes absolutely psycho for those. But out in the water, we've got a few competitors really needing that second score, and here goes Willis looking for that one now. Chunky section to drop through, and then tags that one nicely. Second bonus section, and knowing he needs a second score, maybe surfing it a little bit safer, but riding out clean there.
Yeah, so Willis staying busy in this one. He's in third, so he is chasing his score. It's not a huge score, but here's that replay. So, yeah, nice two-turn combo. Kind of playing it safe, I would say. But I reckon we're going to see him move into second place just under Tully Wiley. Tully's still sitting in that real comfortable spot.
Yeah, 10 minutes remaining. Willis is probably going to be the only surfer with a sort of a keeper score. Two keeper scores in his lineup here, so that'll free him up here to push a lot harder. We'll see how that sort of heat strategy plays off versus Tully just sitting and waiting. Oh, it looks like Tully had a look at one and went incomplete. So here goes Rico looking to back up that 6. Definitely tags that first section, kicking the tail out. So nice little combo there for Rico. We'll wait to see how those sit with the panel. You mentioned the wide variety of waves down here, Finney. Any locations that tickle your fancy the best?
Oh, I mean, Cape Woolamai, where we are today, is an awesome wave. Right Point's always pretty fun, and Smith's Beach has always got some nice waves. But I think Woolies is definitely the favourite for me. Doesn't necessarily need to be the bank that we're surfing today. Can go down to Magic Lands and genuinely. Normally it's a bit quieter down there, which is nice. Had some awesome sessions down there with you and your brothers, and local legend Mitch Valor. I've also surfed with him down here, and it's also good to get down here and get amongst it. There's Tully Wiley again. Looks like just got a bit hung up on that last one. But it looks like he's looking to extend his lead. Those other surfers really starting to bite his heels, as we saw Rico and Willis get 2 waves. A wave each, I should say.
Yeah, let's have a look what Tully got done here. That first turn looked really nice here. Patient off the bottom, and then that power in the backhand, and then was on his way to that backup score. And then just going on over the back there, so not as much water pushing back at him on that second section. So we'll wait for the numbers to go through from that exchange. It's going to be pretty tight. 8 minutes remaining. Should be a cracker to finish off this heat here. Round of 32, heat 6. Men's QS, and then going into the women's QS round of 16 after this in a few heats' time.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the women's side of the draw. Of course, we've been running the Pro Junior here today, and we saw Willow Hardy take it out yesterday. She's such a powerful young surfer from WA, and we also saw Ocean Lancaster win the men's side of the Pro Junior. Ocean, he's been a standout for me in the junior rankings for a fair while now, whether it's Scrum Search events or Aussie title events. He's always surfing just unbelievably well. He just surfs well beyond his years, and I'm sure if you're just free surfing, you saw him paddle out, saw what he can do with the board under his feet, you'd probably think he was fresh off the tour. He surfs insane.
Yeah, you know when you see his name in the draw that you're probably going to be seeing it again and again and again all the way through the finals, and that's what happened as he took this one out. And currently in the lead here, Tully Wiley, that little back up of 3.5, and Rico's wave a 4, and Willis with a 5, so it's going to be super close here. Willis only chasing 5.01, and he's looking for it now. Smaller little inside wave, and yeah, he knows that's not going to get him the biscuits, so to speak, so he'll kick back out.
Yeah, so kind of getting on to the sharper things in this heat, coming on to 6 minutes remaining. This is where it can get a bit tricky. Scores start to get locked in, and you know, the last thing you want is to be without priority, needing a score, and there's 5 minutes and the Ocean kind of turns off. And this heat, like you said, Jimmy, it's been real slow in this one. So J-Ock and Willie D are both needing some scores to advance into the next round, and you know, just looking out to the Ocean, hopefully we're going to see an opportunity for these boys.
Yeah, fingers crossed we get to see another decent wave from each of the competitors, and they all get a chance here to progress through. Probably feeling the most comfortable at the moment, you'd think it'd be Tully with that 7.25 hanging in there. And yeah, if he had gone complete on that second turn, that 3.5, he would have been in a really good position, but it's going to be super tight. So Willis in third, 9.75 heat total. Rico in second, 10-point heat total, and then Tully 10.75. So a point between third, second and first. It's definitely going to come back to the quality of that second wave.
And looks like we're going to see a set rolling through now. So we can see some motion in the Ocean, and looks like this is Rico Haybiddle taking off. Nice section to start off, lights it up, bit of an air drop as well. Couldn't get a second section there, but all gas, no brakes in that first section. Love the commitment there from the young fella. And looks like Jay Okalupos also having a look at this one. Oh, just getting it caught unstuck, unable to put that back into the foam there. That's that chatter that I was talking about earlier on this morning really coming into play, and that's that one from Rico. What'd you think of that, James?
Yeah, no, that's going to do him a world of good. Projecting out of the lip there, surfing with plenty of speed, and then when those sections come, you've really got to attack them, and Rico doing exactly that. So anything better than a 4 will improve his position. 4.76 will get him all the way up into first. You'd have to think, based on the numbers and the surfing, it's going to be right around that mark of getting him the nod, which is going to make things pretty tricky for the rest of the field. But what have we got? 3.5 minutes remaining. Still plenty of time, and if you're in the right position, the right opportunity comes towards you, you're going to get that big section. And if you can hit it right, hit it with power, just as Tully did on that 7.25, you're going to be right in the money. And then, right as we say that, Rico's coming through a 7-point ride. So Rico goes to first, and that's exactly what you need to do. Get that big section and then absolutely tag it.
Yeah, so big risk and big reward there. Going full tilt on that section, and that's obviously what the judges have been wanting to see, is these surfers just go ham, cheese, tomato on these huge stand-up tall waves here. So Rico, yes, sitting in first place with 3 minutes to go. Tully still in a pretty good spot here in second, and Willis and Jay needing a 5 and a 6, so kind of an awkward time for them now. They really need to start working out what's going on out there and try find some opportunity. Looks like Rico had a bit of a sus there. He's got 4th prior, so he's kind of just cruising, doing his own thing now.
Yeah, not a massive number needed for any of the competitors to move up here in the heat standing. Tully with priority will definitely be looking to improve on that 3.5. You see Rico going to stay busy. Kicks the tail out the back, drifting for a little while, and then throwing too much at the kitchen sink there. So leave the dishes for later. Don't do those now.
And Willis had to suss that wave. I dare say he's going to lose 2nd priority now. So he had a bit of a sus, maybe he'll hold on to 2nd, but yeah, he's really going to need to find some something out there, you know. There's not much at the moment, but that's the great thing about Cape Woolamai is, well, we saw it yesterday. It could be dead flat, and today is kind of 6-foot sets coming through almost, 4 foot. J-Ock having a look here. Talk us through this one, James. Oh,
yeah, quick one there, Finn.
Yeah, very quick, very quick.
But yeah, those big sets definitely rolling through the lineup and closing out across the bank. A little bit over a minute here. Tully, he's probably going to look to stick to Willis, I reckon. He's either going to replace that 3.5, and looks like he's going to do that. We got Willis on camera.
Yeah, Willis, he's kind of sticking wide, away from everyone. Maybe waiting for a peak to pop up in front of him.
Yeah, not a massive score required for Willis, 5.76, so can easily get that done with one manoeuvre. But if Tully improves on that 3.5, that requirement's going to bump out. 30 seconds remaining. Looks like we're going to have a final exchange here. Okay, Tully showing some interest. Yeah, up and riding. Here we go. Nice looking first section. Draws off the bottom. And then true to his form, cracking it on the backhand.
Yeah, Tully lighting that section up there, and looks like Willis Druma just before the buzzer here, taking off, getting a bit of speed. Sees this section, locks him, just coming unstuck, but just laid into that one. And Tully, nice and staunch there, using his priority. Perfect strategy there by him, not letting anyone else go with 20 seconds remaining. That's that veteran mindset coming in, kind of going, I'm the big dog around here, boys.
Yeah, that's it. I was in the final last year. I know what type of surfing it takes to get through this draw.
Yeah.
And then, bang, right on cue. Tully Wiley slamming the finishing touches on that heat. So that was round of 32, heat 6 for the men. And coming up, we'll go into heat number 7.
Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Welcome back, round of 32, heat number 7 out in the water. James Wilson-Brown alongside True Starling. And out in the water we have Imade Ariano in the red, Eden Hassan in the blue, Rio Nabu in the white, and the local boy Harry DeRoth in the green.
Big heats.
Big heats. Big heats, big sections.
Yep, big scores.
And some big scores, that's it. Rico and Tully getting through that last one, and we've had a cracking start to this one already. Surfers wasting no time getting started. Eden Hassan already locking in an 8-point ride. That has got to feel good.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like he just knows exactly how to do that. Oh, belts it there for Eden Hassan. Gets that good connection, riding out. Eden, this whole event, has been starting with 8s, ending with 8s, pretty much consistently every heat. It's been amazing.
Yeah, it looks like he's been on fire. That's he's been getting it done above the lip, under the lip, a bit of all of it.
Yeah, bit of everything. He's been doing airs, turns, barrels, like you name it. Eden Hassan's done it. He's part of that Port Stephens sort of area, Merriweather kind of region, and big section there for Rio Inaba. Wow, that was huge. That was such a nice turn.
Yeah, that one big backhand whack. We saw the last heat, Tully Wiley getting really good scores for just that. So opening exchange, we'll see where these numbers sit. Looks like Imade's dropped to 4.75. And here we go. Here's a replay of that one big manoeuvre.
Oh, I love that turn. That was just power, brutality behind it. That was awesome from Rio. And Pajar is also the nickname for the surfer in red as well. He's from Indo. He is dating Taina Izquierdo. I'm sure that she's watching from home. So Pajar is super cool. He's amazing human being. And 4.75 is a good way to start, and then Rio has a big score to lock in as well.
Yeah, and the pressure being put on the local boy Harry DeRoth here. We saw Rio in the white being patient off the bottom and then absolutely cracking that section, and Harry looks like he's being patient, waiting for a good wave to come through here and give him that scoring opportunity.
Harry lives here from the island, has a business here as well.
Yeah, runs a landscaping business here, Harry DeRoth and Co. He's a hard-working man between this and getting out into the competition.
His little bubba as well.
His little bubba, little baby Cruz, starting to ride his first waves.
No
it's
way.
2 to 3. He's Harry posted a clip the other day of Cruz in a half pipe. He's already doing rock to fakies.
No way.
It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
That's
so
amazing.
We'll be looking to follow his old man's footsteps out in the ocean, that's for sure.
Fully. Oh, what a sweetheart. That's awesome. I definitely was not doing that at 2 years old. He's starting early. Love it.
Yeah, straight into it. I think I was focusing on my drooling at that age. Trying to master that, but
I love that. Wow, that's huge. Harry as well, he had, being in the round of 32, it's almost coming to that pointy end of the draw. He actually, interesting story, went to Cruy and Nias this year. And on the way from Cruy to Nias, or I can't quite remember if he was in Cruy, but he definitely went to Nias. And on his way to get to Nias, he lost all of his clothes.
oh no.
Yeah.
Like he lost them, or the transport
Like,
lost
I
them?
think... I actually think what happened was he took them to the laundry
Oh.
and they'd given someone else all of his clean clothes
Yep.
and they ended up leaving Nias that day.
Oh, yeah, that's brutal. Doing the laundry, definitely not Harry's strong suit at the best of times. So overseas, really getting him in hot water, that's unfortunate for Harry. Not what you want in preparation leading up to a comp.
No, then having to go and find all of your clothes and... Oh, it was crazy. I remember just being like, oh my God, this is a nightmare. I would be an absolute wreck. And he was like, oh, whatever. It's all good. We're in Indo. I was like, okay. Awesome.
Yeah, nice and calm.
Yeah.
Well done, Harry. I hope you can maintain that calmness as you're sitting out there with priority. As we see Eden
Ooh.
looking to push it there.
Oh, big belt there, though, for Rio Inaba. He is looking strong at the moment. 6.25 for his first turn, locking in another score for Rio. But that 8 is just sitting pretty with Eden Hassan right now. He's been looking so strong this whole event. He's one of those competitors that just keeps that consistency. He really shines all the way through. And at some point, you know, that consistency, of course, might buckle. But he just finds a way to kind of re-get it back under his control. It's amazing. Oh.
Yeah, and that's going to do you wonders, as is just waiting for those big sections and connecting with them strongly. So Rio doing that twice now. Looks like that's going to be his plan of attack. 6.25 and a 4.85. Pretty good standings, early stages. 16 and a half minutes to go. And unfortunately, we saw Harry waiting all that time with priority and not getting the wave he needed there. So, unfortunate start for the local boy. Plenty of time to make up, though.
It's really tricky when you find yourself waiting for 10 minutes or so to get a wave, and then you maybe, you know, don't capitalize when you've taken off, and then you lose that priority. I mean, he's obviously an experienced competitor. He knows what needs to be done, but it's hard to get out of that mindset of that spiral head noisy moment. So Harry, I think it's great because there's so many opportunities. He can kind of just surf under priority, and sometimes that takes the pressure off.
Yeah, knowing the local lineup too is definitely going to help. Knowing what you can go on, and here he goes. Little inside one. Maybe just trying to get his feet in the wax and calm the nerves a bit, Harry.
Ooh.
That backhand attack looking strong for Rio.
It's really showing how tricky it is with, you know, being on the waves, finding the best moments out there. We've got the women coming up shortly. And that turn there, he's so strong. He's got such a concise attack and approach for Rio. I'm almost just waiting for an excellent score to drop for him in this heat.
Yeah, he's definitely building towards it, especially once he gets one of those bigger waves with those chunky sections. He's going to absolutely light it up.
He's also one of those Japanese competitors who he charges. He spends time in Hawaii. He really, that was huge from, I think that was Eden. Almost made that one as well. But, Rio spends a lot of time in Hawaii. He moves a lot. He charges. He pushes himself. He, really wants to put himself in the best, most trickiest position so that he can capitalize and, I guess, just shine in that. And I think it's really cool to see that because he definitely inspires a lot of the rest of the Japanese surfers because this is a co-sanctioned QS 4000. We had another QS 4000 up at the Gold Coast Open in Burleigh Heads a week ago. So it's quick turnarounds between these two events, but both competitors, or both, I guess, regions, have different strengths and weaknesses, but the Japanese are really leaning into the bigger wave stuff at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. And a name that comes to mind that's probably off the back of Rio Nabo pushing is Ryaru E2 at the Lexus Pipe Challenger. He was looking really, really good there.
He is the coolest human. Oh, that was big.
There we go. So that's Harry DeRoth, the local boy. One big section, and he's a powerful man showing it there. but he's got his work cut out for him. Eden free to look around the lineup with an 8-point ride. We get to see Rio's forehand.
Love Rio's forehand. And yeah, as you were saying, Riaru out in Hawaii at the Lexus Pipe Challenger, that was just next level. He has no fear. It baffles me, honestly. It amazes me how he's just like, yeah, all good, no stress, I'm out there. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah, and I think he had one of those scary elevator drops with the building size section landing on top of his head and did not seem to faze him one bit.
Yeah, he was like, it's all good.
Yep.
We actually went to the Penguins the other night, and on Sunday night, and Riaru came and he was like, they're so cute. I was like, they're so cute. That was a huge turn from Eden Hassan. And there was so many. They were all just having the best time, heading home.
Yeah, the big little penguin colony down at the other end of the island here. And that's the Penguin Parade. Most people would have heard of for sure, a big international tourist attraction. Phillip Island home to just north of 45,000 little penguins down in that colony. Yeah, and each night you can come and see a small portion of that colony coming back to their nests. It's definitely, if you haven't been, go and check it out. It's a pretty special site.
I went twice, back-to-back nights.
Yeah, can't get enough of the little guys.
Literally, they're so cute. Little, like, fluffy ones that were a little bit chunky. I was like, okay, you guys are awesome.
Yep. The fluffy guys replacing their feathers.
Yes. Loved it. Well, 6.25 locked in for Harry DeRoth for that one big belt. That's huge. He needs a 4.86 at this stage to take over Rio Inaba. And Pajar looking for a 6.35. He's slowly starting to find his feet, Pajar, right now. He's got that 4.75. He just needs to be on maybe a cleaner face one out there, but it's so much easier said than done.
Yeah, that's it. And you mentioned that head noise earlier. How do you think that's going to compare with, Pajar sitting in last, but he's got a 4.75.
Yeah.
Yeah, versus Harry, who was probably starting to go through that spiral you mentioned, and then getting a 6.25. What does that do for the head noise?
Oh, it definitely silences it a little bit, for sure. It helps with the confidence, and you're thinking, I just got a 6.25. I'm back in the game. Pajar trying to get back in the game here as well. A little bit of a smaller one.
Yeah. Yeah, and like you mentioned, needing that bigger, cleaner wave really to start getting those scores a bit higher. But Eden Hassan, that consistency showing 6.85 is making it pretty tricky for the rest of the heat now with 10.5 minutes to go.
It's a real battle for second, isn't it? It's a real battle, and I think Eden starting off with an 8 on his very first wave, it just puts him so far ahead. He's up and riding now, really opens up the shoulders on that carve, looking strong and firm, and just, just beautiful rail work here for Eden Hassan. Belts it there. He's found a really good little inside one, goes to the air. Wow, if he had have made that, we're looking at huge numbers. I mean, it's already going to be a big score, but that would have been up there with the 8.0 from Eden, and he just surfs these tricky, challenging conditions so well. It's like his bread and butter.
Yeah, absolutely. That was crazy if he had landed that finishing manoeuvre. But seeing how much speed he gets as he moves from rail to rail on that sleepier section of the wave, just really cleanly linking it through. The judges would have loved and eaten that up if he had landed that final manoeuvre.
Oh, absolutely. That would have been a big moment for them, and a huge score for them to go, excellent with again. Which is unfortunate. Well, it's fortunately for Eden, and also good for us because we kind of know what he's going to do. He's always just one of those surfers that will go excellent more often than not. And that is so exciting. Take another look at it, James.
Yeah, here we go. Like you said, opening the shoulders up on that opening carve, staying patient, and then this clean rail work. And then this rail work here, you can see how much speed he gets as he flies into this last section. Tags it and then goes for the lip, and then just catching it right at the end, rotating out of the air rev.
Wow.
Just, clean surfing, and you can see why he's out in front at the moment. If he had landed that, probably would have been left, right, good night for first for the rest of the heat. And still looks like it's going to be a super close battle for second. Both Rio and Harry hanging on to 6.25 as their top score. So it's going to come down to the battle of the backups. Plenty of time. Harry back with priority. Seems like the pressure priority got to him a little bit too much at the start of the heat. We'll see what he opts to do. He's sitting wide on the bank, or sitting apart from the rest of the field at the moment. Could be that local knowledge. Maybe he's seen something that the other competitors haven't.
I was actually going to ask you, what is your thoughts on that? You know, if you're going to compete in a place and there's locals there and they're sitting on a different bank to you, are you sticking to the game plan, or are you going to try and tap into that local knowledge?
Yeah, you've definitely got that little card in your pocket to try and play a bit of mind games. Maybe that's what Harry's doing there, to push the rest of the field across up to him, and then he's just going to quickly sneak back to the peak, holding on to priority. Who knows, but it's an interesting strategy, separating yourself while you do have priority, especially both him and Rio holding on to that 6.25. But Harry, no strange to competition. He's an insanely competitive man. I think I still owe him about $150 from a few games of pool about 3 years ago, and he does not let me forget.
No way. Wow, that's huge. I love that. This is a little look at our Asia rankings as well for the qualifying series. Bronson Mady and Kei Kobayashi didn't make it to this event, but you can see Dylan Wilcoxon, Kitut Agus, Ryaru Ito, and as well as Mare Ariano Pajar, who is in this heat. This is an important heat for him. If he can make this one and keep progressing through the rest of the draw, he's looking to be really good. I feel like this is a real make or break moment for Pajar. And you could see Yuji Nishi as well. He was just below Pajar. It's sitting at number 7. So top 5 Asian men competitors will qualify for the the Challenger Series.
Yeah, Pajar right on that edge there. Dylan Wilcoxon, I think he's still in the event. I know he definitely progressed through earlier on this morning. So we're at 6 minutes remaining here. Priority with Harry in the green. Anything above a 4.86 will see him go to second. But up and riding. Here we go, important wave here. And then maybe that wave selection doing Pajar undone at the moment.
Wow, that was really unlucky for Pajar. He does so well in so many different conditions. He won a QS 2000 in Manokwari last year, which set him aside, or just kind of put him ahead through the rest of the year, particularly on those qualification rankings. And for this event, 6.35 is a big ask, particularly in conditions like this. It's big. There's so much power as well. Big duck dives, and that can set you a little bit further back. It's almost like you gain 10 lead or 5 meters, lose 3, and you keep playing that game until you can find a space to really just motor out the back and get yourself on another one. So 5 minutes to go just doesn't feel like enough time for Pajar to find himself on the next best wave.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky being in last priority with 3 other guys out there. But, a lot of water moving, a lot of different sections popping up. If he gets lucky, who knows, it might come right to him. He's currently doing that seesaw paddle out battle you mentioned, and needing to go top 5 with the names in that list for that qualifying battle there. It's, no small task.
No, it's not. It's big. And when you look at that and you see the cut line and you can calculate the points and figure out where you need to go or what heats you need to make to qualify, it's stressful. There's a lot that goes into it, and we're talking about that head noise, and that definitely adds to it, particularly being the last event of the year. All events are important, but this one just has that little extra edge as well. It's important for me to make this heat, because if I don't, this is my last chance to qualify for the challenges. And that can, it can add to the head noise, or it can make people feel more calm to know exactly what they have to do.
Yeah. It's the devil you know, you devil you don't, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, while you're out there in the water, would that big picture stuff be creeping into the head noise, or are you doing the classic, just taking it heat by heat?
I hate to say it, but probably the heat by heat mentality for sure. I think it's so easy to get swept away in the bigger moments and the I need this, I need that, this is where I need to go. And then it's, if I don't make this heat or if I fall on this wave, and then, I'm a heat by heat kind of person, but I think I know some people who like to know the whole picture, and they like to be really aware of what they need to do so that they know the goals and it's clear.
Yeah, for sure. And then that big goal's going to be in your mind day by day as you're training, preparing every decision you make in the lead up to the event. So having the mental strength to really isolate that and then make it heat by heat is definitely going to be a competitive skill that's going to set you apart.
Absolutely. Feels like as well, we're coming into a new wave of a lot of these competitors maybe seeing, sports psychologists or mental health coaches to support that. And, Rio and Naba looking strong.
Yeah, nice opening first turn. No second section on offer. So there goes Harry. Drifting the fins a little bit on that first section. And he's going to try and get the link through onto this inside bank here. Nice click there. And this thing's going to run off on the inside here for a few more sections to really buff the number out here. And riding out clean for Harry, that's going to be good. But, mid-range score needed, minute 44 remaining. Harry looks like he's going to call it there. Probably not enough time to get back out the back.
Feels like it's a big ask, and he did everything that he could on that wave. The bulk of that points is going to come on that inside section. Only needs a 4.86 too. It's definitely not a big ask for Harry. It's just now Pajar, he's out there with first priority, needing that 6.35. So for the last just over 1 minute of this heat, he's in a really great position to try and challenge for that score that he needs. But there's, Rio's last wave didn't go into the top two. Harry's score is going to come through, and Pajar, that could increase. You never know.
Yeah, for sure. So currently it's that mid to lower 6 needed. And then, if you get the right wave comes through, he's got priority. So he's in the driver's seat to make it happen. Just needs the opportunity to roll through for him. And, he's got the surfing to match. Does he have the head noise control as well?
I know. It's pretty amazing how many different things come into play, particularly in the last 5 minutes of heats. The wave selection needs to be tightened up. Maybe that head noise or that loud chatter needs to sort of be silenced somehow. You bring in those techniques, and then I think when you're needing a score, that just adds a whole nother layer as well. There's so much that goes into competitive surfing, and you could see Pajar there not really feeling that wave. Rio Inaba doing what he can to better the 4.85. He might need to. That score for Harry DeRoth is still yet to lock in.
Yeah, so that score taking time to come through gives you a good idea that it's going to be close. And the judges panel taking time to deliberate that one.
This is huge. It could be a real game changer here for Harry. And also for Rio Inaba as well. 4.85 is his low score. Scores for Eden, Rio, and also Harry DeRoth to lock in.
Yeah, nail-biting final exchange. As a fan, you're watching, you almost want everyone to get through.
Yeah.
Especially, Pajar, when they've got priority, you're anxiously watching, hoping they get the opportunity to get the score that they need. And you could see the frustration, and we felt it ourselves watching Pajar not getting the opportunity there.
Yeah, that's so unlucky for Pajar. I feel like we didn't quite get to see his best shine through in this heat. Round of 32 finish for Pajar is where he'll end his 2025-2026 season for the qualifying series. But this score for Harry and Rio is super important. Rio didn't better, so Harry's still needing that 4.86 to move up into second. We're going to stay with it because this is an important score. Eden Hassan also has a big number to lock in as a decent score, I would think, to come through as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And that wave of Harry's, had he have got some bit more major manoeuvres, more impact out the back on that opening section, you would have thought for sure he's getting the score with that work he got done on the inside. But like you said earlier, it's going to come off the strength of those inside turns. So that's why probably the judges, comparing quality surfing on the inside on a smaller section versus the surfing out on the outside on the bigger sections. And it looks like that number might have come through there. So Harry de Roth, 4.25, just not enough to get through.
Wow, that's a real nail-biting finish there for Harry, but congrats to Eden and Rio Inaba moving on through.
Yeah, well surfed, well deserved for those two guys. And there, Eden just looking a little bit more polished and in control than the rest of the field there.
Absolutely. Well, we are going to go to a quick break. We've got the last heat of the men's round of 32 coming right up after this.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
It's getting pretty fun out there here at Cape Woolamai for the Phillip Island Pro QS and Pro Junior. We actually finished the Pro Junior yesterday, crowning champions, and we're getting to the pointy end of the draw for the QS 4000 as well. This is Macklin Flynn live action right now. The West Australian looking really, really strong. Big connection there to end that wave off. He's taking on Marlon Harrison, Dane Henry, and Roman Bunting. Wow, big heat for the last heat of the men's round of 32. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth with Finn Murphy once again. And Finn, you've spent a fair bit of time down here commentating a bunch of junior events in Phillip Island. What are your thoughts on the conditions for the rest of the day, if you have any?
I reckon it's going to be a bit more manageable. Already we've seen it's becoming a bit better and not as gutsy as we see Dane taking off. Oh, opening it up straight away. Dane Henry going absolutely crazy to start off his heat. Wow. But going back to what I was saying about the conditions, hopefully we're going to see it. Well, I reckon we're going to see it drop a little bit in size, especially when the tide starts to do its thing. But wow, that one of Dane coming off a win at the Goldie, he'd be feeling pretty good coming into this event, I could imagine.
Absolutely. He got second in the Pro Junior yesterday. This last one of Macklin Flynn was huge too.
Yeah, Macklin definitely no stranger to some big waves coming from WA. Seen him get towed into some slabs, getting absolutely funneled off his head. And yeah, this is a really, really exciting heat. Marlon Harrison we've also got out there, originally from Mornington Peninsula, which is just over the other side of the bay. And Roman Bunting from Sydney, I believe.
Yep. Wow. A whole different array of locations from where these surfers are from, but the surfing is incredible. I mean, Marzi, he's been on the QS a fair bit. He was at the World Juniors last year in 2025, but we do have the World Junior champ, Dane Henry, in this heat, taking out that event. He's been on a bit of a roll. Isla Huppert's also took that event out alongside Dane, and then they went on to the Burleigh event where they both took that event out as well. So they are just looking so strong, so in form at the moment. And when Dane got second in the Pro Junior yesterday to Ocean Lancaster, he was like, that's really, he ruined my winning streak. And I was like, Dane, I think that's a good thing. It keeps you honest. And I was like,
it keeps you humble.
100%. I was like, of course you want to win everything. I said, sometimes it just is good for a little spark in the fire.
Yeah, you need that. Just a bit of a reality check. And Dane just got himself a wild card to the Rip Curl Pro, which we're going to see later on this year, which is awesome. Such an amazing opportunity for him, and I can't wait for that to roll around.
And how that, was kind of announced to him as well, with Mick giving him the jersey. And that whole opportunity is, so well deserving for Dane.
It'd be so special. Just imagine that. Mick Fanning, 3-time world champion, knocking on your door going, here, mate, here's a ticket for the main event. It's pretty insane.
Oh, it's huge. Not many people get that opportunity either. And I feel like Dane is definitely going to capitalise and do his best where he can. Here he is, speaking of Dane Henry. Goes down. That was a big section and he just got annihilated. There is some really chunky moments out there, but the men are making it look pretty fun.
Snap his board by the looks of it.
We do have the jet ski as well, so they're able to pick you up and take you in, which is great, but it's just up to the competitor to get themselves back out to that takeoff spot.
Yeah, wow, that's not what you want to see in the first 7 minutes is snapping a board in two. I'm sure he's got a backup on the beach though. Those sharp eyes he's been riding under his feet just look absolutely amazing. And I'll walk down to the beach on an average Saturday and all you can see down the beach is those sharp eyes with those sprays.
Yeah.
It's like watching a pack of highlighters paddle out to the surf. It's pretty crazy. They're everywhere.
Yeah, they are. They're
for good reason though.
What are you riding?
At the moment I've just got this local shaper from Torquay, Jordan Noble. It's just like this little kind of groveler that I've been surfing a fair bit. I had a sharp eye, but I snapped it. It was one of the 77 models. The thing was electric. I used to love that thing. It was a bit of a step up. And yeah, just one day at Winky there was come to an end, unfortunately. But you get that on the big jobs.
Yep, it is what it is, sadly.
Yourself, are you still on the LSDs? Riding the LSDs?
Still riding some LSDs or Macklin Flynn. Leaning into the rail, really good smooth surfing. Oh, unfortunately comes unstuck on that second turn. I've been on the 20 program a little bit.
Really?
At the moment at home. It's been small, so I've just been riding my 20. It's been super fun, so I'm loving that.
Yeah, I kind of haven't spent much time on the twin fins.
Recommend.
I stole a round nose fish, one of those lost models from one of my mates, and I was very hesitant to give it back.
Really?
It was so fun.
No
so
way.
Fun. Just makes those smaller 2-foot waves just a bit more fun. Gives it a bit more, electrifies the surf a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. It just adding a little bit of extra speed
Yeah.
underneath you is just so fun. I love it.
Gives you that extra spark.
Yeah,
There's
absolutely.
nothing better than getting a couple new boards, and just makes you want to surf so much more, because you
Yeah.
just want to go, oh, got a couple new rafts. Like, even if it's pretty average, you just want to get out there and get the feet in the wax.
Fully. Sometimes I feel like as well, when you do get new boards, the surf kind of starts to deteriorate a little bit for that first week.
Yeah, oh,
It's like,
100%.
what? It was pumping
They
2
know,
weeks ago.
they know. It was pumping, so you get more boards, and then comes around and it's onshore 2 foot, and you're like, oh, hang on.
Yeah.
I just got this board made for like the best waves ever that we've just had, and I won't be able to surf until I have to book a trip to Bali, which
Fully.
would be so bad. I'd
Yeah.
hate to do that.
Yeah, me too. Let's not do that. Well, Dane locked in a 6.5 off that second wave. He is in the lead right now. He's also got just a small throwaway score. Macklin Flynn, a 4.5 and a 2.5. He's sitting in second. Needs a 3.11 to go to first. Marlon Harrison locked in a 5 at the very start of this heat. He's been sitting and waiting for his next score. Only needs a 2 to move up into second. So he's put himself in a good position. And Roman Bunting, with first priority, needs a 7 to move up into first place. He hasn't quite taken off yet, so it's nice to kind of see those scores. It's not great to hear that you've got a 7, but it's good to know that you can break that up into 2 scores.
Yeah, 100%. If you've already got your 2 and they go drop you with another 7, you're like, oh, it's getting tough now. But yeah, he's got 2 scores to do it, and he's got still a bit of time, 15 minutes, so we've seen heaps of waves come through today. So I reckon there's going to be plenty of opportunity for Roman to do his thing out there.
Absolutely. Plenty of time. 14. Oh, wow. We're already 10 minutes or 11 minutes down in this heat, so nearly halfway. And Roman needs to find the next best wave out there for sure. I feel like it's always tricky to go out when the conditions are like this. They're challenging. There's a lot going on. So sometimes I find it hard to know, oh, this is going to be a good one. This is going to help my campaign, or maybe I need to sit and wait.
Yeah.
There's really 2 different approaches: sit and wait or be busy.
And we've seen those 2 different approaches this morning as well. But a lot of the time it's been those guys that have been just waiting and just cruising that have gone through to the next round. But I say that, and then I remember Jarvis Earl. He was zipping around, being super busy, and he won his heat. So I don't know. I don't know what to reckon. I don't know. If I was going out there, I'd have no idea what I was doing. I'd just kind of be winging it.
Yeah.
And just hoping that something's going to pop up for me.
Absolutely. It's so tough to know the best approach. And I think it really also depends on the surfer too. Some surfers like to sit
100%.
and wait. Others prefer to be busy. It's such a personal thing for sure, finding that momentum or, waiting for those sets. But we just saw Harry de Roth. He gave himself the opportunity, but unfortunately just didn't quite get the score in the last few minutes of that heat. So it was Eden Hassan and Rio Inaba moving on through, which was great for Eden and Rio. But for Pajar, who came in 4th, he was actually sitting 1 spot below the cut line to qualify for the Challenger Series, and he was about 1,000 or 1,500 points away from moving on.
Really needed that score to get through, but
yeah,
unfortunately that's just the way the cookie crumbles, as they say. It's the harsh reality of professional or competitive surfing. It can be pretty brutal sometimes, for sure.
Absolutely. It definitely. I'm always like, oh no, like I feel so bad for them, but then I'm also like, you know what, they've tried all year, this is the last one, and it didn't quite work. Maybe it just wasn't their time.
Yeah.
Part of the process.
That's right. So next year they're going to come back and
Bigger and better.
Yeah, bigger and better. I'm sure we're going to see him light it up at the next one.
Yeah.
I'm also really excited for the next heat. It's going to be the first of the round of 16 for the women's. Lucy Darragh, Georgie May Hicks, Taylor Green and Charlie Haitley out there in the green. That one's a pretty stacked heat.
Yeah, that is a really stacked heat. Lucy, she got third in the Pro Junior yesterday. We saw Georgie also in the Pro Juniors as well. Taylor Green, she got a equal fifth or a semi-finals appearance at the NIAS event when it was quite large. And Charlie Haley as well, she's a powerhouse from Burleigh Heads, so that's going to be a huge first heat for the women's round of 16.
Yeah, Charlie's got such a strong backhand. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. She actually got a wild card into the Newcastle Challenger Series as well, which she's super excited about, as well as Lucy Darragh too. So it's not only the last event of the season, but also a good little test run for the Challenger Series in Newey.
Yeah, Lucy Darragh, she's kind of exploded onto the scene in the past year and a half. I remember watching her, it was a few years ago now at the Grom Search final when it was at Urban Surf, and I remember watching her and she was absolutely ripping, and then didn't hear much of her for maybe a year and a bit. Saw her surf here a couple times, and then the Taiwan Open, she took it out, and I was like, here, she's back, she's on a roll. And I think from that event she's really found her flair and been surfing really, really well, as we see Roman Bunting just starting off his account there.
Good way to just get the feet in the wax. Did that one turn and could see him winding the windows a little bit. Oh, wow, Marlon Harrison goes down there as well. That was a big meaty section. Mars is from here originally, or from Victoria as well?
Yeah, from the Mund Peninsula. So over the other side, they have a wave there, Gunnamatta, and the conditions here today are pretty similar to what they get over there. So I wonder if he'll be feeling at home. I'm sure he loves coming back here. Who doesn't love coming back to their hometown?
Oh, absolutely.
Their home area anyway, I should say.
For sure. I always get excited to come back down, particularly for Bells. I love that event. Excited for that to be the first one, or first stop of the CT season. And, you know, it feels like you're ending the QS and starting the CT in the same state is pretty amazing. Yeah,
it is pretty psycho. Like, to have all these surfers come down, it kind of gets me excited. You know, watching all these guys, and you're like, these guys are all ripping. I can't believe the level of surfing I'm seeing in Victoria right now, and then just gets you excited for the Bells comp and get all the CT surfers. We've already seen a couple down in town. Lakey Peterson, she's been hanging around. Her partner, of course, is originally from Bells Beach, so she's always around. Cole Houshman, he's been floating around. Joel Vaughan and Rio Wader, they've also been cruising, just checking out the conditions, seeing what's going on.
You had a good swell last week, no?
Yeah, we did. We kind of had some good waves. It wasn't super, super clean, but you know, the quality was there.
Awesome. Yeah, I know Joel was very excited to head down there. He's like, I booked a flight. I'm going to Bells tomorrow. Okay, see ya.
I kind of love it when you see those surfers coming down really, really early and checking it out, even if they're only down there for a couple of days. But it shows me that they're keen and excited. And, you know, Bells and Torquay's a pretty special place. That whole Surf Coast region is pretty special. You know, Victoria, it's such an awesome spot. We've got the Bass Coast Shire, which we are here now, and it's raw and so many things to do. And you drive up to the city and it's like, watch the tennis, the footies there, the cricket, and then an hour down the road you've got Winky Pop and Bells, which are world-class waves.
It's amazing. So much to do. We love it. Love coming back every year. And this is Dane Henry still going on another wave. Oh,
flaring.
Wow. Electrifying finish for Dane Henry. Got a fair few turns done out the back as well. Let's take a look at the replay, Finn. Oh.
Yeah, opens it up with a really solid turn. Comes back around. And gets that little cheeky foam climb. And then this thing just reforms on the inside here. He'll be super chuffed with this one. So just navigated this thing perfectly, traversing onto the inside, works it back onto the wave curl, and then you see him build up that speed just to finish it off with a nice tail slide. Just glided that thing all the way around and Finishes, no questions asked. You just know Dane's going to stick that every day of the week.
How whippy and fast was that last turn as well. He had so much just speed going into it. And Dane, you know, his surfing speed really comes and sticks in mind for me. And when I watch him, he surfs with so much speed, and that really allows him to do these turns that have that extra bit of just something to them, that extra moment or that extra 10%. And it is really why he's doing so well in the QS and particularly the Pro Junior Series, obviously taking out the World Junior title. So yeah, he's on his way to a big result. I mean, he went to Crui and Nias last year to try and compete there and get well and do well and get some results, and unfortunately injured himself right before the event, so he couldn't end up competing. But this is
Lachlan Flynn, he loves taking it to the air.
He does. Him and Dane are actually really good mates as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Did not know that.
Marlon up and riding, big section ahead of him.
Ooh,
Oh
did he stick
wow.
that?
Oh my gosh. Made that. That is huge for Marzi. That was a really big turn. Completely disappeared. Let's take a look at this replay, Finn, because that was huge.
Yeah, this wave is massive. And then when I saw those fins coming around, I was like, nah, no way. And then just out of nowhere comes out. Love the commitment there from Marzi, and super impressive that he was able to ride out of that wave. Like you were saying, Macklin and Dane are good mates. Me and James were talking about Tully and Willis, obviously mates from the same hometown, and we're thinking it must be bittersweet surfing a heat against your mate, because you're not surfing with each other, you're surfing against each other, and that's another thing, can be pretty tough trying to progress into the next round and leaving your friends behind, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it is quite... It's quite an experience, you know. It's so hard when you're competing with your friends and you're with each other, and then, like you said, as soon as you put that rashie on, you're against them. You know, you're all for yourself, and it's like I don't know you for the next 25 minutes, and it's a really fine. It's an art to kind of leave it out there in the water. It's a real talent and a skill to be like, okay, I'm going to leave it out in the water. We're friends as soon as we get back to the beach.
Yeah, as soon as we step foot on that beach, let's just pretend that didn't happen kind of thing.
And of course it sucks and you got to digest it, but it's not worth losing a friendship over it, as well, because you're going to compete with these people for many, many years. So to find the skill to go, okay, yep, I don't know you for 25 minutes, but in the car we're all good.
Yeah, on the ride home.
Yeah.
We're
buddies.
We're talking, we dribble and wondering what we're having for dinner and not fighting at each other.
Yeah.
But like you said, these surfers are going to surf with each other for the next 5-10 years. And, Dane and Marzi, they would be coming up the ranks from the juniors together, and you get to know these people really, really well just hanging out at the beach all day, because there's long days down at surf events. So it's like you said, it's an art to not have that beef when you're back on land.
Absolutely. I've always found it quite stressful anytime I had to compete with my sister. It was quite a stressful time, and I was talking with Willow and Olive Hardy yesterday, and they were saying, Olive was like, I have to stress scroll on her phone. She goes, I call it stress scrolling because I get too nervous if I'm watching her in heats, and I just go on my phone and just scroll. I was like, Olive. She goes, I know, it's really bad. And Willow goes, I'm worse. I just drive off. I can't watch it.
Just drive off. Just keep driving around for half an hour.
Yeah.
Listen to the radio.
Literally, just put some music on and set a timer and come back later. It's really, I feel like you get more nervous for your friends and your family than you would for yourself.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you're watching them, and especially when it comes to 5 minutes and they may be in fourth or third position, you start tapping the foot, start clicking the fingers, and you're like, oh, what's gonna happen here? Are they gonna get something?
Yeah. Is the ocean going to provide for them? Yeah, there's so much to it. It's crazy. But big scores, 7.5 locked in for Marlon Harrison. So actually the biggest score of the heat so far. So he's in second. He's also got a 5 as a backup. Macklin Flynn, he's looking for an 8. And Roman Bunting chasing a 9.6. So big scores for Macklin and Roman. They're going to have to go pretty solid, do some huge surfing because they need to be the two best waves of the heat so far. But Dane Henry, 2 scores, a 7.25 and a 6.5, has him out in front, and it's definitely where we're used to seeing him in that first place position.
Yeah, 100%. It's very rare that you're going to see Dane in that 3rd or 4th position, and that really just shows of how much of a powerful surfer is, you know. Just coming in from Fingal, and whenever you see him surfing out there, you just like blows your mind, and he can just reads the ocean so well, and that's just another thing. He can surf insanely good, but being able to read the ocean and see what's going on out of the lineup is just a whole nother ball game.
Yeah, it's amazing. I think he just has that extra little bit of intel, or I don't know, it's like a little superpower that he has at the moment, and he's just, everything is working in his favour, and he's a wave magnet out there. So Dane is out in front. Mars needs a 6.25 to go to first. An 8 is required for Macklin Flynn and a 9.6 for Roman Bunting, but they got 10 seconds. And it feels like this is going to be Dane Henry up and riding.
Oh.
Big air. Wow. He's got those on lock. That is big surfing. Macklin Flynn needs to go huge. Chasing an 8.0. Doesn't quite feel like that is going to be the 8 that he's looking for, but Dane Henry has a solid score to come through. That was impressive surfing.
And looks like he's still going. I'm not sure if we're going to see much on the rest of this wave, but that just reminded me, Dane Henry Pro Junior 2024, I think it was, or 2025, and we were at Smiths Beach, and he did one of the biggest airs to the flats, dead water. Don't know how he didn't snap both of his ankles right there and there. It was the most craziest thing I've ever seen.
He is amazing. He just is not scared. And I don't know how he does it. Let's take another look at it, Finn, because this was huge.
Oh, absolutely massive, like almost kind of a nose pick there. And, oh, Dane, that was just kind of a victory lap for him.
Yeah.
He surfed so good, and we're going to see him move on to the next round. Saw Macklin Flynn get there at the last second. Saw him do a pretty big cutty. We'll see if we'll get those scores locked in, and we'll see who we're going to see progress into that next round. Here's Macklin Flynn. Beautiful rail turn there to start us off, and then just get stuck behind that section.
Oh, that was so unlucky for Macklin. The 7.6 locked in for that last one of Dane Henry. So he extends his lead. Looks like scores to come through. There's a small score for Marlon Harrison, won't go into the top 2. An 8.0 still required for Macklin Flynn, waiting on this number before this next heat starts for the women. Macklin needs an 8.0. I'm just not quite convinced it's going to be that.
Yeah, I'm on the same page as you, True. Just that one turn, that one rail turn there, I don't think that's going to be the one.
Locked in at a 4.7, so not the score he was after. So it's Dane Henry and Marlon Harrison moving on through to the round of 16. Don't go anywhere. The women's coming right up, and it's the leader of the qualifying series, Lucy Darragh. She's going to be in the red. We'll be right back.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Okay, we're back for the round of 16. This is heat number 1 for the women's. We got Lucy Darragh in the red, Georgie May Hicks in the blue, Taylor Green in the white, and Charlie Haitley is in the green. So, Taylor Green started off with a 2-point ride. Myself, Finn Murphy, with Steve Robbo in the commentary booth. And yeah, this is the first of the women's. So, pretty stacked heat to start off the round of 16 for the girls out here down at Cape Woolmire. The waves have been a bit more manageable, and looks like we're going to see Georgie A. Hicks taking off here. So, arms up with a nice carve back onto the foam, and that wave just losing its fizzle there.
And this should be a great, well, they'll all be great heats. This should be a great heat. They'll all be great heats, but Lucy Darragh is talent. She's emerging, young talent. I think she's from the south coast of New South Wales, I'm not sure, but I've been super impressed with her surfing through the early rounds. I believe Taylor Green's from New Zealand, and Charlie Haitley, also a super talented surfer. So solid conditions for the girls today, and they'll charge it as they always do.
Yeah, it's a super stacked lineup, like you were saying, Robbo. Lucy Darragh won the Taiwan Open in November last year. Finished third in the Pro Junior here yesterday, and made the quarters at the Goldie Open. So she's on a roll. She's on a good wicket, yeah. And Taylor Green, she won the Pro Junior at Lennox Head last year, and Charlie Haitley, didn't see much of her last year. She had a knee injury, and she's back in business now, which is great to see.
And good to see a bunch of New Zealand surfers here. Paige Harrob's actually in the final heat of this round, and she's been leading the New Zealand charge for a long time.
Yeah, and there's Taylor Green there.
She charges.
Oh,
Taylor
absolutely
charges. She's a powerful surfer, and she'll go for the big scores.
Yeah, Taylor and her sister Stella, they've been charging, and they've been progressing through the rankings like nobody's business. These past couple years. I just lost my tongue there for a second as we saw Charlie on the backhand. Pretty cool little Joel Parkinson spray she's got on her board there.
And Taylor Green, New Zealand, more incentive now that they've got a CT in New Zealand, so I'm sure there'll be some New Zealand wildcards up for grabs and trials and all the rest of it.
Yeah, here's Lucy. Another goofy footer, huge section there, and holds on to it.
Yep, not surprised.
Yeah, Lucy just going full tilt on that one. You love to see it.
She's got a very vertical backhand attack, Lucy Darragh. So we watch the replay. She eyes off this section, goes vertical, and rides out of it without a problem.
Yeah, Charlie Haitley, this is her replay, so you can see her backhand. Couple nice slashing turns there, just getting those first wave nerves out of it. So Charlie Haitley, she's from Burleigh, and man, Burleigh border riders have got quite the team on the women's side of things. All the Huppets girls and Ziggy McKenzie.
Hang on. The Huppets girls grew up in Torquay.
It's a bit of a grey area, isn't it, Robbo?
Very much a grey. Spent most of their life, well, they started out in Portland, came to Torquay, spent most of their time there, and have relocated to the Gold Coast. So we Victorians are going to claim the Huppets.
I'll claim them, yeah. We can claim them for sure.
Yeah, 100%. Tapatis will love that.
There's been a couple relocated Victorians. Maybe people getting sick of the cold.
Liam O'Brien's Victorian.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
That grew up in Portland, and we've claimed him, so we can definitely claim the Huppets girls.
Can we claim Marlon Harrison? He's from Mornington Peninsula.
Yes, 100%. So Burleigh board riders would be nothing with the Victorians. They'd be nothing.
We trained them up, and
we did.
Then they went up there. We had to do all the hard yards down here. No, the Huppets girls, they're absolutely ripping. They've got the QS by a chokehold almost. They're like winning every event, feels like.
Yeah, well, it's going to be interesting. Isla's on to the Challenger Series, and she's the World Junior Champ.
And she's still pretty young, only 17, I believe. So
yeah.
plenty of time for her to refine her skills.
So we were on it, Finn. We recognised Lucy Durra, that great turn, and it was well rewarded with a 7.25. So that is the best wave of the heat, and no wonder. It was really well executed. One manoeuvre, but perfectly executed in the power pocket, and a 7.25. She's away.
Yeah, the judges loving those bigger waves, and even if it's just the one manoeuvre, as long as they're giving the commitment, they love it.
Yep. And if you can get a wave that doesn't close out and get a few manoeuvres, all the better. But doesn't look it on the screen all the time, but yeah, when the sets come, there's some serious sets rolling through, easily in the 6 foot plus mark. And this is our surfer in white, Taylor Green.
Yeah, just coming unstuck there. Looks like she forgot to put the seatbelt on that wave.
And walking past our commentary booth at the moment would be Dane Henry with a broken board. Not surprising out there. There's some big sets coming through in amongst some medium waves as well. So there's plenty of waves out there, sometimes too many waves.
Yeah, it's been tough. You get one and then trying to paddle back out and you just cop another set on the head.
They've given them a 10-minute paddle time, so that's a good indication of just how hard it is to get out there. And we have a take-off here.
Yeah, Charlie finding another one. Nice slashing turn. Kind of hooks it under the lip. Another section standing up for her. Can she get a bonus one? Maybe not.
Multiple moves, though, and rode out of all of them. Just jumped off at the end, so... Yep, that's going to be her best wave for sure. And she does need virtually nothing to go up into second place. Here's a replay. Nice opening turn. Not too vertical. That one a little better. And this one better again. Right up into the hook. And then just bails out. 3 turns, and each turn seemed to get more progressive as she went. So, yep, I'm confident that's going to be the second best wave of the heat. And there it is, a 4.75. Second best wave of the heat.
You're on the money today, Robbo.
Yeah, well, I can go and judge if they need me.
Yeah, if they need to chop out, we'll send you up there for sure.
So, Charlie Haitley has actually gone to the lead. Look at this wave. That was Lucy Durra, but quickly out of there. So Charlie has a 4.75, and in these conditions, probably a keeper. Her low score is a 2.75. She's in the lead. Lucy Durra in second place with that great score, a 7.25. Doesn't have a second score. Well, she will have shortly, and she'll probably go to first. And blue and white yet to really post a decent score.
Yeah, it's been quite heat for Georgie May Hicks. We saw her get one right at the start. She's had a couple little ones as well. And Taylor Green, she's got a couple nice waves, but just unable to ride out of some of those bigger manoeuvres she's been attempting. So we're going to see if those girls will open up later in the heat as we see Lucy Dara, another big section there. Just unable to hold on to that one.
So I don't know much about the surfer in blue, Finn. Do you?
No, I'm not really too familiar with Georgie. No, she's from Great Britain. She was in the Pro Junior throughout the event.
So from Great Britain?
Yeah. A bit different. You don't see too many surfers coming out of there these days. We've got Harry de Roth, that was in the draw. And Lucas Skinner, who's not at this event, but wow, he's such a young surfer. I think he's 17, 18, and he's doing some amazing things.
He could be the next Great Britain surfer on the CT.
100%.
We've had 2 on the CT in the past. Do you know who they are? It's
Ooh,
going
I
back
reckon
away.
That's a bit before my time, to be honest.
Well, one of them was Russell Winter, and he was a really good surfer out of Great Britain, and he made the CT, and it was in a legitimate period. It was, when Slater was winning world titles and all the rest of it. So Andy Irons was on tour then, and Russell was a fantastic surfer. And the one before that's a bit of a question mark, but Martin Potter. He went under the Great Britain flag, lived in South Africa, but had a British passport to get him around the world, and he won the world title. So
it's another grey area.
Yes, that one was. But, Lucas Skinner, like you said, from Great Britain, every chance he is going to be challenging for the Challenger Series and the CT in the coming years. His dad is a magnificent longboarder.
Yeah, he's on the longboard tour.
Has been forever, but great guy. And, And so I don't know what Georgie's doing here from Great Britain, surfing on the Australasian Asian Tour, but maybe she's just here for some experience.
Yeah, and we saw Taylor get one. That's first turn she's been able to lock in, so hopefully she's got those nerves out of her system. Here's Charlie taking off again. Big section there, cracks it open, carves that back onto the foam. That first one was absolutely elite. You'd love to see her opening it up there. And you could just tell as soon as she took off, she got into the position. Beautiful bottom turn, and here's that replay, Robbo.
She's going to first. So beautiful opening turn. That's what the judges want to see. Critical, in the pocket, and finishes off nicely as well. So she slipped back to second position, but that has to be her best scoring ride. And she only needs a 3.41 to go to first. She has to go to first.
Yes, she'll definitely move on to that top spot. And she's just cruising out in the water now. Lucy Dara's in second. She's only got a 0.9 for her backup score. She's locked in that 7.25, so I don't think she'll be too worried at the moment. There's still 10 minutes remaining. And that's one of Taylor Green's also been locked in as a 4-point ride. So she needs a 3.51 at the moment. So
yep, that'll change.
Fairly tired heat.
Yeah.
And there's that score for Charlie, a 6.5. So just under Lucy Dara's. So she's locked in a 6.5 and a 4.75. Lucy Dara now requiring a 4-point ride, and I don't think that's going to be an issue for her to find a 4 amongst these waves.
No, good score for Charlie. I sort of felt it could have been a bit higher, but the judges really do focus on the big critical moves, and they viewed Lucy's one critical turn as a 7.25 as a little bit better than Charlie's, and I understand it, don't necessarily agree with it, but at the moment both those surfers, Charlie Haitley and Lucy Dara, are out in the lead with 9 minutes remaining.
Yeah, so still a little bit of time, and like you said, Rob, we don't always have to agree with the scores that are posted. That's why we're in the booth talking about it, mate.
Yep,
and that's why we're not putting them up, I guess. everyone has their opinions, and that's why we've got a pretty insane panel down here at this event with 5 judges, so everyone gets to have their say.
And at the end of the day, I fully understand the judges have their criteria, and they also have a lot more tools to work with than we do. They go to replay, split screen, everything else. So I'd say 99 times out of 100, they get it right and I get it wrong. But like you said, it's still good to have an opinion. We were on the money though. We said Charlie would go to the lead. It would be her best scoring ride. And that's how it's positioned at the moment. The surfers in red and green have a substantial lead over the other two at the moment. I mean, Lucy's only got a 0.9 as her low score. That shouldn't be any problem for her to get rid of that score and really broaden the margin between second, third and fourth. But don't count out Taylor Green because she can
not at all.
She can go big as well.
Yeah, if we see a larger set roll through and Taylor Green is in the right position,
She'll go.
Oh, 100%. She'll go.
She'll go. And she'll go big.
She'll do some jaw-dropping stuff. Definitely seen her get some crazy waves out at D-Bar and Snapper. She spends a bit of time up there. So Taylor Green from New Zealand just, kind of been quiet in this heat, but like we've been saying, Robbo, she's got a deep bag of tricks and she's not afraid to take off on those bigger waves.
Yeah, no, that's true. And in conditions like this, well, when I look at the score more closely, she's got that 4 already in her score line. Her low score's a 2. She is extremely capable of big moves and getting a big score. So Lucy Dara sitting in second has the best wave of the heat, but has nothing backing it up. Clock ticking down, 6.5 minutes. She'll need to get busy. She'll need to get that backup score for sure.
And check just for the weight.
And we're just down to just on 6 minutes.
Yeah, getting to the pointy end of this one. So I'm sure Georgie May Hicks and Taylor Green are really going to start, splashing around, waiting for something to roll through. And, you can really slip up in these heats and wait for those bigger ones to come through, and they may not come.
That's the thing with it's a little bit victory at sea out there at the moment, so while normally 5.5 minutes is a long time in any heat, it's not so much today. But there we go, Lucy Dara. I missed it, but she's posted a 6.8, so that is her second very good score. She has the 2 best scores of the heat. She's out in front by a big margin. Second now is Charlie Haitley. She needs a 7.55 to go to first. Her low scores are 4.75. Which means Taylor Green's equations become significantly more difficult. She now needs a 7.25, definitely capable of doing that. And the surfer in blue's chasing a 9.35, so that's a big ask. So Lucy Dara, she's super experienced competitor, and she held her nerve, posted that second score without a problem. And she's out in the lead in a comfortable position now.
Yeah, Lucy's been cool, calm and collected this whole heat and really shows in her scores. She's been able to find those good waves and post 2 really good turns on the backhand. And that's just showing what kind of surfer Lucy really is. She loves to get those bigger ones, just go full tilt. And we saw that at the Taiwan Open. It was quite a bit of size over there when she won it back in November.
Yes, the Taiwan Open. Great event. Awesome location. And we look forward to that event later in the year. There's some changes that were announced today by the World Surf League. They're tweaking a few of those prime 6,000 QS events. They're going to become international QS events at 6,000 level. So sort of mixing in the Challenger Series with the JQS series as well, and the Taiwan Open will be one of those events, and I believe Cloud9 will also be one of those events. So they're cherry picking out the best of the QS events around the world and just upgrading their status.
I think it's a great idea, Robbo. They're moving those to international QS events. It's definitely exciting for people like you and me that get to watch it.
Yep.
And,
I agree with you, Finn, as long as the, particularly in the Asia region, as long as the Asia surfers get a window into the event.
Oh, 100%.
Which I'm pretty sure they will.
Yeah, the level of surfing over there is just...
is emerging
Yeah.
extremely fast. Okay, just under 3 minutes.
Yeah, so blue and white still been fairly quiet. I mean, Taylor Green, she's got about 6 waves in this one, just trying to find the right one, but unfortunately she's just been slipping up in this one, so hopefully she can find something to come through, as well as Georgie Mayhick. She's got priority, so she can hang on to that and get the pick of the bunch of the right set when it rolls on through. The next heat in the water's going to be pretty good as well. We've got Sarah Wakida in the green against Ava Argyros in the white, Sophie Fletcher and Sumomo Sato in the red. So Sophie Fletcher from Phillip Island as well. And Ava Argyros, still fairly young. Seeing her coming through the Pro Junior rankings, and she's spent a bit of time on the island over the past 2 to 3 years. Of course, we have the Grom Search over here. We had an Aussie Titles event over here. I think that was 2 years ago. As we see Lucy Darragh, another big section, and decides to kick out of that one. The lip not really opening up, and the coping wasn't there. 1.5 minutes left in this one.
We've got a big day ahead of us. I think we'll be going through to about 5 p.m. this evening. They're going to finish these 4 heats of the women's QS and then go back to the men's QS. 4 heats of the round of 16. And then they're going to go into the quarterfinals, I believe. So a lot of heats to run.
Yeah, it's going to be a big day down here at Cape Woolamai.
We've had some big days. A couple of days ago, we did 32 heats.
32?
32.
To be honest, I didn't even think that was possible with the sun being out. Was it just starting to set as they were paddling out?
Well, I was working through it, and I can't remember much about the day other than it was long.
It's always a bit like that, these QS events, especially when you try to punch out a Pro Junior in here. We get some pretty long days down here, and it can be a bit straining on the competitors. 100%. I've been lucky just coming down here last night to come and check it out, so I missed a lot of those bigger days. As we see Charlie Haitley, I think that was after the buzzer. Yeah. But that one's not going to...
Doesn't matter. Charlie's through. Lucy's through. So the 2 Australians get through.
And we're going to go on a quick break. So thanks for having me, Robbo. We'll be back in here with James Wilson-Brown.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Welcome back to the women's round of 16, heat number 2. And out in the water for this one we have Sumomo Sato in the red, Sarah Wakita in the green, Sophie Fletcher, Phillip Island local in the blue, and Ava Argyros in the white. So we've just flicked over second heat of the women's. Lucy Darragh taking out that last one and looking like a decent heat total there, Robbo.
Yeah, well, Lucy generally does post big scores because she's such a vertical and powerful surfer, exactly what the judges want to see. And in this heat right surfers on the women's tour is Sarah Wakita. She's got a super smooth, stylish approach. But in conditions like this today, it may be a little harder to show her style and connection because there's some rough and ruly sections out there. So it's not that easy to put the style together on it. It's all about finding the section and going hard into it. But Sarah's a very experienced competitor, and I'm sure she'll find a way. We also have Sumomo Sato, a lot of Japanese surfers out here. I don't know much about Sophie Fletcher, the local surfer, and I've seen a lot of Ava through this event and been super impressed with how she surfs. So all these heats, we're at the pointy end of this event. We've been here for a week. The broadcasters come in for the final 2 days, and we'll be crowning champions tomorrow.
Yeah, and it looks like Sumomo Sato having a look at that one there.
Had to bail out on that.
And yeah, the clean, nice groomed sections, tricky to find out there at the moment.
Absolutely.
Plenty of size and power rolling through the lineup. And Sophie Fletcher grew up down here in Phillip Island, Victorian Open Women's state champion, spent a lot of time on the QS competing and will be no stranger to competing out here at Cape Woolamai. There's the replay of Sumomo just ejecting there. And as we see the live World Surf League Qualifying Series rankings for Asia. And yeah, Sarah Wakita sitting there in 5th, so needing a result to push up. And only the top 3 getting through. That is a cutthroat breakthrough there.
So that's for the Challenger Series?
For the Challengers,
right,
yep.
I think. Yeah. So, and it looks like they're all Japanese surfers. Now, I can tell you, yep, that's how it is at the moment. In the coming years, that's going to change because out of the Asia region, we're going to see more of the Indonesian surfers, and we're going to see some incredible Chinese surfers
coming through.
Yeah,
yep.
They're coming through, and they're coming really fast. We saw it when we were in China recently for the QS they ran over there, and there's some emerging Chinese surfers who are really talented. And most of the world will remember Sichi Yang, who competed for China in the Olympics. Well, she's been on a training program with Cale Balwarren, and she's about to emerge on the scene as well. They're not here for this event because this is the end of the season. Next year, we're going to see them on these circuits chasing down the Japanese surfers and the Indonesians. So they're emerging quickly. But right now, yeah, those top 10 were all Japanese female surfers.
Yeah, and I think last year we got to see Chi Yang competing down here.
She finished third in the QS. Yeah.
Yeah, and was definitely showing signs of that amazing ability. And I think she's still super young, if I'm not mistaken.
She just hit 17,
Yep.
but there's been a lot of elite work put into her in the last 12 months, and that's going to show through in the coming 12 months, I believe, anyway, from what I've seen. And it's great. It'll push the Japanese surfers harder. They've been pushing one another at the moment, as we can see from those ratings. There's some new kids on the block from different Asia regions coming through, and it's just going to up the ante on the whole Asian circuit. It's amazing to see what's happened over the past 5 years. It's only been a region to itself in surfing for 5 or 6 years, and they're coming through quick. And as we used to say, the Asia region has a good argument to say we've got the best waves in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure people from all around the world will throw in their 2 cents there, but looking at everyone's stamped passports, where most surfers tend to travel, you're probably going to lose that argument 9 times out of 10, as we see Sara Wakita trying to link one through to the inside there, but no sections on offer. And just a 3.75 so far for Sophie Fletcher. So out in front, but no real damage done just yet.
Yep, early days. And yeah, Sara Wakita, like I said, I love watching her surf. But I always find the better the waves, the better she surfs. She's a super stylish, well-connected surfer. That's what's got me thinking. I'm wondering how's she going to go in this sort of surf.
Yeah.
Because this is different. They're out there. They have a 10-minute paddle time to get out. And, there's some... there was earlier, and there probably still is, but there's some easy 6 to 8 foot sets coming through that close out the entire lineup. And we have a surfer up and riding.
Yeah, this is Sophie here, staying patient.
Good wave.
Yeah, nice inside section there.
And
a little under the lip hook, redirecting
wants to get the finish. And rides out of it. Should be a reasonable score. Nothing too critical or too vertical. So, limit.
Replay.
Yeah, we're going to have a replay. Here it is. So I'm going to watch this one closely. It was a reasonable wave, and she surfed it well, but...
definitely played it a little bit safer for the type of surfing that
was
she's
the sort of words I was
capable of.
looking for.
Yeah. And already has the highest score of the heat with that 3.75, so probably not a bad strategy, looking to get 2 decent numbers on the board. And here's that replay, Robbo.
Yep. Okay, off the bottom, very much in the middle of the wave there. It's sort of like a check turn. And through this section, has a section where she could go big, but again, through the middle of the wave. And the finish off is, it's safe, and it'll be a second score for sure, but I don't expect it's going to go too high.
Yeah, you would have loved to see her draw off the bottom and go more vertical on that section as it stood up on that inside bank there.
And there it is. So I'm not sure whether that was a 3.75 or a 3.25.
3.25.
3.25. So, yeah. Conservative surfing, at least, she's got the 2 best waves of the heat, and in these conditions, one or both of them could be keepers by the end of it. Who knows?
Yeah.
And she's in the lead now.
Sophie out in front, 14 minutes remaining. And then the only surfer yet to ride a wave is Ava Argyros in the white, hanging on to the priority. And if she can pick off a decent wave with a couple big sections, she'll be able to rock it straight up into second or first. Currently only a 6 needed to go into second. So, given that she uses her priority well, could be an excellent heat strategy here, given the small numbers that have rolled through.
Yeah, well, she'd be feeling good about her position. No serious scores on the board. How much time have we got? 13 and a half minutes, and she's got first priority, so, yep, you're probably right.
Yeah, and Woolamite, as we can see on the screen here, water, waves, lumps and bumps heading in each and every direction. So going to make surfing and picking the right waves all the more crucial. And then for those surfers that like to show their clean, smooth style on nice canvas waves, it's going to be absolutely
That's not the order
tricky.
of the day.
Yeah.
Not today.
Ready? One for the red. No.
And down the beach, one little section, even that one closing out. So waves left, right and centre. A little bit slower in the action out in the water for us at the moment. We're still waiting on Ava to get started, hanging on to priority. 12.5 minutes remaining here. And a 3.75 and a 3.25. As that clock winds down, those numbers will start to feel bigger and bigger for the rest of the field.
So you're a local, James? You're a local, Phillip Island?
Yeah,
Born and bred?
Not born and bred, moved in when I was young.
Yep.
But yeah, spent 20 years of my younger formative years here. Blessed to call this region home.
Yep. So how are we looking for tomorrow? Lighter winds, slight drop in swell?
Yeah, so tomorrow.
Give us your take on it.
So what we're seeing here today, we've seen potential of what we will see tomorrow. So those big sections will still be coming through, but those bigger sets with the slight drop in swell probably won't be closing out the whole beach.
Yep.
Wind's going to back off as well, as forecast to at least, so should clean things up a little bit. And we should start to see more than just these one turn unruly sections, the bank starting to link through and really give surfers a lot more opportunity to showcase their clean, stylish surfing. As up and riding at the moment is Sarah Wakita, who you mentioned, linking that one through. A few bumps to deal with, doing well to hang on through.
Yep, and somehow or other she's found a really nice wave and showing that style and rides out of that final turn. So, yeah, Sarah Wakita, she's a stylish surfer and she's an experienced competitor, and I'd say she's posted the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, absolutely. Pushing a lot harder. Whereas Sophie, was sort of nursing those turns, playing it safe for the completion. We can see Sarah pushing her board a little bit harder as we see her dealing with the bumps and the chop there really, really well, staying well grounded over the middle of the board. And then this finishing turn there, your bulkier points are going to come from there, riding out clean.
Nothing too crazy or too critical, but smooth, well connected, and all the things that we see from Sarah over and over again. Smart surfer as well. And I think going back to those ratings, she needs a result here. So she'll be doing everything she can. And scores coming in. And yep, it's a reasonable score. A 6.75. 6.75 takes her straight to the lead.
Yeah, excellent wave choice there for the Japanese surfer, and well deserved too with a 6.75.
Here we go.
Fellow countrywoman up and riding, and then sort of a mirrored version of her first wave, that one shutting down, having to eject again. And looks like Ava Argyros has lost priority. So not sure if she's paddled for a wave or she went one.
She may have got one and we've missed it. We'll see if a score comes in or not. Because the clock is ticking down now, 9 minutes remaining. So that's why Sophie Fletcher's early strategy, get 2 waves of reasonable waves on the board, could prove decisive.
Yeah, could be a smart heat strategy, or it might not be really. Only a 6 needed for Samomo. And then as soon as one surfer gets a decent number, Sophie's going to have to go back to work and really push harder to get those numbers way up above the 3 range, just like Sarah Wakita did. That 6.75, she's looking in a really good position for this one. So Sophie with priority now. And then, a bit of a slower heat here, so just the 3 major waves really ridden, and then a couple of closeouts. So Samomo Sato is going to be looking for one that gives her a corner she can open up and fit a few turns in. And Sarah Wakita out in front at the moment, 6.75 and a 1.4. This is my first day down in the comp, Robbo. Have we ran at Woolies all throughout the week?
Yep, every day at Woolamai, and even then a couple of days there, or at least a 24-hour period there was no swell in Victoria, and we still managed to find a reasonable bank at Woolamai that delivered fun little 2-foot waves to get through a lot of the pro junior heats, and they weren't sacrificed by any means. Woolamai sucks in whatever swell there is out there in the ocean. We've had all sorts of conditions. It was pumping the first couple of days, especially day 2 was really good, clean. I believe Phillip Island in February, March is the best place to be in Australia for a surfer.
Yeah, I would probably have to agree. No bias on my part, but
so many days where the wind's from the east and everywhere else is chopped out or messed up. But Phillip Island handles easterly winds really well, and that's the predominant wind through February, March. And there's so many breaks along this coast.
Yep.
So many breaks, and some of them are world class, absolutely world class.
Yeah, absolutely, and so many of them conducive to being really good working with that easterly wind.
That's right.
And the swells, like as you mentioned, flat everywhere else in Victoria, but still 2 foot and competible.
Yep,
for
and
the
super
juniors.
clean. It's an amazing place to be.
Yep.
If you're a surfer and you want to go somewhere for a January, the whole of summer, but February and March especially, you'll get waves here every day, and often you'll get amazing waves. I don't know how many breaks there are here, but one day I walked out to Pyramid Rocks, which is just to our west, and I was with Ty Sarati, the general manager of WSL Australasia, and he pointed out all the different breaks from the Summerlands end right through to the Cape at Woolamai, and we counted something like 20 surf breaks, and that doesn't include the ones around the corner in the Cap Bay region. So there's a lot of waves, and a number of them are epic. No change to the scoreline there, so now as we head down to 5 minutes, Sophie Fletcher's early strategy is looking strong.
Yeah, she's looking really well. I think she just had a...
Doesn't look that strong, but
she
may advance on those scores.
Yeah, and I think she had a look at one with priority earlier and might have shot herself in the foot a little bit, only getting a 0.4.
But White's on the board now. It's only a 2.5, but she needs something there, and it gives her something to chase. And it's not a big task. She's chasing a 4.5. Surfer in Red's chasing a 6, and you look at Sarah Wakita, her low score is just a 1.4. So Sophie Fletcher sitting in amongst all that lot in a position to advance on a pair of 3-point rides.
Yeah, currently sitting in second, but definitely not solidified by any means. As you said, it'll be it's going to be a nail-biting finish the last 4 minutes and some change here. Non-massive scores really needed by any surfer to jump up, and Samomo really just looking to get on the board to start off her heat, having a brief look there. And not much on offer. She's got priority though, so we'll look to be getting a decent number. Try and walk in Sarah Wakita's footsteps on her wave, similar to that.
Yeah, she's very capable, that's for
6.75.
sure. They're all in it. And what are we now? It's still plenty of time, 3.5 minutes or thereabouts. But yeah, Phillip Island for a surf trip. January, February, March, especially February, March, amazing. Best place in Australia in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. Come down and explore the waves. As you said, there's multiple different breaks to choose from.
And you can always sneak away and get away from the crowds. There's that many breaks. There will be options aplenty.
Yep. Yeah, one of the absolute blessings of this key region surf-wise. And then knowing that you can shuffle around if it does go on shore. One day you can just shoot across the other side of the island. Like I imagine.
There's some great waves over there.
Yep.
And if there's a moderate to strong swell and an offshore wind, there's a wave halfway along this coast that is absolutely world class. It's no secret spot. But you don't go out there unless you're experienced. Otherwise you're going to end up on the bottom. Okay, who have we got up?
This is Sarawakita in the green, and yeah, amazing looking wave so far, on her way to a really, really decent number and looking to polish
surfing
off the finish.
Now, she has picked off 2 good waves.
Yep.
And she knows what she can do if she gets a wave that's going to peel off for her, and she just lets that style and flow and all go together. She probably wasn't focused on the one big critical wave. She goes, my strength is getting a decent wave and just using my flow and my surfing and let it do the talking. And that's what's happened. She's picked off 2 of the best waves of the heat that allow multiple manoeuvres, and it's a very much a typical Sarawakita performance, and she's going to put herself way out in front after this wave. I don't expect it to go up into the excellent range or anything, but I expect another solid good score. And that's not to say she can't score in the excellent range. She does, but I always seem to find it's when the waves are better that she really comes into her own. And we're down to now 1 minute and 15 seconds. So, okay, surfer up.
Here we go.
Yes, this is looking like a decent wave too for the surfer in white.
This inside section standing up for her as well. Here's a nice looking oncoming section.
She's going to be able to get around it and up and over.
Tricky little double up there.
And again.
And going incomplete.
Okay, so she doesn't need a huge score.
Yeah.
Didn't see her first manoeuvres. They'll probably be important. We'll probably need to look at the replay. Needs a 4.5. I'm not sure. We're going to get the replay. Here we go. That's a good turn. And she's getting the link through here.
Yeah, this section here looked good and then just clamped.
Yeah. And she doesn't ride out of the final move, so 10 seconds remaining. I'm leaning Blue's way to get through, but we'll see.
Yeah, not a massive score required.
4.5, so it's in that unusual range. So Sarah Okita posted a 6.5, so she easily takes it out. Second place up for grabs here. Will White get a 4.5 for that wave? I think she's going to fall just short. I'm not sitting on the fence, James. Come on.
Yeah, so had she made that last manoeuvre, you were probably questioning maybe it's around that 4.5, but without that last manoeuvre, you're banking on the strength of that outside turn. Probably just a little too lateral.
There we go. We got it right.
There we go.
2.8 and a 2.5. Not enough.
Yeah.
We need to stick the judges in here. We'll go up there.
Yeah, get us on the panel. We can get in the ballpark.
We can always.
If it's between a 0 and 10, we've got that number covered, you reckon? All right, so
the local girl gets through.
Local girl
on
gets
those
through.
2 3-point rides. We predicted at the start of the heat they could be keepers.
Yeah, there you go. And we were and ahhing whether that safe surfing was going to be enough, especially once we saw Sarawakita drop that first 6 in the early stages. But tricky questions, making sure you get your waves.
So if you're a coach, you're saying, well done, job done. Next round, you're going to have to go more critical.
Yep, absolutely.
We're going to go to a break.
Alrighty, as we go.
Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Back into the action here, and we're rolling straight through heat number 3, round of 16, women's side of the QS draw, and right on cue, Anon Matsuoka in the red, linking through, and then that one just running off. She's joined by Mirai Ikeda in the blue, Rita Suzuki in the white, and Paige Harab in the green. So Paige out of New Zealand, and then the other 3 surfers representing Japan. And as we saw, Rita Suzuki just catching rail there. So a few of these waves, as this tide's pushing through, starting to go a bit fat on that inside section, making wave selection all the more critical. I'm joined here by True Starling.
Hello. How's it going?
Yeah, well, thank you. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, wave selection proving critical as we saw Sarah Wakita just on 2 of the best waves, surfed them absolutely to a T.
Yeah.
And looked like she cruised through that last heat.
She is such an experienced competitor, Sarah, who I have been calling Sarah for as long as I've known her, and only found out literally before her heat it was Sarah. I was like, what do you mean it's Sarah? But yeah, she's an experienced competitor, Sarah. I remember her taking out one of the first QSs that I went to in Avoca. She took that one out. She had an incredible campaign that whole event, and she's just sort of kept that consistency, and she really wants to, find herself on that Challenger Series where she can, and I feel like she obviously has the tools and the ability to get there, and now it's just all about keeping up with that consistency throughout the rest of this event and into the quarterfinals. It's woman on woman from here on out after this round, and it's huge. And I spoke to a couple of the females a little bit earlier, and they were really happy to be out here with. It is junky and tricky conditions, but I think they were stoked to have more opportunities than not.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that tide pushing through, we were seeing some big sets rolling through earlier in the day, and I think it was Dane Henry went to hit the lip on a 6 to 8 footer, and it snapped his board clean in half. So the power out there is real.
Yeah.
But yeah, hats off to the girls, given the option to wait for it smaller, and no, we want to be out there, put us amongst it, and they're putting up some great numbers and getting some great waves.
Yeah, 100%. And it's really awesome to see them going for it and putting themselves in, the positions where they could get annihilated, or they could be on really tricky sections, and they're just not even fazed by it. I think they're really loving these conditions where it's challenging and tricky. So bring it on. I mean, we had 2 days of kind of small waves. It was fun, but it was slow and a little bit inconsistent, and it was a nice surprise to see the swell in the ocean work in our favour today.
Yeah, for sure. Good to see our competitors get to see the many faces of Woolamai and working on a variety of conditions. There's still plenty of opportunity out there. Got to paddle around a bit and pick the eyes of it a bit more today than the nicer, cleaner, smaller days. But definitely still some super fun waves out there.
I feel like the risk versus reward, or that consequence factor, makes such a big difference as well, and there's been many days, like I grew up competing on this qualifying series as well, and you want to be in conditions like this to show that you can handle it. And you got to be able to handle it to qualify for the CT. And Anon, she tried to link that one through to the inside. It was a bit of a fatter wave. It seems like the conditions are definitely starting to clean up and get, a little bit more manageable. It's still tricky out there, and there's still some big sections for sure, but you're starting to see it maybe get a little bit easier to read, do you think?
Yeah, I think so, and it's looking like you're going to have on the right one that slower midsection that's not going to close out and give you opportunity to link through. Just like those two waves that we saw Sarah Wakita on in that last heat.
Yeah.
Plenty of opportunity. If you stay patient, wait for the sections to stand up on the bank, you're going to be able to put together a really nice heat total.
What if you were surfing the heat out there, game plan?
Oh, if I was out there, I would be far left off screen, stuck in the rip. It's that tricky out here. There's that much water moving around.
Yep.
But I would be looking to get that one big section. Get a big corner, try and hit it, and then get your bulk of your points on there, and then hope that you get some bonus work through on the inside.
Absolutely, agreed. And on Matsuoka in this heat, she's really, fights for that. This is Rita Suzuki up and out of that one. But yeah, Anon, she actually took out the Pro Junior rankings for the Asian region this year, or for the 2025 year, which was amazing. She had an incredible year, and then she won a couple of events on the QSs. I think she's sitting in that top 2 to 3 spot, which is really, really cool. And she's still so young, and she's got so much experience already. And speaking of experience, Paige up and riding.
Yeah, here we go. And then that one just hitting that deeper water section. So tricky conditions here for the surfers to read, the ones that are going to push through across the bank. And Anon, that's great. She's in that top 3 position. That is a cutthroat qualification to get onto the challenges for that region.
It is really tricky. There's not many spots, and I think it's one of those where you have to be consistent all year. You can maybe have one event where it's like, oh, I didn't do so good, but even then it's like you're just not safe.
Yeah.
And you're not in a position where you can qualify for the Challenger Series, especially with so many great Japanese surfers. They're all just really getting better and better each event.
Yep. Yeah, and they all seem to be so light-footed, super quick at transitioning between manoeuvres. And we just had a decent number dropped for our surfer in white. So Rita Suzuki a 5.25, straight to pole position there. And then Anon's 2.25 for that little one trying to link it through. So 5.25, strongest number of the heat so far. As we see what could be the tail end of Anon's wave. Hopefully she got some work done out the back. Might try and see a replay for that one.
Yeah, we've got plenty of waves to roll through. I think, even looking at the results from that last heat, Sarah Wakita taking it out, Sophie Fletcher coming in second. She's that local competitor here. She's got that local knowledge. Soph, she's taken a little bit of a different road as well with her competitive career. She's been traveling a lot with her partner, Philippe, traveling around the world, which just looks like an amazing kind of chaos from her Instagram social. She has Sophie Fletcher Designs as well, which just is so cool, creating some amazing artwork and stickers, and I see it all over the Northern Rivers where I live at the moment, and also down here as well. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's awesome, and yeah, hats off to Sophie running such a good business there. The stickers are blowing out in popularity. I'm starting to see them pop up around Melbourne now as well. Wow. So well done, Sophie. And amazing. Yeah, travelling the world with Felipe seems like an absolute blast. Yeah, absolutely. She's got a pretty good life. She's living a pretty amazing life. And Paige Harab, she's a bit of a veteran on the QS as well. Her and Freya Prum really come to mind for me. They've been competing on the QS for many, many years. Paige, of course, was the first New Zealand surfer to qualify for the Women's World Tour, maybe actually overall as well, I think. So that's really awesome for Paige, and she's, keeping that competitive fire alive, being here on the QS, trying to re-qualify for the Challengers as well, which we actually did see Paige on the Challengers series, I think this year or maybe even the year before,
And she didn't do so great in the first few events, so she was like, I'm just going to call it and re-qualify on the QS after that.
Yeah, there you go. You got to know when to hit the reset button or change up strategies. And speaking of strategies, it looks like Maria Cater has picked the eyes out of it. A 9-point ride has been dropped.
Whoa.
So managed to sneak that one in somewhere off camera, potentially. Hopefully we get our eyes on that one, but no doubt it had a big meaty section to it.
Yeah. Wow, that's amazing. Big scores. Mirai, okay. I've been to most, if not all, of the bigger QSs throughout the whole year this year, which has been amazing to kind of see the storyline from all of the competitors. Mirai is one of those surfers where you'll see her on the beach. She's so happy-go-lucky. She's smiley. She's just generally awesome. She puts a rashi on and I'm like, you scare me. I actually don't want to come near you right now because she just locks in. She's laser focused, and that's why she gets big scores and gets rewarded for some pretty huge surfing. And she's just, it's an incredible score, but it also doesn't surprise me in the slightest that she's dropping big numbers out here in conditions like this.
Yeah, for sure. So rashi goes on, flip the switch. Competitors on, smiles away for 25 minutes, and then we go to work.
Absolutely. She's like, all right, I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
Which is awesome. Here she is. Oh, unfortunately goes down. She's got a lethal backhand, but you can see maybe just that front foot slipping off.
Yeah, that section looked pretty nice, and would have been a really good backup had she ridden out of that turn for that 9-point ride. Still sitting in the lead, though. And then, 5.25 for Rita, probably the only really pressing number in this heat. And then Paige and Anon Matsuoka looking to show what they can do out there.
I'm ready to see it. Anon, she's took out the Crew Pro this year. She had a little paddle there onto that one. And, she's not scared to go in those big sections. Mirai. Oh.
Here we go.
Oof.
And then going incomplete. But having seen that, the QS story unfold, any rivalries popping up in the field? Or is it all, once we're on beach, it's happy-go-lucky?
Oh, that's a good question. I think there is starting to be some more rivalries among the junior competitors that are coming up. I think it's a healthy rivalry. It's not anything that's like, we're not friends at all. I haven't put the rashi on for a little while now, so I haven't really been too involved in that, but I think just watching it from the outside, there's definitely a couple of little pokes between certain competitors here and there, which is super cool. I think it's awesome to have that. It's healthy, and it's quite funny to see.
Yeah, we love to see a competitive rivalry.
Yeah.
And we know that within regions that can really bring the quality of surfing up. You think about your Parcos and your Mix that grew up competing, and then they both rise each other up and up and up, and they end up on the world tour, world champions, both of them.
Yeah.
So we know how good it can be for competitive surfing.
Yeah, for sure. And they're those sorts of rivalries between Mick and Parco and Kelly and Andy and, all of those top guys, as you said, it's just, even to look back on it, you see that, and you can actually see that they're still best of mates, but they also have this, I don't want you to be better than me. And Anon, unfortunately kicks out. I feel like there is a pretty cool rivalry between a lot of the Japanese competitors. I think maybe even Anon and Mirai, they are good friends, but they do try to one-up each other every time, and you can see that in their surfing. So I'm interested to see how this plays out for Anon, because she's sitting, a little bit on the back foot in this heat.
Yeah, and then being from that same region, you're going to go up against each other multiple times throughout your career, and you're definitely not going to want to be the one that's on the losing side of that exchange.
No, yeah. It's always so tough as well when you're hearing your fellow competitor get a 9. You're like, where did they get that out here? It is tricky. It's hard to be in the spot. But if you're Mirai right now, hearing that you've got a 9, you can just cruise. You're in cruise control for the next 9 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. And then backed it up with a 4.5 with going incomplete on her second turn. She's looking really, really strong for this one. Rita Suzuki will definitely be looking to get a second number in to back up that 5.25 to really put the pressure on Anon and Paige. Paige looks like she's been sitting with priority for a little while now. Knows she needs to really get a decent number to be within a shot here with 8.5 minutes remaining.
Absolutely. She needs to get a wriggle on. I mean, a 0.75 isn't what you'd be wanting, but she's such an experienced competitor and she's got such a strong backhand. She's having a good look at this one. Let's see what she can do.
Yeah, here we go. All right, draws out the backhand, cut back, staying close to the power source. She's going to need to stay right there, and then that one not running through. So looks like some deeper water there on the inside of that bank.
You almost want those bigger ones.
Yeah, I think so. You're going to need that power to push through.
It's so tricky because you see those bigger ones, they can be a bit intimidating and a little bit scary, but they obviously make for excellent scores as well. You know, those smaller ones don't hit that bank like you said, and I think for Paige that maybe she just needs to focus on one big turn on this next exchange.
Yeah, definitely. Those looks like she's been looking for the ones that run off, and here we go, Anon. This first section looking nice. Absolutely cracks it and needs to get around there. Looks like she might stay with it and wait for it to reform. As you see, the bit more size there pushes through that mid portion of the bank, but no real section on offer on the inside.
I liked that first turn. I think she's got a fair paddle to get back out right now, but this was so strong. Anon absolutely belts it there for that first turn. She got such great redirection as well coming down, so one really strong turn. She'll get well rewarded for it, but it's just this inside bit. It kind of, the judges might be thinking, okay, get out of it now. You know, there's no need to take it to the inside. You're a little bit stuck behind, but Rita looking to better her or get a good second score.
Yeah, and we'll see if this one links through. So there we go. This is a nicer looking wave here. This left running off, inside section, standing up, cutting through into it, and then kicking out there. So a couple more sections on offer for Rita. We'll see how that one compares to the one big belt from Anon. But yeah, it's going to be super close for second.
Wow. It's a real battle right now between the three Japanese surfers. This was actually a really, really nice wave. Rita, you can see she just cuts that first turn short just a little bit so that she can stay in that bowly section for these moments when it starts to stand up. Good connection there for Rita Suzuki, and then driving through that fourth turn. I mean, she's found one that's really opened up. And then this one of Mirai as well. A lethal backhand, you can see, just trying to stay in that power source, in that critical part, but unfortunately that wave just died out a little bit. So, scores locked in for Anon is 6.0, so big number for her and a really good score to put her up into second. And then Mirai, she's got a score to come through as well.
Yeah, Mirai.
Rita.
Yeah, and Rita. Yep. And Rita's coming through a 3.25. So maybe a little bit more of a lateral wave, not as much vertical sections for her to go up into those higher scores that the judges seems to be looking for, and Anon hitting that nail right on the head, smacking that big section, one big powerful turn.
Absolutely. I feel like that's been the storyline of the day. Hey, it's just those big turns, you're getting big scores, and you can even see in the conditions it's starting to get a little bit bluer. It seems to be a little cleaner out there as well. So good signs for the rest of the day. We do have the quarterfinals on standby for both the men's and the women. So wondering if we'll roll into that. You can see this is the rankings leaderboard right now. Kana Nakashio is leading that ranking, but she isn't in the event. Ano Matsuoka in second. You can see sitting at number 6 and 7 is Rita Suzuki and Mirai Aiketa. So this is important rounds for these two women. Sarah Wakita, we just saw take out that last heat. It's also really important for her. Unfortunately, Sumomo Sato getting knocked out, so she won't move up that leaderboard. But it is so, this last event, it's just a little bit more important than the rest of the other ones as well. It's the last chance, it's your last opportunity. So important results here for these three Japanese surfers.
Yeah, last roll of the dice, and if there wasn't a rivalry earlier on in the year, it's definitely going to come to the forefront once you get into the pointy end. And for one of these Japanese surfers, it's going to be your last heat of the year. So wishing them all the best competing here, and it's going to be super close. So they are pushing each other. We've got Rita only chasing a 4.26 at the moment. And Anon only needing to better on a 3.5. So that second place is going to be super tight with the last 3 minutes remaining here. Paige, 2.05, her high number. So she'll be looking to just try and get one big score, I think, now with the amount of time that's remaining.
Yeah, agreed. And she's so experienced and she's got so much knowledge behind her that I feel like she knows what she needs to do. She just has to go out there and do it, and it's such an easy thing to say, and it's like the most obvious thing to say, but when you're out there and you're battling so many different uncontrollables, it's so hard to put everything together, particularly in conditions when it's tricky and challenging. But she just needs to back herself on the next wave.
Yeah, absolutely. And us looking at it, we're seeing sections left, right and centre on the screen, but for them, they're just seeing water swirling around, bumping up and down, umming and ahhing at probably every little ripple that comes through. That probably was Rita's chance there. Like I say, here goes Anon, looking to better a 3.5. Nice pace wrap here. Linking through. We'll see if this one stands up on the inside for her, dealing with these bumps really well. And there's that section and whips the backhand around, riding out clean. So there you go. That's got to feel good for Anon Matsuoka.
Absolutely. That last turn was so vertical. She was so deep off the bottom, and to time that just a fraction earlier gives so much confidence to ride out of that one. Let's dissect it. I mean, this was such a well-surfed wave. Really good pace at the start. She didn't try and oversurf it, overdo it too much. She's just staying close to that power source, that critical part of the wave, and then right here, deep off the bottom, belts it to get a finish. Anon, that's a shades of the surfing that we're used to seeing from her. That backhand attack is incredibly strong, and that'll definitely put her back into second, because we just saw Rita lock in a score, but I feel like Anon, she's getting the 4.15 for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rita going incomplete on her final turn too, so left a bit of food on the table, so to speak. 4.9 could have pushed out that requirement for Anon a bit higher than a 4.15, and then based on the replay, your gut feeling is, Anon's going to get that number and then some, and there it is, a 7.25. So Rita left chasing an 8-point ride with about 25 seconds remaining here.
Wow, that's huge. A 7.25. We've had some big numbers, a 9, a 7.25, 6s. Here we go, Paige Harab. She's looking to get out of combo.
Yep. Too little, too late, but Paige showing the quality of her surfing there, regardless, with final stages counting down.
Wow. And also, Mirai, she just pushes the board away a little bit there, but that was a huge heat for Mirai and Anon.
Yeah, absolutely. So Anon's going to do wonders protecting her spot in that top three. And Mirai, I think she was in either 6th or 7th, so she's going to start climbing up, and we'll be looking to have a really strong result here to go all the way through.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to the pointier end of this draw. And we are going to go straight into heat number 4, but we'll head to a quick ad break before we get there. Don't go anywhere.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
We are back with the last heat of the women's round of 16. This is a huge heat for these 4 competitors. Ruby True, Sai Maniwa, Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie and Willow Hardy. It's been a big week of surfing already. It's day 6 here at the Phillip Island Pro. We saw Pro Juniors finish yesterday. Champions were crowned. Willow Hardy is actually the Pro Junior champion here for the Phillip Island Pro. So she's back out there for the QS, trying to progress through to those finals times, quarterfinals coming up next after this. In that next round for the round of 16 of the women. We've got the men's round of 16 coming up next. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth once again with Finn Murphy, and it's sunny. It's getting a little bit warmer out there. You haven't had a jacket on all day, but my puffer's come off and I'm just in my little knit.
Yeah, the sun's finally come out. I reckon the shorts are going to be on very soon. It's very nice out there today. In true Victorian fashion, you've got to rock up with a snow jacket and you'll be leaving in shorts and t-shirt.
Yes. 4 seasons, 1 day. We love it.
It's just unbelievable. I don't know how it happens.
Keeps us on our toes, though. It's the best part of it.
Yeah, it's good. It just means you got to be prepared.
Fully. Absolutely. Be prepared for anything. And it kind of feels like that this whole event as well. We've had to be prepared for small conditions, fun conditions, big, crazy, wild conditions like we saw this morning and throughout the day. So we'll see what kind of happens this afternoon. After this round, we'll have quarterfinals left, and they are on standby for this afternoon, but we'll see if they will run this up and riding right now. Sai Maniwa, she is representing Japan, lives on the Gold Coast. Big section ahead of her. Ooh, just comes unstuck. Unfortunately, gets a little bit annihilated on that section. There's been some pretty heavy wipeouts today, Finn.
Yeah, we've seen Dane Henry snap his board right above the fins there. Can't remember who it was at the start of the day, maybe first or second heat, but someone just got absolutely lit up. And yeah, it's pretty raw, the ocean down here at Cape Woolamai, and it's amazing that they have a great surf lifesaving club down here. There's definitely lots of rescues on the island because it's pretty. The water can be a bit of a violent place sometimes, especially with the rip bowl that we have here.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you don't understand or have that much ocean knowledge, it is quite easy to get swept away.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, you'll find yourself halfway to Tasmania and you're like, oh, I shouldn't be here right now.
Help me. Well, lucky these surfers and these women in this heat are pretty aware of the ocean and have great ocean knowledge. I mean, there's been, I think, maybe 4 years in a row at Cruy where it's been like 1,000 foot.
Yeah.
And so scary. I think one of the first or second years I went, it was like 8 to 10 foot.
I reckon it just gets bigger every time they run an event there.
Yeah, absolutely.
I remember when I first watching the events that they were doing there a couple of years ago, and it was like 4 or 5 foot, and then last year it was like, yeah, literally 8 to 10 foot, and dudes standing up in stand tall barrels.
Yeah.
It's like, whoa.
It was amazing,
Crazy.
but it was also like the scariest thing ever.
Did you paddle out?
I wasn't competing last year, so I didn't go out when it was big, but the years when I was competing, I did. And I actually lost my leg rope, and I had to swim in, and there's like, as you're coming in from Ujong Buchor, which is that big left, there's a little bit of a rip that kind of sucks you back out to sea.
Was that 2024? 2023?
Yeah, it would have been 2024. And or maybe even 2023 actually. And I actually saw one of my mates, Jamie Thompson. I'm going to call him out because he did help me in the end. But I was like, Jamie, help me. I'm going to get sucked back out to sea. And he's like, nah, you're all good. You got this. And he started paddling off and I was like, what do you mean? But he came back and helped me and got in all good. But it was scary. There was moments like that where you had to be prepared for it.
Yeah.
You know? And it was lucky my board wasn't too far away from me and he just grabbed it for me. But it was, full on times. Big conditions.
Yeah, how is it over there, like the setup they've got? I've never been over there. Like, what's it like?
It's awesome. Yeah. Cruy and Nias and those events are so fun. In Cruy, there's the place where we run the comp, so Ujong Butchor, there's so many opportunities out there. It really sucks in the swell. And then there's so many other waves around the island. Like, it is insane. Mandiri Beachy is so fun. There's Cruy Left, which is kind of doesn't bring in as much swell. So when it is gigantic over at where the contest is, you can go surf Cruy Left and it's like 4 foot and really, really fun. There's the rights there. There's, so much. There's that big kind of, it's called Honey Smacks, I think. And it's like this scary, like, left tube. It's so hectic. I would not go out there, but Willow, she definitely would. She's an absolute charger.
She's a charger. Remember, I can't remember what year, maybe it was like 21, and when she got that wild card into WA event, and it was absolutely huge, and she was just taking off on the biggest bombs.
Yeah.
And she was like 17, 16, super young.
She has no fear, Willow.
I think if you're from WA, you kind of have to have no fear, hey?
Yeah, you just got to go for it.
It's pretty hectic over there.
She got to go and see the penguins last night, which I know she was super excited about. That was a good backhand turn there. But, yeah, Willow... and Ruby True. Wow. Ruby from North Narrabeen. She's got a really strong backhand. That was a good first turn. A 5.5. She's locked in already. But, yeah, as I was saying, Willow, I was talking to her dad yesterday at the Penguin Parade. And he was like, oh, yeah, Willow spent a bit of time in Hawaii because she's on the Challenger Series this year. And she spent some time in Hawaii before the Lexus Pipe Challenger over there. And she was staying with a bunch of the guys, Eden Hassan, another guy, Noah, a couple of others. I can't quite remember who they were, but... they surfed like 4 times a day every day. Jean, Willow's dad, was like, yeah, she was just eating rice and surfing 4 times a day.
What a life.
Yeah, going to log cabins, surfing huge pipe, doing all of this crazy stuff. And I was like, that's amazing.
Wild.
She's wild. That's awesome.
That one of Ruby True's, though, that was sick. An 8.5.
Wow.
An 8.5. Ruby, can imagine she'd be loving the island. So many waves, and I don't know if you know, but have you seen the skate park at Cowes?
No.
Crazy. Really good skate park. And Ruby, of course, is a gun skater. Mm-hmm. So no doubt she would have gone and checked it out. I remember they redid it a couple of years ago, and it's pretty mental.
No way. Do you skate?
Not as much as I used to. I used to skate all the time, and then the ankles started to start to go, and I was like, I think I got to give it up.
I need to retire from the concrete and just hang out in the ocean
literally,
a little more.
When you fall over when you're surfing, it's not as bad as falling on the concrete.
Yeah, absolutely. I take my hat off to people that are still good skaters.
Do you ever go for a roll?
No, absolutely
ever get the smooth
not.
star out?
No,
remember those?
I used
that was
to.
So fun.
Yeah, they were so fun. I used to a little bit, but haven't been on a skateboard for a while. Noah Fuzi, our socials guru, legend.
I've heard that.
Very good.
I've heard that. He's pretty handy in the bowl.
Yeah, he's amazing, actually. But that was a really strong connection there for Ziggy McKenzie. This is Sai Maniwa having a look. It's shaping up to be a really good heat. Unfortunately, Sai just goes down with 14 minutes to go. Some scores to come through for Ziggy. But Ziggy was also, I'm pretty sure Ziggy was a good skater as well back in the day. She's just a charger now. She did so well at the Penang Cup. Jasmine Studer took that out. But
yeah, when it was like 6 to 8 foot when she was surfing, then she's still so like little. Yeah. And watching her take off on some of those massive bombs, you're like, oh my god, she's going to get smoked. but she just executes it so well. Just reads that wave like a book.
Fully. She just handles it. It's pretty amazing. She's just locked in a good score as well. A 5.75 for that one turn. And it's a similar sort of storyline compared to that last heat. Mirai Aikeda got a 9 and backed it up with a 4 or a 5. And Ruby True's doing something pretty similar in this one, and it's setting herself aside.
Yeah, this is a really fun heat that we've been lucky enough to talk about as we see Ziggy's replay there. Found a nice section. I know she was just wondering before her heat where she was going to paddle out. She was thinking about surfing down the beach a little bit, but looks like she's decided to join the pack. And here's that wide angle. You can definitely see where those girls are paddling out. That is the spot. Like watching it today, we've seen spots down to the Anzac side, which is the right-hand side of the beach, and you know it's good waves there, but the quality is really where our comp is today. Magic Lands, which is down towards the pinnacles, is also a really fun wave. They get some good rights down there, but you know that real high-performance wave is straight out the front at Cape Woolamai.
Absolutely. There's been I think the first time that I had ever come to Phillip Island was for an Aussie Juniors, and this was the go-to place every day. You know, I think there was one day that we were at Flynn's or Smith's or something like that, but every other day we were here.
Yeah, this is definitely the first place to check, and it's kind of convenient because you come to the island and it's the first beach, so you just go bang, tick it off the list, check Cape Woolamai. If that's not good, probably Smith's is the next option, and then you start looking at Flynn's or Right Point, and then if it's super big, you probably go Cat Bay, but that's only if it's like 200 foot.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
But Cat Bay is an awesome longboard wave.
Really?
Like, can be 3 foot here, and like it will have the sickest runners.
Yeah, no way.
And they have the Cat Bay Classic here, which is a longboard event here, and longboard state rounds over here as well.
Wow. Where is that?
Cat Bay. So we're on the island.
I'm going to regret asking this question.
If we're at Cows, let's say we're at Cows, we're at the supermarket at Cows, and we're looking at the road.
Yeah.
If you look straight over towards the Mornington Peninsula,
yeah,
it's pretty much on that side of the island. So across from Penguin Parade, pretty much, if that makes sense.
Not really, but I'll go with it.
Well, yeah, it's like where the penguins run in.
Okay, yeah.
It's on the other side.
Oh, okay, nice. Okay, yep, aligned. Always lead with where the penguins go.
Yeah, that's like the good landmark.
Yeah, it is for sure. Those little guys are awesome. Okay, I didn't know that there was a good longboard wave here. That's awesome. Well, I keep harping on about it. That's the best thing about the island is there's so many waves here. And there's at Cat Bay, I don't even know if I'm allowed to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. There's a good as wave out the very back, and if you've got a ski, it's pretty sick. Really?
Yeah. But I'm probably going to get some like staunch island locals to come after me now, maybe.
We'll keep it under wraps.
Yeah, I might have to go home after this heat, true.
No worries, we'll cover for you.
Yeah.
Too funny. Yeah, that's awesome. It's cool, you know, it's so nice to come to a place that caters for so many different levels and abilities, and at Woolamai I feel like you get the best of everything, and then having that longboard wave there as well is so cool.
Yeah.
I would love to be a longboarder, but I'm just a bit uncoordinated.
It's so fun, like me and my mates from Torquay surf Southside on some small days, and we take a longboard out and just try to get as many waves as we can, and it's pretty fun. It's nice and refreshing to, you know, get on a bigger board and just cruise rather than trying to hassle around Winky or Jan Juck.
Yeah, I hear you. I still haven't surfed Southside.
Oh, what are you doing, True?
I don't know.
At the pro last year, me and a couple of the judges, Toddy Rosewall and Frenchie, we went out there, and it was just like the beachy there is so good.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, this year. This is my year.
You got to check it out for sure.
All right, I will. We'll make it work. We'll make it happen. Well, we've got just under 9 minutes to go in this heat. Ruby still out in front. Not much has really changed. She's got that 8.5 and a 5.5. So she's well out in front. Only on 2 waves. She's only ridden 2 waves. So she's almost locked it away. We just saw Ziggy McKenzie kick out of that one. She's got a 5.75 and a score to lock in. This right now is Willow Hardy, the Pro Junior champion. Big, strong first turn, flying down the line. She's trying really hard to get to the second one, but she just couldn't quite get there. And maybe that's the time to focus on maybe 1 turn instead of 2.
Yeah, just put all your eggs in one basket rather than, playing it safe and hoping for a next section. Because that's the thing about the conditions days. You can't really hope or wish that another section's going to come, because I'm sure you can surf that wave, do that safe turn, try get the other, but if she doesn't get there, all she's going to be thinking on the way back is, I should have gone large.
Yeah, absolutely. This is Sai Maniwa up and riding. It's a smaller inside wave, a little bit fat on the outside, and you can see it just didn't really stand up for her, so she kicks out. And Sai, she's one of those competitors where she's got such a lethal turn and connection on her, but sometimes I think she does find it hard with that consistency, but she's been working really hard on the Gold Coast to try and link it all together. She's been spending a lot of time with Sarah Wakita. She came down here with Ollie Rissenbeek and Ellie Lampkin. They're all really, really tight. So she's got such a great crew of people around her. So I have no doubt that she'll be able to find an opportunity and belt it in this one.
Yeah, Ellie Lampkin, that's a pretty good person to hang around with.
Yeah.
She's an absolute legend.
She is, hey.
Surfs great. Pretty gun commentator as well. She's handy on the mic.
Yeah. She's funny. She's a funny human. Love her. She's also an absolute... She just surfs so well. She's got so much power.
She's
Ellie.
a full frother as well. She loves it.
She actually gives shades of Molly Picklum to me.
Just always out there getting amongst it.
Literally always out there getting amongst it. Goes big or goes home. She's like, yeah, I'm here to go for it.
I love it.
Me too.
Love it.
I admire that personality and that outlook on life. It's awesome. She's a cool human. I actually saw her in Newcastle last year for the Challenger Series and went into a surf shop, and she was like, True, what are you doing? And I was like, not much, what are you? And she goes, I had to surf before work. I'm going to work, and then we're going to go to surf after work, and I'm just frothing because the waves are so good. And I was like, awesome.
I love Newcastle. It's such a sick place, like so many waves there, and it's still kind of quiet. For Merriweather, such a good wave. It's still kind of quiet, I feel like, compared to here and even the town and that. It's just such an awesome setting.
Yeah, it's so cool. We're actually heading over there very shortly for the last Challenger Series of the season, with so many different scenarios that could play out for CT qualifications. And I'm excited for it. I love Newcastle as well.
I reckon there's going to be a pretty full plane going from Melbourne to Newcastle on Thursday.
For sure.
Oh, there we go. Ruby True, another backhand attack. Wow. I reckon that could potentially better the 5.5. That was pretty insane. Here's that replay. What do you think of this, True?
This is huge. Ruby, she is just ready to go for anything. Deep off the bottom. Loved that bottom turn. And how's the reaction time off the top as well? Fins out the back. Got that really crisp turn. And the timing, a fraction earlier, she was able to really light it up. So I agree, Finn. I think it's definitely going to go into the top 2.
Yeah, that was literally textbook backhand surfing. Surfed it to an absolute T. Read that wave like an absolute book, and you love to see Ruby True just going full tilt on that one. 12 o'clock. Kind of Caroline Marks-esque through there.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. And it has that full power, back-footed kind of slide as well. It was sick.
And you could just tell that she was setting herself up for greatness. That bottom turn was just really drawing off the bottom, and like you said, just throwing the fins out the back, and love to see it.
An 8.0 locked in for Ruby True, so goes excellent again. She is just getting better each wave. Starts off with the 5.5, gets an 8.5, locks in an 8 straight away. She's well and truly tied this heat up. and will be booking herself a spot in the quarterfinals. So it's a full battle for second. Ziggy McKenzie, she's got that 5.75, but Willow needs a 3.41, and Saimaniwa only chasing a 4.66. So not big scores for these women, but just that time really ticking away. And it's always so stressful when time becomes the real enemy in these heats.
Yeah, when you're paddling back out and there's 3.5 minutes to go like in this heat and you need to score, it's super, super stressful. Like, you're just thinking, oh my God, need a wave. Where's this set? Looking around, and then that's when people start to really hit the panic button and just see the first wave, and they just go, I need to catch this. When if they waited maybe another minute or 30 seconds to get the last wave of the set, that's what the panic and the alarm bells go off, and
you start to scratch around and take waves that you don't need and make somewhat bad decisions. It's definitely you got to stay quite composed, particularly in the last 2.5 minutes. Yeah, the last thing you want is to take off on a straight hander and spend the next 2 minutes paddling back out. Absolutely. Let's see what Willow and Sai can do. I mean, the great thing for Ziggy is she only needs to better a 1.15. So that's her next goal. That's the next thing that she needs to tick off in this heat. I know Ziggy and Willow train a lot together. They're sparring partners. Willow doing a little bit of work with Adam Dufner, and Ziggy quite involved with that program as well. Duffy, he trains Dane Henry, trained him to 2 ISA gold medals as well as a World Junior title. So they have a really, really great connection. And here we go. Sai Maniwa looking for a 4.66. Unfortunately, it goes down. So just gets a little bit caught up in that whitewash. Ziggy McKenzie looking to better a 1.15. Belts that section there. She'll do that for sure. So Ziggy, she's in a position where she can really edge out in front, but Willow Hardy, she's got such a strong backhand attack. Anything can happen in the last 90 seconds. Yeah, like I said, Ziggy's going to bump up her score there, but yeah, Willow, she could really sneak up in these 1.5 minutes remaining. If we see a big set come through, wouldn't be surprised if we just see Willow Hardy just go ham, cheese, tomato on a massive section. That sounds delicious. Let's make that happen. 1 minute to go. Willow, she's an experienced competitor. She's had a few chances on the Challenger Series. Unfortunately, she had a bit of an ankle injury right after the Newcastle Challenger Series this year and had to take a few events off. But she's back, and it's great to have Willow back in the Rashi. 3.41 is what she needs at this stage, waiting on this last one of Ziggy to lock in. It's looking pretty good so far. Comes in at a 5.6, so Willow now chasing a 7.85, and Sai Maniwa looking for a 9.10 with 30 seconds to go. Feels like Willow is the only one in striking distance of Ziggy right now. Yeah. Willow needs that 7.85. A 9.10 is very definitely tough with 10 seconds to go, and I think she's just paddling out as well. So I think this is where we might say goodbye to Sai, unfortunately. And yeah, counting this one down, Willow, where is she? Can't see. She's paddling into anything. That wraps up that heat number 4, the last heat of the round of 16. Big heat, an 8.5 and an 8 for Ruby True. She'll be moving on through to the quarterfinals with Ziggy McKenzie. Don't go anywhere. The men's round of 16 is out there. Harley Walters has been ripping this whole event. He'll be out there with Dylan Wilcoxon, Tommy Carvalho and Mitchell Peterson. Don't go anywhere. Huge surfing to come.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Alrighty, we're back with the first heat of the round of 16. Finn Murphy here with James Wilson Brown, Phillip Island local. How are you, Hype?
Yeah, having an absolutely ripper of a day so far. And the wind's starting to back off a little bit. The sun's out and shining. We're into the round of 16 of the men's. Harley Walters in the red, Dylan Wilcoxon in the blue, Thomas Carvalho in the white, and Mitch Peterson in the green. And we've had a quick score already, so all day Dylan, if you've seen the Instagram clips, you'd know him as 3.5 to start, and he was throwing down some pretty impressive punts earlier on in the day, Finn.
Yeah, we saw him throw a pretty big alley-oop. Pretty gutsy with those conditions this morning. They were a bit more gutsy this morning, but it's awesome to see that commitment there from Dylan. And like you said, this is a pretty stacked heat, James. Like Tommy Cavallo, Mitchy P, and Harley Walters. This one is going to be an awesome one to watch. So I reckon if I was sitting at home, I'd be getting the popcorn ready for this one.
Yeah, absolutely. So here's that little quick one from Dylan. Nice first turn, and then that one just shouldering off. So not a bad little start, but you can't imagine that's going to be a keeper if you want to progress through this one.
Yeah, maybe it's just getting the feet in the wax, getting rid of those first wave nerves. Here's Mitchell Peterson, still a fairly young fella, only 17 years old, and just holds on to that turn, no worries at all. Such a strong surfer. We're going to see him come onto the inside on the backhand. Couple cheeky foam climbs there. Gets another bonus one. And this is a pretty sick wave for Mitch to start it off. Got an awesome turn out the back, and then just showed his magic on the inside as well. But like I was saying, Mitch is only 17 years old, James. Like, he's going to be surfing for the next 20 years of his life, and I can't wait to watch it.
Yeah, absolutely. Already such a good competitor, with a pretty good career behind him already, and as far as junior results and performances go, and you can see why absolutely belts that section on the outside, and then just the wisdom between the ears to link through and squeeze a couple extra points on the inside here. Probably most of the damage done on the outside there, but impressive surfing nonetheless to wiggle a few little extra turns in there.
Yeah, and there's that score drop in a 6.5. Dylan with that 3.5. Still plenty of time left in this one. I'm excited to see Harley and Tom start their heat off, and looks like right on cue, Harley Walters taking off on the backhand. Big bottom turn to open this up with a nice hack off the top. A little bit of a slashing turn, getting some speed up. Nice section here. And just navigating this perfectly, traversing onto the inside now. So I reckon this one could potentially be just under Mitch's. What do you reckon, under or over?
Yeah, tough to say. We'll see where the judges have been liking that damage on those biggest sections out the back. So we'd love to see that first turn from Harley Walters again as Thomas Carvalho goes for a risky float there. And Harley Walters was surfing really, really well in the Usher Cup there earlier on this year. Not a couple of weeks ago, was it?
Yeah, like 2 weeks ago. So the Usher Cup, TBC taking it out, world champions. And here's that replay. So pretty sick first turn. Finds a nice little second slashing turn there. Rounds it out. And it kind of lays into this small little, it kind of bowled up for him there. So yeah, a 5.75 for that one, just under Mitchell Peterson's.
Yeah, so the damage and the bulk of the points coming out the back, and Mitchell Peterson's first turn definitely much stronger. Bit more of a critical section, getting much more vertical into it. And then the judges giving them the nod, but Harley Walters, not too far off, 5.75, and that probably would be that clean work on the inside there. few extra sections on offer for him. So priority goes to Dylan Wilcoxon. He's already got a 3.5. He'll be looking to get something at least in the 5 range if he wants to be in contention, and try use his priority wisely here.
Yeah, I reckon Dylan, he's going to hang out, wait for a nice set to come through. Same as Tom, we saw him go for a bit of a floater, and that wave, was a bit awkward, got bumped off the shoulder there. But Tom, I've seen some clips of him recently surfing at D-bar and snapper, and he's just such a strong surfer, so well-mannered as well. You go talk to him on the beach and he's an absolute legend. And I reckon he's going to fire up in the last couple minutes of this heat. We've known him, he's been known to do that, is stay quiet early on and then give it 10 to 5 minutes and he just comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, we'll be looking forward to seeing that for sure, and he'll definitely be hoping that he gets the opportunity to do so. 17 minutes remaining, so 8 or so minutes gone and only a 0.8 on the board so far, so hopefully he's got the confidence in him to get it all done in the second half of the heat, and definitely did that earlier on today. And got his 2 scores pretty quickly, I think, in his opening heat.
Yeah, so me and True, we were talking about the art of skateboarding before and how good the Cows skate park is. They just did a reno on it a couple of years back. Are you still having a roll around, James?
It's come a long way, the old Cows skate park, from what it used to be. I remember as a Grom making my way, you started dropping in the quarter and then you progress to the bigger and bigger ramps, and I finally made my way up to the steep quarter bowl, and there were that many cracks in the concrete. I landed the drop and then absolutely chalked the wheels and went down.
It was chalky heaven, wasn't it?
But now, yeah, skater's dream, nice and smooth, so good to see that for the local area, and we know surfing and skating translates well. Any skaters in the heat at the moment?
Nah, not at the moment. I know Harley Walters dabbles in the wood pushing here and there, but we were talking about Ruby True, the last heat. She's got it dialed on the skateboard, and Ziggy Aloha, I think she's pretty handy as well, as we saw that one from Mitchell Peterson, I believe it was. So just a small one, probably going to come out as those 3.5 or around that range, as we see Harley Walters taking off. So Harley, he reads this wave really well. I remember a couple of years ago, James, I think you were down here as well for an event, and Harley Walters might have been the Aussie titles. He was just on fire the whole event, as we see all day Dylan just getting shut down by that one.
Yeah, I think that might have been the Australian junior titles. Harley Walters surfing for New South Wales, potentially, yeah. Some amazing surfers. A lot of them competing in the junior QS side of the draw at the moment. Big standout one that comes to mind was Maverick Wilson out of WA. I think he needed a high 7 or something with a couple minutes to take it out, and he dropped like a 9.75 or something and left no question unanswered there.
Yeah, I love watching those events. You get to see some of the surfers you don't normally see. As we see Harley Walters, just holy grail of rail on that one. Heaps of speed, heaps of control, and that wave just fizzled out, but love to see him just wheeling that one around. It's not going to be a massive score, but it's a pretty sick turn nonetheless.
Yeah, here we go. Let's have a look on the replay. A double pump off the bottom, plenty of speed into it. Maybe a little bit caught up in the white water, so it's probably going to go into his top 2. Definitely better than a 0.5. So Harley Walters sitting in second, 5.75 and a 3.5. Not a massive score needed to go to first. And Mitchy Peterson, another one that came down for the Australian junior surfing title, surfed really, really well for Queensland. Kind of their anchor man, and the Ron Burgundy, the anchor man out of Queensland, Mitchy Peterson. So a 6.5 and a 3.5, and he's anchored in the lead at the moment, Finn.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, news just in, cheeky little link through. And doubling up, but let's get back to the action here. So Tommy Carvalho with priority, still waiting. So you mentioned earlier, Finn, that he backs himself to get it done in the later stages of the heat. What do you think he's going to be looking for here with 13 or so minutes to go?
Well, he's got just that 0.8. That's not a keeper, so I reckon he's going to be looking for two, probably one medium-sized wave and maybe a larger one. Medium-sized to get a bit of a safety score, and then we might see him go pretty large on that second wave. We'll just see how the dice gets rolled out to him. But Mitchell Peterson, he's pretty lucky. Got a pretty sick camping setup. He comes down to Victoria a fair bit for events such as these ones, and I was talking to him last night, and I know he's going to be coming down for the Rip Curl Pro to hang around the Rip Curl crew. And we were talking about, I was like, oh, how's it going? How's it been down here? He's like, oh, I love coming down here. You know, only 2 hours from Melbourne, can go and watch the footy when it's on. Got the NRL here, the tennis. Oh, who's that? Was that Dylan Wilcoxon? Yeah, Mitch was just rambling on how much fun it is coming down here and hanging out with crew from Victoria and sussing it all out. So I think when I hear that, it just makes me realise how spoiled we are to be down here on the Bass Coast Shire. So close to so many great things.
Yeah, it's a beautiful part of the world, and the Bass Coast Shire definitely do an amazing job looking after it. And then, as you can see on the screen there, Victoria every bit different, and that leads to what Mitch was talking about. You can come down, get amongst the city of Melbourne, get amongst the sport, the music, the art scene, and then if you want to, it's just a quick 1 to 2 hour drive out to the coast and explore some world-class waves. Either side you go, obviously the infamous Bells Beach, where we'll have the CT later on this year, and then the other side would be the Phillip Island and Mornington Peninsula Way, and no shortage of waves down here.
Yeah, pretty lucky in Victoria. No matter where you go, you're going to find something pretty sick. As we see Tommy, he's a bit of a large wave, ramping up for something big there. Hits that off the coping and sticks fat to that one.
Yeah, so waited a long time for that one and needed to make sure he rode out of it, which he's done so. And we just see Harley Walters standing tall coming out of something there. So be interesting to see what Harley got done, but a number to come through for White. It's going to be crucial for his heat, and he's going to get out the back in a couple of minutes or so and be looking to get another number if he needs to progress. If he needs to progress, he definitely needs to progress. If he wants to progress, he'll need another number.
Yeah, Dylan's been a bit quieter than I thought as well in this heat. I thought he might get out there and get busy. But hey, everyone's got these different strategies and they can chop and change sometimes, but we just saw that wide angle and we can see how much it's changed from this morning. Coming down here early this morning, and I was like, wow, it's just a washing machine out there, but it's become a lot more manageable.
Yeah, so that the swell's already peaked on the buoys and is starting to drop now, and that tide running out is going to take a bit of energy out of it as well. As we have a replay here, this is Harley Walters' big section.
Wow.
And riding out in front of it. No wonder we saw him standing tall there.
Crazy section. Kind of claimed it, looking straight up to the judges' tower and goes, how much more do you want? And you can see they've rewarded him with an 8.25. So Harley Walters sitting in a pretty comfortable position as 8.25 and a 5.75. And, you know, someone of his surfing caliber is definitely on track to better the 5.75. So I think Mitch and definitely Dylan and Thomas probably getting a bit nervous now. There's under 10 minutes remaining. Going, okay, we need the ocean to spark up now.
Yeah, that's it. Mitch with priority will definitely be waiting for a wave that's going to let him improve on that 4.75. Or if, you know, one that comes through that's going to give Dylan Wilcoxon a decent ramp to get that high 7, he might try and keep him off it. And Thomas Carvalho did what he needed to do on that last one, a 4.9. But definitely not comfortable by any means, chasing at 6.36. So he's in the last priority order as well. So that's going to make it tricky. We know it already took him, 15 minutes to get that first 4.9, so he's going to have to speed things up a bit.
Yeah, he's definitely going to start having to hit the gas now with 8 minutes remaining. But just, wheeling it back to that one of Harley Walters, it was awesome to just see that wave. Oh, man, I couldn't even imagine the POV on that thing. It was pretty much curling over his head as he hit the lip. Pretty psycho to see him just go absolutely wild on that. But that's what we love about Cape Woolmire. It gives us those raw conditions, and these surfers just go absolutely crazy. There we can see Tommy probably after a bit of a time call there. So our legend on the beach comes James Easton. He's going to spell that out for him.
Yeah, probably saying something along the lines of 7.5 minutes remaining. But these strong onshores making it difficult for the competitors who hear the beach comms, and with such a wide playing field and swells and waves popping up left, right and centre, really adds to how hard it is to compete out here and how sound you have to be in your heat plan and your structure going into the heat. And we've seen Harley Walters sort of demonstrate that if you get the right one, you get that big section and you absolutely attack it, don't hold back, you're going to get one massive number and you're going to be looking really safe.
Yeah, like you said, don't hold back. That's exactly right, James. See Harley Walters getting some speed. Another sick backhand attack there. Wheels that one back into the pocket. This wave kind of fizzling out. Starting to flatten out. A bit of a Huntington hop onto the inside here. I reckon he's going to be looking for a left. So still going with this one. Pats the Panther a little bit there, and here's that left hand. Going to lose him. Knowing Harley, I reckon he would have completed that wave as we see Tommy taking off there.
Yeah, we caught one turn there from Tom. I wonder if he got any work done out the back. Pretty decent turn there on the inside. Nice clean rail work. So if he got something big done out the back, he'd be in a great position to get that 6.36. Pretty decent wave there for Harley as well. Stomped a few fish on his way through the inside, but got there. And here's Mitchy Peterson drawing out that backhand carve and looking out the back, seeing if it's worth it. Yeah, he's going to go through the inside.
The start of this wave from Mitchell Peterson looked pretty sick. Saw the back half of a turn here, but looks like there might be some absolute insane awesome section down the beach that we're missing. And wow, Mitchell Peterson, look at this, James. He's found something insane here.
There we go, inside track. 3-turn combo plus the work done out the back. All right, judges have their work cut out for them. 5 minutes remaining.
Well, we saw that last half of Mitchell Peterson's past that little point where we lost Harley Walters, and it looked like a pretty sick section down in the shorey there. So I wonder if Harley got a couple more waves down in that inside shorey, or if we just saw him close it out.
Yeah, let's wait and see the numbers roll through. This bottom left of the screen there, you see Xavier Huxtable looming out in the lineup. He's going to tear this thing to shreds, you imagine, in the next heat. But we'll focus the action out in the water at the moment. So we've just had a score. So yeah, not much done for Tommy Carvalho out the back. Probably was that one turn we saw. 2.85. He's got priority now. 3.6 to go to second. Mitchy Peterson in second. 6.5 that he kicked the heat off with. Doing him wonders. But it's definitely that big number from Harley Walters, 8.25, that's a standout in this heat.
Yeah, 100%. He's been on a roll, and we've still got them scores waiting for Harley and Mitch. I think Harley's last one could honestly be better than his first one, so we'll see. Maybe not. I could just be talking dribble, and looks like I was a 4.05, so under his first one. Mitch's score is still coming through. 3.5 minutes remaining, so Dylan and Tommy, I'm sure they're itching for a set to roll through.
Yeah, Harley's Wave got a couple nice turns in, but just that downtime and all that pumping he had to do to connect the outside and the inside section definitely probably dampening that score a little bit there. 3 minutes. Okay, that's probably going to lose priority there, you'd think, for Tommy Carvalho with 3 minutes remaining. Had a good look at it, and yeah. Priority judges ripped that one off him, so Dylan Wilcoxon up and riding, using priority. He's been waiting a long time and waiting for a section.
Oh!
Absolutely cracks it. Surfing with so much speed.
Bang! There you go. Dylan Wilcoxon. That thing was sick, James. That was tapped as.
Yeah, that brought out the wahs from both of us there.
This is Tommy's replay.
So here we go. Staying patient. That's the that I think was the 4.9 from earlier.
Yeah, that's Tom's 4.9. I don't think he got another one there, but looks like he's on one right now. He dropped into that really late, but did super well to get a pretty sick turn. Massive air drop off the top of it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That was almost a just a slightly more improved, sped up, bigger version of the 4.9 replay. So you know where that number's going to go. It should be north of 4.9. We've got a decent number for Dylan Wilcoxon to come through as well off the strength of that one turn. Chasing a 7.75. Is he going to need another wave, Finn, or is he a shot at getting to second?
Dylan, yeah, I reckon he's probably going to need another wave. I don't think that was just... Well, we wheeled back to that one of Harley Walters, which is an 8.25, and yeah, that was kind of miles ahead of Dylan's. Dylan only had that one wave, and yeah, it's just, that one turn, sorry, and it's just dropped as a 5.85. So he's still chasing a 5.41. There's 1 minute remaining. I'm not sure if he's out the back or if he's still paddling.
Yeah, looks like he's out the back, sitting in second priority position. So Harley, under 1 minute remaining with priority, will be able to shut this one down, you'd think. And with the amount of water moving, I don't know if I could get out the back from the inside.
No, not a
this amount of
chance.
time left, yeah. But we'll see. And here we go. Tommy Carvalho. That one big turn, dropping a 7-point ride. He goes up in a second.
Buzzer beater.
So Mitchy P will be healing that one on the paddle back out. Now chasing a 5.41. And Dylan with a chance. 20 seconds to go.
Wow, so Tommy, we did make mention that he's known to come alive in the last couple minutes, and that's exactly what he's done, dropping a 7-point ride. So Mitchell Peterson's probably going to be pretty shattered, I can imagine. And wow, looks like we're not going to see anyone else there. So that wraps up the first heat of the men's round of 16. We'll be back very shortly. I'm going to handball the mic back to Drew Starling, and James, you're going to take us through to the next one. So we'll see you after this break.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Welcome back, round of 16, heat number 2, and we just saw Tommy Carvalho execute the final stage of that last heat, getting up into second place, and then taking that one out was Harley Walters with some big backhand hammers. And out in the water, Ben Spence in the whites kicked us off with a little 1 point ride. In the red, probably the favourite to take it out back-to-back, Xavier Huxtable. Kobe Clements in the green, an insane surfer, and then seasoned veteran, such an all-round good competitor, Alistair Reginato in the blue.
This is a big heat. All of these names, I mean, Benny Spence did such an incredible job this morning a little bit earlier. I was chatting to him and he was like, yeah, I'm fired up, ready to go. Alistair, as you said, he's seasoned veteran. He's, still so young but has so much opportunity, and he's really good in conditions like this because he's quite fast and draws so deep off the bottom to get that real responsive whip off the top. It's sick. Kobe, he's big in the airs. He does huge backflips. So I feel like we'll see that today. And Zave, just the one to watch. I'd love to see a Zave Tully final again. That would be awesome.
Yeah, that would be very special. And definitely all the Victorians watching, Torquay board riders, if they're still not finished celebrating the Usher Cup win, they'll be hoping for the same as well.
Yeah, that was actually a huge weekend for the Usher Cup for the Torquay board riders.
Oh, insane. Absolutely insane. So stoked for them.
They won that on that first wave. As soon as Troy
Troy
got that,
Brooks.
as soon as he got that first wave, I was like, Torquay have won.
Yep.
They've taken it out. Like you can't put a foot wrong after this start. And
Yeah.
it just all came together. It was awesome to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was like a 9.4 or something. Not a bad start.
Yeah.
Yeah, to
Not
the final.
quite perfect, but...
And then, you've got Captain Consistent going out next, Xavier Huxtable, and then he just went absolutely to town. Got a little bit of barrel time as well. And right on cue. Thank you, Xavier. He's going to be up and riding here. And then, a little bit late to the section. Not much on offer. He'll kick out. Early stages, though. 20 minutes remaining here.
Yeah, it's looking like it's... I don't know, before when I was watching it up in the tents, I was like, okay, they're really far down the beach. They're quite a way down. So finding those ones where they're able to really kind of, make sure that they're being seen but also being on the best waves is tricky. And where they're sitting is the best opportunities along, the stretch of coast that's in front of us now. So they definitely identified the best spot, and let's see what Alistair can do on this one.
Yeah, plenty of bangs to choose from here at Cape Woolamai, and Alistair drawing off the bottom, and unfortunately going incomplete, but we saw how quickly he can whip that board around up in the pocket.
I feel like that's been two kind of sad starts, or three sort of sad starts for the surfers, 1.2, a 1 and a 0.5. It's not what you're expecting. I mean, this turn was lethal for Alistair. Absolutely belts it, and then you can see maybe just the whitewash exploding next to him, catching him off guard just a little bit. That's so unlucky for Al. But, as you said, he just shows that repertoire quite quickly, and he'll have plenty more opportunities to do that.
Yeah, and a couple incompletes. No one really going to be happy with that start, probably other than Kobe Clements, who's waiting out the back with priority, and now we'll get his chance to take the pick of the lineup. And it is such a wide and varied lineup, and you need to make sure you're on the right blank. There's plenty to choose from, but we know the swell's going to start slowly dropping throughout the day, and the tide's starting to drain out now though, so a couple of those waves might cup out a bit more, as we saw Alistair Reginado getting a bit of air under his board as he tried to make that drop after snapping it up in the lip. So we'll see what kind of wave Kobe opts for with 18 minutes remaining.
Kobe is from Longreef and on the northern beaches of Sydney. Unfortunately goes down there, but Kobe is one of those people where he actually has this story about surfing at it in Hawaii. I can't exactly remember where he was, but it was like 40 foot. And he was like, yeah, it was like kind of big. And I was like, how big was it? And he goes, oh, it was bigger than like the last year that I surfed it. And I was like, how big was that? And he goes, probably 30 foot. And I was like, so how much bigger was it this year? And he goes, maybe 10 foot bigger. And I was like, so you were surfing out at 40 foot? And he goes, yeah, I think so. And I was like, dude, seriously, I need you to like put a little bit of extra pepper and excitement on the story, because that is crazy.
Yeah, that is absolutely insane. Xavier up and riding at the moment. And then, yeah, just so solid on his feet, Zave. Linking through the inside. Nice turn on the outside. Look to get the finish. And might get a little bonus inside section. Not on offer, so Zave kicks out. First decent number of the heat. And, yeah, you just shake your head at the guys that are surfing those kind of waves. But, I don't know, I've always wondered, once it gets into that XXL size range, is there much of a difference between 30 and 40, or is it just all massive?
I don't even know. I feel like it's probably a mixture of both.
Yep.
I'm not sure why anyone would want to go out and do that. That terrifies me, but yeah, he's an absolute weapon in the bigger conditions, and he's definitely not scared. And I think, yeah, the story that he was telling us, he reckons he came off his board inside the barrel and ended up like body surfing in it, and saw John take off and was body surfing inside the barrel with John right there. I was like, are you sure? Did that really happen? And he goes, like, he would not make that up. And I was like, Cobes, that is insane.
Yeah, that sounds like real life personal footage of the opening scene for A View from a Blue Moon from John.
Yes, exactly.
Probably didn't end as nicely for Kobe Clements as that intro for John's movie.
I don't think so.
I can imagine.
I'm sure Kobe's family over in France are also tuning in as well. They're definitely, one of Kobe's biggest supporters. They watch and they tune in. They wake up at every hour of the night and stay awake during the day to make sure they catch his heat. So, he's definitely got friends and family all over the world supporting him. And Ben Spence from WA, he's back. I feel like we kind of didn't see him for a little bit, and now he's got himself back into these events, and he's doing really well. He's fighting for a spot in the quarterfinals here at the Phillip Island Pro, so we'll see what happens.
We'll see how we go. Zave's first number, a 5-point ride, and yeah, back to Kobe for a second. Such a nice and guy that gives back to the surfing community as well. Has been one of those upper level surfers that participates for Surf Aid in the Make a Wave Challenge, raising money for global impoverished communities. So hats off to Kobe Clements there.
Absolutely. It's all about giving back every now and then, for sure. And 5 locks in for Xavier. Huxtable. Oh, big connection there for Ben Spence.
There we go. And hangs on. So Ben Spence, yeah. Bit of downtime here in between the inside section. Jeez, he moves that rail really well on the backhand. So much speed up into the lip. And now we're going to get to see his forehand as well. But jumping out there. So decent score to come through for Ben Spence. That opening turn was looking really strong.
Oh, so strong. He is not scared to go up into those sections, and I think we're really seeing that shine in these trickier, more challenging conditions with those real, just scary looking meaty sections at the end. So for Ben to be in the conditions that he's so used to, It's pretty awesome, and we've actually just also had a call as well. The quarterfinals are going to be off for the day, so after the round of 16, we are done and dusted, and we'll be back here for a 7:30 a.m. call for a potential 8 a.m. start. So finals day is going to be tomorrow.
Finals day, unreal, yeah. So that swell dropping back a little bit. The wind's going to drop out as well. And yeah, wise call there from the competitive director, knowing that the lineup's probably going to keep cleaning up throughout the rest of the day, and we'll be back tomorrow for some amazing action for finals day.
Yeah, I'm really excited for it. I think it's going to be a little bit more manageable. So 6 points locks in for Ben Spence. Oh, here we go. Oh, Kobe.
Dropping out of the sky on what would feel like a 0.5 footer for Kobe by the sounds of the size of the waves that he has been surfing.
2 with blue, yep. Nice.
And then Zave, one section on offer.
1 with red, 2 with
Yeah,
blue.
can do no wrong at the moment, Zave. He's just surfing so well, so consistent. Would love to see at the start of Kobe's wave if that airdrop was out of a turn or the takeoff.
No one in lineup yet.
Wow, that was huge.
2 replay.
It almost felt like he went too low off the bottom and had too much space to climb up. This one, Zave, though, was good. He's already got a 5. Tags it there. That's just competitive fire from Zave Hux. Oh, big belt there from Alistair Reginato. And again for a second one. This could be huge. Doesn't get the completion, but I think he's still going to get a pretty decent score there for Alistair Reginato. 2 good turns. That was really exciting to watch.
Yeah, third one going incomplete, but damage was done on the opening 2, and what a good exchange we just had between all of our competitors potentially. Waiting to see, I think Kobe's went, so he was just incomplete, just dropping out of the air on the takeoff, critical late takeoff, but you don't get too many points for those, unfortunately. And Zave just going to work, 6.5 and a 5 out in front. Ben Spence, that 6-point ride, that was a really quick whippy backhand turn.
That was really fast. His boards I think he was actually riding some swallows. He had if he's riding the blackboard, it's definitely a swallow underneath his feet. I think the other one might have been the same as well. And I think that's an interesting call to, go out for a swallowtail in conditions like this, because it does disperse more water off the back of your surfboard. Makes you go a little bit faster, which is great, but also more room for error when it's a little bit trickier. Kobe, big. Oh! Wow, that was insane. Even the fact that he didn't make that was pretty next level. Kobe Clements going to the air, that could have been a huge score. Let's take a look at this. This was insane, James.
Yeah, here we go. Links it through, little setup check turn, and then little double up oncoming section. I don't even know what you would call that thing. What is it? Double grab, almost like a backflip 360. Just like you said at the start of the heat, he looked to see him doing some insane punts, and he nearly rode out of that thing.
I don't even know where that would have gone if he had made that.
Yeah, that's probably outside the scale today. Just just the projection and the height he got here. This double up incoming section, times it perfectly, lands, and then just that second wave coming through, that white water underneath his board clipped him, but he looked like he nearly had it landed.
He made it. He just didn't get that full completed ride out. I mean, wow, comes in at a 2. Let's take a look. Alistair in and out. He locked in a 7.5, and I think with Kobe, he had to go big for that, and he got that extra quick whippy rotation at the end of it, but wow, that would have been huge. And now he's, risk first reward is such an interesting thing, Unfortunately, that one just not really working in his favour. But Zave, a 6.5 and a 5, he's out in front. That's 7.5 of Alistair Reginato's. I really enjoyed watching that. I was loving it, and I think, and 9 minutes to go, only needing a 4, he's put himself in a really good position.
Yeah, absolutely, a 7.5, and Kobe probably one of the most exciting 2s you're going to see in professional surfing live on the broadcast here. So heaps of action here. Round of 16, heat number 2.
Wow, this is huge. 8.5 minutes to go. Ben Spence has a 6, and he needs a 3.01. Kobe Clements, 7.0 is what 701 is what he needs. 8.5 minutes to get that. Let's see what happens. There's plenty of waves to come through.
Plenty of waves to come through. And Ben Spence priority and with a 6. So only chasing a 3. But Alistair Reginardo, he does not really have a backup score yet as well. So Ben will be looking to go definitely well and truly beyond the 3-point range. But yeah, he is in the driver's seat at the moment, holding on to priority. And there's been plenty of opportunity coming through in this one, which has been great to see.
Absolutely. It's been a really exciting day of surfing, and we've got 2 more heats to go. Quarterfinals are off. Tomorrow's going to be exciting finals day for sure. And it's exciting. 2 days of broadcast as well for this event, which is super cool to watch champions be crowned here.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to be back, and great to see last year's champions still going in the draw, and you can really see the quality of surfers that you've got to go through to get through in this event here. Now that it's gone up to that QS 4000 ranking, a lot more international surfers competing. And then, yeah, when guys like Kobe Clements are capable of throwing punts like that, you know you are never safe. Even if you've got a 6.5 and a 5, you are, by no means relaxing out there.
No way. It's one of those positions where you just got to go for it no matter what. Ben Spence is trying to do that here.
There we go, using priority. Nice end turn. And then nothing on the outside. And then here we go, Zave again. So important number to come through for Ben Spence on this previous wave. And Zave linking through. He might get a little inside section, and we know exactly what he's going to do. He's going to slam it shut.
Yeah. He's just got it on lock, doesn't he, here? I mean, if you're winning here, you've already got that special connection. You've already got that idea of, I've got this. Don't worry about it. So Zave is looking confident. I mean, being on the Challenger Series as well, it gives you a little bit of an extra edge. This replay of that last one for Zave, really strong surfing. Good first turn, a little bit didn't have that power that this one did there for Zave. I mean, he's so good on rail. We saw him take it to some of the best in the world last year for the Rip Curl Pro and absolutely tags it for a finish. You can see how he just kicks his tail out and he gets that extra flair. He's got that turn on lock. So Zave has a score to come through, looking to better a 5. Also scores for Alistair and Ben Spence with just over 5 minutes to go. This heat's just gone so quick. What the hell?
Yeah, zooming through, steering left and right. What have we got here? So Ben Spence, that number has come through at a 4.6. So he's up in second at the moment. And do we have another way for Blue to lock in?
I think we may. Looks like a score for Alistair. Let's see, with just under 5 minutes. Kobe got that priority. He's yet to find himself on a decent wave. At this point, needs an 8.6, to move up into second. 5.5 locked in for that last one of Xavier Huxtable. Waiting on Alistair's to come through. It's big next heat as well. Heat number 3, Jarvis Earl taking on Rio Inaba, Rico Haybiddle, and Marlon Harrison. So that's a solid heat. Here we go, Kobe.
Here we go. Waiting, taking patient off the bottom. A little late into that white water, and yeah, he knows that he kicks back out. So back to the drawing board for Kobe. He only really needs one big section. The height of the number doesn't matter, or maybe it does now that it's a perfect 10. Probably go back to that manoeuvre that we saw, you think, or something of that ilk? Yeah,
you'd want to hope so, for sure. I think going big or going home is maybe the strategy right now for Cobes. Alistair, that's just locked in a 7.5. Oh, sorry, a 6.2 for Alistair. So he's improved and moved up into the lead. Zave now in second. He needs a 7-2-1, and what a great seesaw battle between these two surfers. Kobe right now up and riding.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so here we go. Going to turn, smaller wave. Maybe trying to get it done on 2 waves here, knowing that he needs a 10. So probably will improve on the 2 there, but it's still going to be a monster requirement with 3 minutes remaining for Kobe.
Yeah, it's going to be a big score. It'll lower it, though. He gets a 2.5, so now he needs a 9.5, which is capable of any of these 4 surfers, I think. But with 3 minutes to go and a bit of a paddle back out, it definitely lowers the chance of that. Ben Spence, he's been surfing so well this whole event. He needs a 6.01 to go to second place. And if he can find one, I do really think that Ben could get the score straight away if he finds the next best wave.
Yeah, absolutely. With how quick he was surfing on that opening wave when he dropped that 6, if he gets the right wave, no doubt that they're going to get the score as long as they go complete, which is, same can be said of every surfer in the draw, and it's really going to come down to how well you can pick out those waves and those opportunities out here at Willamai. Especially now that that tide's dropping, the bigger wash-through sets aren't coming through as much, so there's definitely opportunity abound for the right positioning from the right surfer at the right time. And speaking of right timing, Alistair Reginato dropping that 6.2 and getting priority with the last 3 minutes to go, that's put him in a great spot to close this one out.
Oh, it really has, and it was bound to happen at some point for Al. I mean, having that 7.5 is definitely awesome, but not getting it back up outside of that. He's got a 0.5, a 1.5, and a 1.2. He knew that he needed to get that good, strong second score, and it's, one of those things where, it's so easy to say and it's the obvious answer to lots of things, but it's actually really hard to do. Some people will get the best wave of the heat and have it one as a backup and not progress.
Yeah, absolutely. Staying busy here. Zave on his backhand now. And then, pushing a bit harder, going undone. So 1 minute to go. It'll be up to Ben Spence, you'd think, if he can get that 6.01. Kobe in second priority is probably looking around the lineup, try sneak, find one of those big ramps that he can launch and go psycho on.
Let's see it. I'm ready for it. 9.5 is what he needs. Let's take a look. Ben Spence had a paddle. He was in third priority anyway, so he's not going to change that. And then Kobe up and riding.
No foul. Catching up to Kobe. Did he get anything done on the outside there? Judging by his body language, trying to hit that extra section, you think it's not enough for the 9.5.
That's really frustrating for Cobes, and with 20 seconds to go, he just knows he's not going to make it back out the back. It's too far. There's a lot of water moving. Zave trying to defend.
Yep, Zave protecting there. So 6 seconds. I don't think Ben Spence is going to have time to find one.
Yeah, looks like he won't. He'll get that 6 and a 4.6 for Ben Spence. So feeling like he won't get the opportunity to move back up into second place. So it's going to be Alistair Reginato and Zave Huxtable moving on through to the quarterfinals. We've got the last 2 heats of the day coming right up, but we'll go to a quick break and be right back.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Welcome back to Woolamai Beach at Phillip Island in Victoria, and if you're watching this webcast, which you obviously are, you're enjoying some amazing surfing. That last heat was incredible. I sat on the beach and watched it, and some of the emerging talent coming out of Australia is really promising. That last heat, the results went to Alistair Reginato from the Sunshine Coast on 13.7. He defeated Xavier Huxtable. He's the Victorian, and you will not see many more powerful surfers than the two of them. They absolutely went ballistic, going vertical in the lip, and it was just a spectacle. And we're going to see more of it in this heat. I mean, the waves are rugged, unruly, and it's wild out there, but these surfers at this level just love these conditions and they're reveling in it.
Yeah, these surfers have just absolutely been loving it, and we saw that with Kobe Clements in that last heat, going for what I'm calling is a corrupt flip. I'm not 100% sure. Whatever it was pretty insane. Would have been amazing if he landed it. Yeah, just got a bit unstuck on the landing there.
Well, thankfully, from a Victorian perspective, he didn't. Dave Huxtable's he's through, and we're allowed to be a little bit biased. We're Victorians. We're in Victoria. He's the defending champion. He's through, but yet unlucky for Kobe. Like you said, almost landed an incredible manoeuvre. They probably would have scored 10. So, but at the end of the day, two super surfers, Reginato and Huxtable, are through. They're power surfers. If they can get themselves onto the CT, they will be right in their element. And both are great surfers. I knew Reginato was going to go well on a day like this, because Woolamai on a day like this is so typical of some of the Sunshine Coast beach breaks, which through most of the year are onshore and quite rugged conditions as well. And he'd be very used to this. So in this heat now, heat number 3, we have Jarvis Earl. He's a former World Pro Junior champion. We have Marlon Harrison from the Gold Coast, but his roots very much lie back here in Victoria. He's Mark Harrison's son, who was a stalwart on...
Oh, there we go, Jarvis Earl piecing that one together to start us off. Pretty insane combination there.
Sorry, I just got distracted there. But where I was up to, Mark Harrison from the East Coast, and look at these waves. Here's a replay.
Bang.
Over the lip. There's been so many of those manoeuvres. They find the power section and ride out of them. So what started out as what was looking to be a tough day for competitors has turned out to be a really good day. But I also can tell you that this is the second last heat of the day. They're going to finish off after the next heat, and we'll be back tomorrow for what should be an epic final day. The swell will probably back off a touch, the wind will lighten down a touch, and should be an amazing day. Yeah,
looking real forward to tomorrow. It's going to be awesome, like you said. Finals day tomorrow. Who doesn't love finals day, Robbo? We're getting to that pointy end of the event, the real business end of the event.
It is. So it's an important event because I think this event qualifies them for the Challenger Series. I don't know. There's so many different equations going around. But I think they'll have qualifiers for next year's Challenger Series come out of this event. So it's going to be important.
Yeah, it's an important event for a lot of people. Last one and 4,000 points. That's a lot of points to try and get yourself over that cut line and try to qualify for the Challenger. As we see green up and riding, that looks like Marzi Harrison. So just getting out onto the another section here. Oh, coming unstuck there.
So I'm sure Marlon's mum and dad, Mark and Melissa. Shout out to them if they're watching, and we're in Marlon's corner. He opened with a 5-point ride. That's a decent start to his heat. Jarvis Earl opened with a 5.75, has backed it up with a 4.5. And the surfer in blue from Japan has a 4.15. And our surfer in white yet to open his account. This looks like Jarvis Earl. In and out.
And we can just see now, comparing these waves from the start of the day, it's dropped off a little bit. Definitely way more manageable. And these surfers are really starting to shine. They're probably not as worried about getting smoked on these waves compared to this morning. So I think they're really opening it up today or this afternoon and showing us really what they're made of.
Yeah, and you know what? If it still was the same size as this morning, they'd be charging it anyway. They just there were solid 8-foot sets this morning, and we're at that level of competition where whatever the ocean serves up, these surfers will have a go at it and know how to handle it. I think Tully Wiley got through as well earlier.
Yeah, Tully got through. You know, these conditions were kind of suiting him perfectly. He loves the big backhand hacks, and these big sections really open it up for him. So I believe he's in the next heat.
He is. What a heat that's going to be. That's one worth waiting for. Eden Hassan, Ben Lorenzen, Dane Henry, Tully Wiley.
Yeah, that one's going to be one to watch for sure.
That's worth watching.
Yeah, so Jarvis Earl, he's been super speedy, skating all over the joint today, and he started off with a 4.5 and backed it up with a 5.75, and looks like that's him again. Just massive airdrop falling out of the sky on that one.
And he's staying busy out there. He's onto his 4th ride.
So it looks like he just had that floater there. But Jarv, yeah, he's been a standout for me today, and he was down here yesterday having a look. You can just tell he's committed when a lot of the surfers on the lay days still come down to the beach and check it out and see if there's any waves going on instead of just hanging at home on the couch. It's always good to see the surfers hanging around the beach and still showing a lot of interest in surfing when it's pretty poor conditions.
15 and a half minutes remaining in this heat right now. Jarvis Earl out in the lead, has that 5.75. Here's some ratings to have a look at. So, this would be the Asia sector of this event. This is dual rated, and those top 5 surfers, and here's the Australian side of it. So Xavier Huxtable is inside the qualification for the next year's Challenger Series. But you can see there's a couple, close.
Jarvis Earl's really nipping it at the heels for Zave there on the ranking side of things. And we just saw the back half of one of Jarv's waves. He's pretty hard to miss with that the spray on his board. You can see him from miles away. So be excited to see that replay for that one.
Yeah. So early finish today. I'm just wondering, definitely contemplating a drive up to the other end of the island. It's about a 15 to 20 minute drive, and just around the corner there will be perfect offshore waves. That's what Phillip Island can dish up. You've got 2 sides of the island. Both sides have waves, different wind conditions. That was a nice finish to that wave.
Yeah, that was Rico on that one. But yeah, I've got the same idea as you, Rob. I'm going to drive around and see what's going on the other side. Maybe we should just keep that to ourselves, though.
No chance of that.
not let everyone know as we see, Jarvis Earl coming unstuck. But yeah, I think it's going to be pretty busy. All the locals definitely know what's going on, and they're going to be over there for sure.
So all the scores are in right now. We're just about at the halfway mark of this heat, and it's super tight. Jarvis Earl in the lead has that 5.75. That's the best way over the heat. His backup score, or his second required score, is a 4.5. He'll want to get rid of that. Ryo Inaba from Japan is in second place. He's got a 4.15 and a 4.1. So he's in second, but there's not much in that at all. 2 4-point rides is probably not going to get you through the heat, so he'd be looking to replace at least one, if not both those rides. Marlon Harrison in third position, holding priority, has a reasonable score with a 5-point ride. Only needs a 3.25, but will want to go much better than that and improve his heat tally. He's sitting in third, holding priority, knows he has a reasonable score on the board, and right now he'd be thinking, I want to capitalise on that reasonable score, I want to better it, and I want to really put myself in an assertive position to get through this heat. And then there's Rico Haybittle from New Zealand. I know nothing about him, don't know where he's from. Finn, help me.
He's an amazing surfer, Rico. He won the Burley Single Fin Classic a couple of years ago, and that's where I really started to get interested in him and his surfing. And he's still a fairly young fella. I think he's only 17, maybe just turning 18. But yeah, he surfs great, and generally he really capitalises at the beach breaks. That's the word I was looking for. Capitalise. Yep. He loves surfing these beaches. Goes not too bad at point breaks, but he can surf a massive section, and Rico's been coming through the junior rankings like a bat out of hell.
Okay. Well, now I'll know a lot more about him. Right now he's in fourth position. Has a reasonable score, 4.95 on the board as well. So all surfers, if you just go off their highest scoring ride, which is probably the best way to analyse it, Jarvis has the best of it, 5.75. Then we have Marlon with that 5 and Rico with a 4.95. The surfer in second, probably a little vulnerable. He's got a high score of just 4.15. So however you look at it, it's super close with 10.5 minutes remaining. So, and just bailing out of that one.
Yeah, I think that was Marlon by the looks of it.
Yeah, I noticed he's utilised priority and it hasn't worked for him. So he's got to reset and chase down this second score, because that's what it's going to get down to right across the board. All surfers are going to look to improve on that second score because there's nothing separating them.
Yeah, it's a fairly tight heat with still 10 minutes to go, so the jump from first to fourth is not that far, and could definitely see an upset in the last couple of minutes of this one.
Absolutely. 4 surfer heats at the moment. We'll go to man on man tomorrow. Or surfer on surfer tomorrow. It'll be 2 surfer heats. Here's a Jarvis Earl vertical into the lip, rides out of it nicely. One manoeuvre, but it was super strong. Would not surprise me at all if he improves his scoreline here. His low score's a 4.5, and one manoeuvre can do it. And this is critical, well timed, and superbly executed. So I think he's going to better his scoreline.
To think that Jarvis Earl a couple months ago was walking around on crutches, and to see him do stuff like that, it's pretty psycho that he's back in the water surfing this good after coming off a fairly bad injury. I think ACL it was.
Wow.
So it's pretty impressive, you know.
It
but
is.
These guys, they're professional.
Yep.
They're athletes, and
Well, there it is. One manoeuvre, and it's a big one. 8-point ride for Jarvis Earl. You can get your excellent score off one excellent manoeuvre.
Jav capitalising over those big sections, and the judges have been rewarding it all day. We've seen it throughout the women's, throughout the men's, and they're loving those big one turners.
Yeah, it's interesting. So that's put Jarvis into a comfortable situation. So it's pretty confident he's looking good to get through. Stranger things have happened, but he looks comfortable, as we see Rico just on one strong manoeuvre. It's second place that now becomes super tight.
Yeah, it's going to be a race for second for sure. And yeah, he needs a 9.6, so it's going to be hard to find one of those out there with 7 minutes to go. Here's Jav just opting out of that one. So I'm surprised that he was giving up second priority there. He's in a good spot, and I thought he might might try hold on to prio as we see Green, Marzi Harrison, lots of speed here. Opens up a bit of an awkward section, but he navigates it super well, and that wave just fizzling out on the inside.
Yeah, I don't think that's what Marlon was chasing. He held priority. I don't see it being he may improve his scoreline, but I think he wants better than that in this situation. Just watching the replay, I mean, the wave didn't offer up the potential he would have been hoping for, and that's why he's out of there. So he used priority on that. Still plenty of time, 6.5 minutes. He'll get himself back out there. He may improve his scoreline. And potentially could go to second. He only needs a 3.25. That's a low score. I'm not sure. I'm not confident he'll go to second, but I am sure that he was probably looking for a better wave than that and wants to get a bigger score.
Yeah, that wave, it kind of looked pretty good when he took off on it, but then it just crumbled along the face there. And it's a bit of a letdown. It sucks to see you take off on a wave and you're like, here we go, I'm ready, let's do this, and then the wave just falls apart on you. Here's Jarvis Earl again. Gets so much speed on the back end, nice slashing turn, and another big section there. And I think that's incomplete.
That is incomplete, yeah. So waiting on scores for White and Green. White's gone to second position, so White's posted a 5-point ride. He's basically got a pair of 5s. He's got a 5 and a 4.95. He's in second position. Blues now dropped down to third. We thought he was vulnerable with just 2 4-point rides. He needs a 5.8 to get to second. And Marlon, we're waiting on that wave score. Right now, it needs to be 4.95. I'm not confident he's going to get it on that last wave. But he's certainly in striking distance as we hit the 5-minute mark. And there it is. What's the last score for Green? Just a 2.4. So, yeah, it wasn't the sort of wave he was looking for. But he's got time. Just under 5 minutes remaining. He's in second priority. And he only needs a 4.95. Just needs to get the right type of wave to do it on.
And, I mean, they're out there. Jarvis Earl seems to be finding him. Watching that replay, if he had landed that, I reckon definitely could see it into the four ranges. So, yeah, there's the quality out there. It's just being in the right spot to get on it and make sure you're not too late, because, you know, once it comes into that deeper water, the wave fizzles out and loses its shape and just crumbles.
And I tell you what, Jarvis Earl remains busy. He's had 9 scoring rides. And the rest of his competitors are struggling to get 9 between the lot of them. So he stays busy in the water, Jarvis, and it's the sort of day where, yep, you probably need to stay busy, because when you take off, you just don't know if the wave is going to
hold up.
Yeah, hold up off of those smashable sections. And maybe it's a good strategy staying busy. So right now, priority with blue, second priority with green. Green's held priority a number of times. Who we got here?
Ooh, that's Marley.
Marley
Marzi.
again. He didn't need to come unstuck there either.
Yeah, just got slammed down by that section. Bit of power behind these waves today, and Marzi's definitely feeling it. Those past couple ones that he's got, just maybe not enough feed on the wax on the board, the Savo for him, but
Well, it's now getting into critical mode for Marlon. It's on 3 minutes on the clock. He's hasn't got priority, and he needs just a 4.95. He knows he can get that in his sleep. He's just got to find the wave to do it. Clock is ticking down. He's under priority. Yep, the nerves will be kicking in. He'll know this is an important few minutes.
yeah, I'm sure he's going to be paddling around like a headless chicken out there, waiting for something to work its way through to Kate Woolamai. And White, he's also looking around, so that's Rico's put himself in his second position. He's pretty safe, I'm willing to say, as we see him take off. So this is Rico Haybiddle. Opens up with a nice first snap. Oh, goes for a punt. Sort of chop hop like, but you know, it was nice to watch.
Hey, he's probably going to improve his scoreline. So the first turn was strong. Took it to the air on the second one. Yeah, I have a lot of trouble scoring aerial manoeuvres.
Yeah, I'm a bit the same, to be honest, but it's not bad. Landed nice and cleanly. Almost a full row.
Okay, he may increase his heat tally here and make it that much harder for blue and green. Okay, and he is. He's going to. It's a 5.65. So now Marlon's chasing a 5.66. And he's got 1 minute 20 seconds. And our surfer in blue is chasing a 6.5. So, and they've got first and second priority between them. And they've got 1 minute and 10 seconds to do it. So good strategy from White. That got his best score on that wave. Increased the margin. And, well, he's got to sit out the next 50 seconds and hope he can hold on to that second position.
Yeah, 45 seconds remaining. Priority is with our surfer in blue, so I reckon Rio is going to be praying for a wave to roll through. Here's Marlon Harrison. This is his final attempt there. Pretty big turn, and we'll see if this thing reforms.
Yeah, one turn, and it was a well-executed turn. He would have been hoping for more potential down the line, and it didn't appear. So, again, I'm going to give you my opinion. I don't think he's going to get the score. 5.66. It was a strong, well-executed turn, but I think it was the sort of wave where he was hoping to get 3 or 4 of those manoeuvres and find the score.
Yeah, and not sure if that's the same one. I know they have been reforming on the inside, but even still, seeing that last half of the wave, I don't think that's going to be enough for Marlon Harrison there. So we're going to be on hold as we lock in those scores for the last two surfers, and we'll be back with the final heat of the men's round of 16.
Here on Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
Victoria's Phillip Island, the question isn't where do you start, but why does it have to end? 101 square kilometres of amazing is waiting.
All right, we're back and we're still on hold, waiting on scores for Marlon Harrison. The judges are dissecting every millimetre of this wave. He needs a 5.66 and wow, we're unsure if we're going to get it. James Wilson-Brown is back in the booth. Mate, did you see that last one? And what do you reckon?
I did not see last wave of green. I did see or hear a bit of hype from
Here
the
it
commentator. And here we go, up and riding. All right, Marlon. One big section, one big crack. Geez, it is right there. No wonder we are on hold.
Yeah, so it's a very hard decision. The judges in a tough position now, but I'm sure they got the replay going and they'll be watching it heaps and heaps. So I'm not sure if these are the same way. I don't think they are because I saw him paddling into it. So, but yeah, I don't think that's either of those is going to be enough. The first one dropped as a 5-point ride, and yeah, he'd be battling to better a 5 on that last one. Maybe, let's see. It was pretty psycho on the inside. What do you reckon, James?
Well, the numbers just come through. So Marlon Harrison, clutch performance, 5.9. Getting through. So that was that one big slammer. And then that little inside one we saw, that was just a 2.5. So hats off to Marlon there, getting the score right at the final stages.
I'm gobsmacked. I thought that thought the first score dropped as a 5, but I didn't realise he actually got a couple waves there. And wow, he got it. So good on Marzi going through to the next round as we see Eden Hassan from Merriweather opening up this one. But well, you got to love those buzzer beaters, don't you, James?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Waiting to see if the number, the added drama of going on hold, you know it's getting close. The judges umming and ahhing, but looks like every judge gave him the nod there and the score he needed. And as we see here, Eden Hassan just picking up where he left off, just cleanly cracks that section, then projecting out with the lip, air under the board, stomps the finish. So this should be an absolute cracker of a heat to round out our day here. So Ben Lawrenson in the blue, Dane Henry in the white, Tully Wiley in the green, Eden Hassan in the red. So Eden's pretty much been dropping excellent heat totals all event long. Tully, we know he can get it done here. He was in the final last year. Dane Henry, if you haven't heard about what he's been doing, he's been surfing pretty well last year and the start of this year. And then Ben Lawrenson, any key info on Ben, Finn?
Oh, Ben's been coming through the Pro Junior ranks for 2 years now. I remember watching him surf a comp at Port Macquarie, I think it was, and I wasn't too familiar who he was, but man, he can surf pretty good, and we saw him surfing this morning. And yeah, he was really showing the judges what he's made of. But he's just he's a real strong, powerful surfer, and these waves are definitely going to favour him and his style of surfing. But Eden Hassan, he's been on a tear this event, like you said, especially today. And Dane Henry, I think you've been under a fairly big rock if you haven't heard of him or what he's been doing. Like you said, James, he's just been rewarded with a wild card into the main event, Bells Beach. It's a pretty special opportunity, don't you reckon?
Yeah, absolutely, and can't wait to see what Dane gets done there. We know he took out the World ISA Games gold medal and leading the charge for Team Australia as well, and just an absolutely ripping guy to chat to in and around the event site. Got time for everyone, super nice guy, and earlier in the event he was going absolutely crazy above the lip. The way he can quickly rotate those full rotors is insane.
Oh, mate, he's just got... It's like every trick that's ever been produced in surfing, he's just got them on lock. And he can pull out anything at any given moment. Doesn't matter what wave he's surfing, he'll be able to do a backflip on or just find the most insane sections that someone like you and me, James, wouldn't be able to even comprehend making.
Yeah, and speaking of not being able to comprehend, if you were watching the broadcast earlier, Kobe Clements going for that corkscrew flip thing, that was absolutely insane. But here we go, Dane up and riding. There we go, on cue. And, yeah, of course, he's going to ride out here. So the aerial game, the prowess on display. We hyped him up just a minute ago, and he's delivered for us, Finn.
Yeah, just it's like he's got a mic, he's got a headphone out there, and he knew what we wanted to see, and he's just given it to us. So a nice air from Dane Henry, and you know that's pretty stacked air in my heat, but for him that's just like, man, whatever. I do that every day.
Yeah, absolutely. Little grab, plenty of loft, bit of height on the tail as well. Eden Hassan a 5-point ride. Dane Henry probably going to better that, you would think. We'll see where that one sits with the panel. So priority go to Tully. We know what Tully's going to be looking for. He's going to be looking for a big right with a big section. He can slam shut on that back end. Yeah,
Tully's, like you said, runner-up last year. He took it out 2 years ago, so he's definitely familiar with this side of Victoria. Always coming here for ABB events, state rounds when he was a junior, open state rounds as a 26-year-old, I think he is now. So still kind of young. Still got plenty of years left in him, I reckon. He's looking fitter than ever. Currently harbouring a broken finger. And you'll never believe, guess how he broke that finger, James?
Well, he's been going hard all event, so I don't know, maybe he picked his nose too hard, Finn?
Potentially. But he was paddling into a wave.
Oh, wow.
And broke his finger.
Where was this?
I think it was at Juck a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, okay.
And hats off to him for still surfing. I'd be scared of paddling into another wave and breaking the hand, you know. But you get that on the big jobs, and Tully, he's definitely not scared of getting out there when it's a bit gutsy, and you know it's pretty impressive to see him take the hand up and just go, nah, I've got a job to do and I'm going to go out there and do it.
Yeah, that's it. And Dane Henry, what a start to his round of 16 campaign here. A 9-point ride. Yeah, the loft, the height, the projection of that air, definitely well deserved. And we were right in guessing it'd be above the 5. Almost double that, so maybe a safe guess from our end, but that's fine. 18 minutes, 50 or so seconds remaining here, and Tully Wiley hanging on to priority, will be waiting for a wave to come through, and he'll be anxious to get started pretty shortly, I reckon.
Yeah, Ben is going to be pretty keen to get some bigger waves as well. We saw him in the round of 32 this morning, and he just did a massive backhand slash to start off his heat. So I'll be keen to see the next couple of sets to roll through, and looks like that's him right there, opting out of that one.
Yeah, so no scoring potential on offer. Paddle back out. And we're speaking to Dave Huxell off his heat, and he was saying, yeah, you really are working hard, paddling against all these rips. Spawning in and out of nowhere, to quote Xavier. So Tully obviously no stranger, big, fit, strong man. He'll be all right cruising around, but we shall see. 17 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. The longer you hold on to that priority ticket out the back, the more and more that pressure is going to mount.
Yeah, so these boys would just be cruising. You know, still a bit of time, but this is the last heat of the day. Then we're going to be back here tomorrow for finals day, which I cannot wait for. There's nothing better than finals day, crowning champions and all that kind of fun stuff. As we see Ben taking off here, so in the blue, big bottom turn, hooks it up under the lip, and that wave just not opening up another opportunity for him. But yeah, we're coming to the end of the day, and I want to ask you, James, what's been kind of the highlights for day number 6, I believe this is, of the QS down here on the island? What's been some highlights, mate?
Some highlights. Well, definitely the potential highlight was that corrupt flipped attempt from Kobe Clements, just the height and the projection of that. And then just the consistency of surfing throughout the draw. Like, there are no easy heats. And as we see, Eden Hassan, oh my God, absolutely flying high to the sky, but going incomplete. So definitely those single moments that have popped themselves up, those big sections. Woolly's giving all our competitors, plenty of opportunity to either go high up above the lip, throw down one big turn in a section, or link together a few nice turns running through towards the inside. So variety of surfing, probably the highlight for me. Finn, how about yourself?
Oh, yeah. If Kobe had landed that one, definitely highlights for me. But you saw an alley-oop this morning, I believe that was from
Dylan
Wilcoxon.
Yeah, here goes Tully Wiley.
Oh, here's the whiz.
On the forehand, one big click.
Oh.
Nice turn there, pushing hard, plenty of spray. Take it away, Finn.
Yeah, Lego head Wiley coming onto the inside, starting off with a pretty psycho start. Massive, or not a massive, but a pretty nice section there. I reckon Tully's going to be pretty chuffed with that one. And I'm sure he's got quite the crew back in Torquay watching this one. Here's the replay. So, sick first turn. That's kind of the Tully Wiley special, is to bounce that one off as he gouges it out, throwing buckets out the back. And yeah, comes onto the inside here, traversing beautifully, and locks in the finish. Not bad at all. What do you think about that one, James?
Yeah, he's definitely pushing hard on the tail there, kicking it out for the finish. And you can tell by the way he did a cheeky little pop out by the end, he was pretty happy with it. So just chasing a 6 to go straight to second. It'll be in that ballpark, and he's definitely got himself right into this heat. Definitely the number of the heat so far is going to be that 9. As we saw Eden here, almost. Oh no, this is a different one. So smaller version.
Pretty much the exact same as the last one, but being able to hold on to it. I think that was complete. It was a bit of a grey area. And there's Tully Wiley's 5.75 locked in for him. So nice score to start it off. But Dane, we didn't even announce Dane's 9-point ride, James.
Yeah, well, I did. You kind of brushed over.
I was off with the fairies,
You were busy talking about Tully breaking his finger at Jan Juck somehow. But we want to break down this. Here it is, the 9-point ride.
Yeah, look at this.
Full 360 rotation, stomps it. Little mini claim here.
Gets the grab and everything.
Yeah.
You love to see that. And Dane Henry's just full of those kind of manoeuvres and all those airs, like we were saying at the start of this heat. So that's definitely exciting as we see him go again. I'm telling you, man, he has a microphone in his ear and he can hear us as he goes again on cue. Lots of speed here. Really nice two-piece combo there from Dane Henry.
Yeah, absolutely. On cue again, Dane Henry. So here we go. Draws off the bottom, cracks it. He just whips around. His body talks so quickly. So much control as well with the amount of speed he's going at. And that's going to back up that 9 really, really well. Tully's score coming in, 5.75. Right in the midst of it. And then Eden's last air rev, that came in at a 4. So, yeah, super tight at the moment. Ben Lorenzen holding on to priority, will be looking to get a decent number to get himself into the conversation. 12 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Second half. Who do you think is going to take this one out, Finn?
Definitely looking like Dane Henry taking this one out. Bit hard to say on who's going to runner-up for this one, though. I mean, could be anyone's kind of ball game. Eden Hassan's obviously got himself with a nice couple scores, a 5 and a 4. Tully's still yet to get a backup score, and Ben Lorenzen's just got that 2.25, and he'll turf a 0.75 later on. So, those boys in the 2, 3, and 4th spot, they're still competing for that second spot, but I think Dane Henry's definitely starting to walk away with this one.
Yeah, that's it. 14.65 heat total. So that last 2-turn combo, 5.65. So other than his 9, it's the second best next wave, so he's in great standings to take this one out. And efficient surfing, 2 waves, 2 scores, 2 keepers. Yeah, clinical stuff. It's no stretch of the imagination how he won the ISA World Games gold medal.
Yeah, won the world title, and now he's fresh off a win at the Gold Coast Open. So he's on a bit of a hot streak. He came second in the Pro Junior yesterday. So, maybe keep him honest, or a bit of a reality check. We all need that once in a while. And we're going to see him.
Here we go. Wiz having a look at that one. That one just running off through the shoulder. So kicking out, surfer in green. And here we go. Dane up and riding again. If you want him to catch a wave, he's just gone absolutely psycho. Super high projected alley-oop. That would have been better than the 9 had he have landed that. And here we go. Eden, he might get some cover here.
Ooh.
Tucking in and under. A little bit of time under the lip. And then going in complete there. Big scoring potential on that wave there if he was just a little bit deeper.
Yeah, just finding a cheeky little cabin. Cape Woolmire on its day pretty much just tubes its head off. I'm sure, James, you would have had some pretty psycho days out here at Cape Woolmire, just getting funneled all afternoon.
Yeah, that's it. Any day out here at Woolies is just super fun from what we've seen out through the event so far. You got your super small clean days where you can just take your pick of the banks, almost walk out. It's that clear underfoot versus the big unruly days with some big sections that you can luck your way into, or if you're good enough to pick the eyes out of it, strategically paddle around and have some fun. But what are we? Any numbers locked in there? Nothing really changing that exchange. 2.4 last for Eden Hassan. And Dane Henry, probably the most exciting 1-point ride I've seen today. And if you talk about him, he pops up to his feet. He's up and riding again. And we've zipped off.
So just going back onto some of the afternoon sessions down here at Cape Woolmire, and some of the local crew who's kind of like, you're driving down to the beach and there's a couple guys paddling out, who's kind of the best or reads the surf the best here on the island, or you would say surfs the best at Cape Woolmire these days?
Well, there's definitely one name that stands out when you see him rock up to the beach, and if you rock up, you see him surfing out the water. Who's that? You know who it is. It's Joe Van Dyke. He's just an insane repertoire, and I had a surf one day and was walking back up on the sandbank, and he was just surfing this inform shorey peak going left and right, and I reckon I saw him land about 15 airs in the space of 5 minutes, just paddling around crazy, every different type of rotation in a 2 to 3 foot bank. And then as we see Tully cracking the backhand, not able to ride out of that one. So yeah, Joe Van Dyke, we saw him earlier in the draw today. He definitely, in my mind, he got the score that he needed to progress, but it was just 2 seconds after the hooter had gone.
Yeah.
But yeah, no shortage of good surfers here. Carl Wright, Harry DeRoth, Glennon Ringrose spent some time on the CTs out on the ski for us today. So amazing talent coming from this area.
Yeah, and another name, Nikki Van Dyke, Joe's sister. She spent multiple years on the tour, and she was on the Kiwi grind for a bit there, but now she's just cruising. Just made her own tequila brand, which is pretty exciting, as we see Ben having a dig at that one. But like you said, mate, the islands produce some pretty amazing surfers, as we see Dane Henry again flaring out in this heat.
Yeah, that's it, Finn. I rattled off only a very short amount of names.
Very select few.
You could go on for days and days, and it's no shade on anyone that didn't get mentioned. There's just too many names to recall. So the amount of waves here, the amount of opportunity to surf all year round breeds itself to the quality of surfer that comes from this region. Another one in the draw earlier today, Sophie Fletcher. As we see Red stalling here.
Ooh.
Time in the section.
Eden Hassan just barrel hunting.
He is. He's an exciting surfer to watch, Eden Hassan. So 6 minutes 45 seconds remaining.
Wow, Dane Henry, he's been pretty electric this heat. He's got a score coming through at the moment. And we've seen him drop that 9-point ride. I think that's the highest wave score of the day. I don't think we've seen anything above a 9 or a 9.5 or anything like that. Eden Hassan, he's just looking for a couple little funnels and heaps of air sections. Saw Tully get a small one, and yeah, Ben Lawrenson's just cruising as well. Coming on to the pointy end of this one. This is the last heat of the day. We'll be back here tomorrow for I think a 8 o'clock start, and it's not going to be as windy. It's going to be a little bit smaller. It's going to be a little bit cleaner, which gets me super excited for the finals day. Moving into tomorrow, James, who's going to be on your radar?
So many surfers on both the women's and the men's side of the draw have been showing really good performances. Lucy Darrow was a standout on the women's, as were some of the Japanese surfers posting really good healthy heat totals. And then on the men's side, you've got Dave Huxtable, looks to be in form, operating clinically. Dane Henry, Eden Hassan, they've both been posting big scores. Jarvis Earl, another big name. Pretty much everyone who's going to be putting a Rashi on tomorrow, I'm excited to see them surf.
There's not many surfers in the draw now that don't get me excited. I think everyone that's even in the round of 16, you go, oh my goodness, we've really got some of Australia's best out in the water today.
Yeah, and it speaks to the growth of this event over the years. Started as the QE 1000, and then it's just slowly chipped away. We had a bit of a hiatus in 23, 2024, and then we came back 2025 as the QS 3000 and now a QS 4000, and we're seeing the depth of the international draw expand, more countries or more surfers from different countries taking part, and yeah, some great Australian surfers that are either have been on the CT or fighting to get on the CT have taken this one out. So you've got Jacob Wilcox, Geordie Lawler, who's been buzzing right around qualification for a while. He's an amazing surfer. And here goes Dane. And fun looking kick out.
Yeah, like you were saying, got bumped up to 3,000 pointer, which is awesome for this community down here on the island. This event brings in so many new surfers to the island and to the area, and it really showcases how good of a place it can be down here on the Bass Coast Shire. 1000s, not a lot of people opt to come to these just because it's only 1000, but here we go. Tully Wiley, 2 big backhand cracks. He loves it. He absolutely loves it. He's definitely going to move up the ranks on that last one.
Yeah, that one felt good for Tully if he's clenching his fist with a little fist claim through the broken finger as well. So 3.25 needed to go to second. He's got that. We'll wait to see how far it goes in the judges, but Eden Hassan not seeing the score he needs there, so he's going to kick out. There's a replay, Finn. Yeah,
this thing was sick. Starts off with a bit of a hook under the lip, and then this section, bang, vertical, and yeah, bit of a oof, let's go. He loved it.
Yeah, a little power up claim there for Tully.
Not a bad time to do it as well, with 2.5 minutes remaining. Yeah, Dane Henry sticking fat with priority. 9 and a 5.65. He's just cruising. But Eden Hassan's been fairly busy. He's just trying to find something. He's been going for these pretty insane airs, but unable to hold on to these on the landing pad. And that's that score for Tully Wiley, a 6.5. And Dane Henry's just giving up the priority there. So Eden Hassan will have priority, needs a 7.25. Sorry, Ben has got priority now. I spoke too soon. He needs a 9.25, and Eden chasing a 7.25 with 2 minutes to go. Knowing Eden Hassan and knowing how deep his bag of tricks are, this could come down to the final 2 minutes.
Yeah, here we go there. Ben Lorenzen chucks the tail out that first section. Exciting first turn, but knows he needs to get more work done. Working hard, and he's done well to link this thing up to the inside section. Standing up, cracks it on the back end, linking through to the inside even further. And you can tell the feeling and the emotion starting to come out with the clutch situation of this heat. Little cobra for the judges there, 1:15 remaining.
Love seeing the emotion from the surfers. Me and True were talking about this morning. You know, you watch your Phillip Toledos and your Italo Ferreiras, and yeah, we love to see them really show their raw emotion when they're surfing, because, you know, this is going to mean a lot for Ben if he can make it through to the next round. And look, yeah, bang, come on, he loves it, loves the claim. I asked True earlier this morning what her thoughts on claiming was, or just being nonchalant. James, what do you think of people throwing up the hands and giving us a claim?
Yeah, I think if you're going to claim, you may as well give it some juice. The old no claim, claim, claim. Georgia's standing tall. Maybe suits the surfer's ilk of John, where there's, you know, there's no doubt that he's just done something absolutely incredible. But if you're hovering between the score you need or the moment you need, why not? Why not give it some?
Yeah, I reckon giving it some juice after the wave is always good to see. There's Eden Hassan again. That wave not opening up.
And we're closing out here. So all done. So we've got a score to come in for blue. It's got to be better than Dane's crazy air. As Dane, oh my God, how did he hang on to that thing?
I missed that.
It's awkward little ejection there right at the end. Hope he hasn't done himself injustice right after the heat's finished, but yeah, let's see where these scores come through.
Yeah, so at this stage, Dane Henry and Tully Wiley, we're going to see them tomorrow at the quarters, but that score for Ben's just dropped.